1. A slave's awakening. Ugh, pain, so much pain. Cashin jolted awake, his entire body screaming in agony. When his vision cleared, he found himself inside a dark, damp stone cell. Rusted iron bars surrounded him, and the air was thick with the smell of mold and decay, mixed with a sour stench that made his stomach churn. Where is this? Wasn't I just playing games in my dorm all night? How did I end up here? He pressed a hand to his throbbing temples, forcing himself to think. Did I die? Is this some kind of afterlife? Struggling, he pushed himself upright. Pain surged through his body with every movement. Only then did he notice the countless scars and fresh wounds covering his skin. Some of them reopened as he moved, thin streams of blood seeping out. He ignored it and looked around. The cell was small and filthy. Moss clung to the walls, dried blood stained the stone, and a pile of foul-smelling straw lay in the corner. Then he noticed them. 3 girls in ragged prison uniforms lay beside him. One had long jet black hair, her brows slightly furrowed even in sleep, her expression carrying a natural arrogance and stubborn pride. Even in such a place, she felt untouchable, like a caged phoenix. The other 2 were clearly related to her. One had short hair and a fierce expression even while unconscious. The third had long hair tied back, her face calmer, more composed. Cashin frowned. Why do they look so familiar? Then it hit him. Holy! Boa Hancock? And her sisters, Marigold and Sander Sonia. As someone who had watched One Piece, he recognized them instantly. Wait! Hancock and her sisters, in a prison cell, his gaze dropped to their necks. Slave collars! Cold realization spread through him. His hand shot to his own neck, and sure enough, he felt the same metal ring. A terrible thought formed. This is Mary Gosa, his expression stiffened. I got thrown into the One Piece world, and I'm a slave of the Celestial Dragons. He let out a dry laugh. Seriously? No cheat, no system, no powerful background? Just straight into hell. Others transmigrate bed as princes or prodigies. At worst, they started as normal people with potential. But him? A slave. And not just anywhere, but in Mary Gosa, the nest of the Celestial Dragons. In this place, even breathing too loudly could get someone killed. What a joke, he leaned back against the wall, staring blankly. If I knew it would be like this, I'd rather have just stayed dead. Just as despair swallowed him, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Strong despair detected from host. Substitute system activated. Given host's critical condition, the system will bind the strongest nearby individual as a substitute. Scanning, scan complete. Binding target, Imu. Binding successful. Imu is now the host's exclusive substitute. All damage and negative states received by the host will be transferred to the substitute, including physical damage, mental strain, hunger, thirst, disease, and aging. Cashin froze. What? Then his eyes widened. A grin slowly spread across his face. So I got a system after all. As the notifications ended, a strange warmth flowed through his body. All his wounds vanished instantly. Not even a scar remained. At the same time, deep within Mary Gosa, in the sacred palace where only the highest authorities could enter, a figure sat upon the empty throne. Imu. A faint expression of discomfort crossed Imu's face. She looked down. Thin streaks of blood had appeared on her body out of nowhere. The wounds were shallow, insignificant to her, but unnatural. Strange. Her voice was calm, yet cold. She had not felt unexplained pain like this in a very long time. Back in the cell, Cashin clenched his fists, excitement surging through him. Imu, my substitute. The ruler of the world. The being even the 5 elders bowed to. And now she was taking damage for him? System, you're serious, right? The answer came immediately. System binding is absolute. All damage will be transferred completely. Cashin's heartbeat quickened. This was ridiculous. But also perfect. A slave's life meant daily beatings, starvation, humiliation, and possibly death at any moment. But now? If someone hit him, Imu would feel it. If someone starved him, Imu would suffer. If someone tried to kill him. He exhaled slowly, a dangerous smile forming. Then let's see how much the ruler of the world can endure. He checked his body again. No pain. No hunger. Nothing. A laugh escaped him. This is going to be interesting. Heavy footsteps approached from outside the cell. A tall guard in a black uniform stopped in front of the bars, a whip hanging at his waist. Hey! You, the one awake! Get out here! The Celestial Dragons want entertainment. He pointed at Cashin with clear contempt. The noise stirred the 3 sisters. Boa Hancock opened her eyes first, a flicker of cold disgust flashing through them. Beneath it was helpless anger. Marigold and Sandersonia clenched their fists, their expressions tense. Cashin stood up calmly, brushing off the straw. Entertainment? Sure. He stretched slightly and walked toward the door. The guard frowned, irritated by his attitude. You dare act like that? You're just a slave. He raised his whip and lashed it across Cashin's back with full force. A sharp crack echoed in the cell. The sisters instinctively shut their eyes. They had seen this countless times. But no scream followed. Cashin barely reacted. He tilted his head slightly, as if something had brushed against him. He turned and looked at the guard, grinning. That's it? You swing like you've never eaten before. The guard froze. He had used full strength. That should have torn flesh open. Yet this slave stood there like nothing happened. You, enraged, he swung again. And again. The whip cracked repeatedly, each strike heavier than the last. Still, Cashin remained unmoved. He even started counting. 1, 2, 3, he glanced at the whip. You might want a new one. This thing's about to fall apart. The guard's hands trembled. What the hell are you? Inside the sacred palace, Imu's expression darkened. Her white robes were now stained red. Deep whip marks appeared across her body one after another, splitting her skin. Pain surged through her. Her fingers tightened against the throne. Who did this? A terrifying aura spread from her, suffocating the entire palace. This was not an external attack. The damage simply appeared. Yet each strike carried a strange connection, as if something was linking her to another existence. Find the source. Her voice was cold, filled with restrained fury. Outside, the 5 elders felt the shift immediately. The pressure in Mary Gosa changed. Something was wrong. And whatever it was, it had angered Imu. They moved at once, mobilizing everything to uncover the cause. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 2-22 Playing with the World's Ruler 2, Playing with the World's Ruler 2, Playing with the World's Ruler inside the cell, the guard was drenched in sweat. His arms trembled from exhaustion, and the whip in his hand had already snapped. Yet Cashin stood there completely unharmed, even letting out a lazy yawn. With a face full of mock concern, Cashin spoke, Did you skip a meal or something? If you're tired, take a break. No need to push yourself. He glanced around casually, then pointed at a rusty iron rod in the corner. Or maybe try that instead. The guard followed his finger, then looked back at Cashin's infuriating expression. A chill ran down his spine. Something was wrong. Very wrong. If he kept going, he had a feeling he would be the one in danger. He threw the broken whip aside and shouted loudly to cover his fear, You just wait. I will bring someone who can deal with you. Without another word, he turned and ran. Watching his retreating figure, Cashin burst into laughter. Why are you running? I'm just getting started. He turned back toward the 3 sisters, who were still staring at him in shock. Grinning, he said, My 3 beauties, what, still processing it? Not impressed. Boa Hancock snapped out of her daze, her eyes filled with suspicion and disbelief. She had seen it clearly. The whip had struck him, again and again. Yet he remained untouched. Who are you? She asked cautiously, her voice slightly hoarse. Cashin. Just a guy having a bad day that turned interesting. He shrugged and walked to the cell door, pushing it lightly. It did not move. Locked tight. Figures. His eyes scanned the room before landing on a stone in the corner. A smile spread across his face. That works. He picked it up, weighed it in his hand, then suddenly slammed it against his own head. A dull thud echoed. The 3 sisters screamed and covered their eyes instinctively. But nothing happened. Cashin stood there, rubbing his head casually. Not even a red mark appeared. Good. As expected. Deep within Mary Gosa, inside the palace where only the highest authority resided, Imu sat upon the empty throne. Suddenly, a violent force struck her head. Her vision blurred, and her body swayed slightly. Warm blood trickled down her forehead. The 5 elders froze in terror before immediately dropping to their knees. Lord Imu, what happened? Imu touched her forehead. The wound healed instantly, though the blood remained. Her eyes darkened, filled with cold fury. Again. That same inexplicable damage. And this time, it was far worse. Have you found the source? Her voice was calm, yet carried a suffocating chill. One of the elders replied, his voice trembling, We are searching with everything we have, but there are no leads yet, useless. The pressure in the room spiked instantly, making it hard to breathe. Search every corner of Mary Gosa if you must. Find whoever dares to lay a hand on me. Yes, Lord Imu. Back in the cell, Cashin had already moved on to his next test. He picked up the stone again and dragged it across his arm, carving several deep cuts. Then he slammed his head against the wall. He even held his breath, trying to suffocate himself. Nothing worked. He felt perfectly fine, even more energetic than before. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Imu's condition worsened. Deep wounds appeared across her arms out of nowhere. Her head throbbed from repeated impacts, and a suffocating pressure tightened around her chest. Even with her overwhelming power, the relentless damage began to take its toll. Her expression turned colder, anger building with every passing moment. This is getting interesting, Cashin muttered. Then he glanced at the Hancock sisters, who were still frozen in shock. A thought crossed his mind. Testing alone is boring. He stepped toward the cell door and shouted loudly into the corridor, "Hey! Someone get over here! There is a slave planning a revolt!" His voice echoed through the hall. Moments later, footsteps approached. Several guards rushed over, armed with swords and spears. Is this idiot trying to die? He is shouting about rebellion in Mary Gosa. I heard one guard couldn't hurt him. I don't believe that nonsense. Their eyes locked onto Cashin, who stood there casually. You're asking for death. One guard raised his sword and slashed toward Cashin's leg. Watch out! Hancock shouted instinctively. The blade cut through his pants. But his skin remained untouched. Not even a mark. Cashin looked down, unimpressed. That all you've got? He stretched his leg forward slightly. Try again. Use more strength. The guard's face twisted in anger as he swung repeatedly, aiming for vital points. Every strike landed. None did any damage. Another guard stepped forward and thrust a spear straight at Cashin's chest. The spear passed through his body. Cashin yawned. Inside, he was already praising Imu. As expected of the ruler of the world. That durability is insane. The guards stepped back in fear. What kind of ability is this? Cashin laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance. Come on, keep going. Kill me if you can. If not, then you're all useless. Inside the palace, the situation had turned into chaos. Imu's body was covered in wounds. Sword cuts, spear wounds, injuries deep enough to expose bone. Blood stained the steps of the throne. Her life force was slowly draining. She had already coated her body with haki. It made no difference. The injuries still appeared, ignoring all defenses. This unseen, untouchable assault pushed her to the edge of fury. If not for her terrifying regeneration, she would have already collapsed. For the first time in a very long time, Imu felt something close to rage. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 3-33 Imu and the Slave 3, Imu and the Slave 3, Imu and the Slave Have you found the person yet? Imu's voice trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming rage. One of the Gorosei quickly stepped forward and reported, Lord Imu, we have found a lead. After a full search, we discovered a male slave who was recently captured. He has been provoking the guards non-stop. The Gorosei hesitated briefly before continuing, a guard whipped him earlier and noticed he could not be injured. The matter was immediately reported. A flicker of surprise crossed Imu's eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling killing intent. A slave managed to hurt me. Her tone turned ice cold. Bring him here. No, I will go personally. She needed to see what kind of slave dared to do something like this. Soon, Imu appeared at the end of the prison corridor. She wore her usual flowing robes, her face hidden behind a mask. Even without revealing her identity, her presence alone was suffocating. The guards trembled, none of them daring to raise their heads. Cashin felt it too, that overwhelming pressure. His heartbeat quickened slightly. It's you. Imu's gaze locked onto him, her voice carrying a quiet, dangerous chill. She could feel it. The strange pain in her body was connected to this seemingly ordinary slave. Cashin looked at her carefully. He did not know her identity for certain, but the aura alone made it obvious. A celestial dragon? No, something far above them. Imu. A thought formed instantly in his mind. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and slammed it down hard onto a nearby stone. A dull impact echoed. Imu let out a muffled groan. A sharp pain shot through her foot, as if it had just been crushed. Cashin's eyes lit up. So it really was her. His grin widened. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He had caused chaos for one reason only, to draw her out. Cashin tilted his head slightly and smirked. Hey, old woman! Who are you? His tone was casual, even mocking. You're hiding behind a mask like that. What, too ugly to show your face? The atmosphere froze instantly. The Gorosei nearly collapsed from fear. Was this man insane? How dare he speak to Imu like that? Imu's body stiffened. The air around her grew heavier, colder. Very well. Her voice was calm, but the fury beneath it was unmistakable. From today onward, you are no longer a slave. Cashin blinked in surprise. Free, just like that? But Imu continued, her tone turning sinister. You will become my most important prisoner. Her killing intent sharpened. I will personally show you what it means to wish for death. Cashin chuckled. From his perspective, it looked like she was the one heading toward that fate. He met her gaze without fear, even amusement flickering in his eyes. This world was already turning out to be far more interesting than he expected. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about starving or being casually beaten to death. As for wishing for death, that was still up for debate. Inside his mind, Cashin spoke calmly. System, answer me this. Can that old woman break this connection? Or find someone who can? The system responded immediately. Substitute binding is governed by system rules. Once established, it cannot be reversed. Conditions: 1. The substitute's soul is completely destroyed. 2. A power that surpasses the system's rules appears. Current world analysis: no such power exists. Only the first condition is possible. Cashin relaxed instantly. Destroy her soul completely? In this world? That was practically impossible. Even if gods existed here, they likely could not interfere with something beyond this level. Good, Cashin muttered inwardly. That's all I needed to know. He looked back at Imu, his gaze now completely unrestrained. So, old woman, he said with a grin, you said you'd make me wish for death, right? He spread his arms slightly. Come on. I'm waiting. Hit me. I'm actually looking forward to it. A vein throbbed at Imu's temple. Black, arrow-like tendrils appeared behind her and shot forward, piercing through Cashin's body. Not a single drop of blood came out. Instead, several bloody wounds suddenly appeared on Imu's own body. She suppressed the pain, her voice sharp. Black transfer. The backlash hit instantly. Her mind staggered, her vision blurring for a moment. Cashin scratched his head casually. Is that it? He sounded disappointed. You don't even hit that hard. How are you supposed to survive in this world? At this point, Imu understood. Every form of damage, physical or mental, was being reflected back onto her. Still, she forced herself to calm down. You clearly do not understand your situation, she said coldly. She glanced at the Gorosei. One of them immediately stepped forward. Take him away, he ordered the guards. Lock him in the most secure cell. Bind him with sea stone chains. No one is to approach him without permission. Sea stone. Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had not eaten a devil fruit, he knew what it meant. Still, he glanced at Imu and smirked. Go ahead. Make them thicker. Wouldn't want them breaking too easily. The guards hesitated, but under pressure, they moved forward. Heavy sea stone chains were wrapped tightly around Cashin, restraining him completely. The cold metal pressed against his skin. Cashin tested the restraints with a slight struggle. They held firm. The ability did not help him break free directly. Interesting. So it was not completely absolute. But then again. Cashin glanced at Imu, his smile turning sharper. If he was restrained, wouldn't she be as well? Imu suddenly swayed. Her body stiffened. Invisible shackles seemed to bind her limbs. She tried to move, but her body refused to respond. Her pupils shrank. So even this transferred. Not just damage, but status conditions as well. Cashin burst out laughing. What's wrong, old woman? Feeling uncomfortable. He tilted his head, clearly enjoying himself. Want to try something more interesting? How about throwing me into the sea? I've heard that works wonders on devil fruit users. Imu's fury reached its peak. She was the ruler of the world. Yet now, she could not even move. If she ordered him into the sea, she would be the one to drown. Remove the sea stone. Her voice was low, forced through clenched teeth. The guards froze for a moment. They had just put it on. Now they had to remove it. But none of them dared to question her. They quickly unlocked the chains. As the restraints fell away, Imu regained control of her body. She exhaled quietly. Cold sweat had already formed beneath her mask. The Gorosei stood silently, their hearts racing. They had lived for so long, yet they had never seen Imu in such a state. They looked at Cashin with dread. This man was not just dangerous. He was a disaster given human form. Look up _F on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 4-44. A Prisoner Above the Celestial Dragons. 4. A Prisoner Above the Celestial Dragons. 4. A Prisoner Above the Celestial Dragons. Cashin flexed his wrists and watched Imu's expression darken with frustration. The sight filled him with satisfaction. What, not locking me up anymore, he said with a grin. I haven't had enough fun yet. He tilted his head slightly, his tone turning playful. How about we try something else? You people love torturing slaves, right? Go on, bring out all 18 methods. His eyes swept across the surroundings before locking onto a red-hot branding iron nearby. Branding irons, nail boards, chilly water, tiger benches, bring everything. If I even twitch an eyebrow, I lose. He pointed directly at the glowing iron. That one. Bring it here. Let me show you a little teppanyaki. Cold sweat poured down the Garosiai's faces. Not a single one of them dared to move. This was practically suicide. Had they not already seen Imma bleed from reflected damage? If that branding iron touched Cashin, Imma might not survive it. Imma clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. Her gaze locked onto Cashin like she wanted to tear him apart. Do you really think I would not dare to kill you? Cashin burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Then do it, he said casually. Go on. Kill me. Have them do it if you want. One clean strike. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes filled with provocation. I promise I will not even blink. He paused deliberately, letting the tension build. But, his gaze swept over Imu slowly. Whoever drops first loses. Then he did something even more outrageous. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue slightly, mimicking the motion of biting down. Tell me something, he continued, voice calm. If I bite off my tongue right now, will your mouth fill with blood too? And if I gouge out my eyes, his fingers rose toward his face. Will those eyes of yours go blind as well? Stop. Imu's voice rang out sharply, a trace of panic slipping through despite herself. She was not afraid of death. But being controlled like this, threatened through someone else's self-harm, was something she could not tolerate. She knew without a doubt that this man would actually do it. Cashin saw her reaction and laughed even harder. What, scared now, he said mockingly. You should have said that earlier. If you do not dare act, then stop pretending. He patted his stomach casually. I'm hungry. Get me something good to eat. A whole roasted lamb, a few bottles of fine wine, do not be stingy. He gave her a knowing look. Otherwise, a sudden wave of hunger struck Imu. Her stomach tightened violently, her vision wavering. It had been years, no, decades since she had felt something like this. And now, it was unbearable. Even hunger could be transferred. Her mind trembled at the absurdity of it. What kind of ability is this? She forced the words out through clenched teeth. Prepare food for him. Her voice dropped lower. Bring him the finest food in Mary Gosa. Cashin nodded with satisfaction. Now that sounds better. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on the three sisters locked in the cell. Boa Hancock, along with her sisters, stood frozen in shock. Their expressions were filled with disbelief as they stared at Cashin. To them, he looked less like a man and more like something incomprehensible. Cashin pointed at them casually. Those three. Release them too. And remove their slave collars. Imu frowned. They are slaves of the celestial dragons. They cannot be released so easily. Cashin raised an eyebrow and slowly flexed his fingers. What, you are refusing? He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Then I will do it myself. He glanced at his hands. I am a bit clumsy though. If I accidentally hurt myself while removing those collars, he chuckled softly. If a few fingers snap off, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? Imu fell silent. She had already realized reasoning with him was pointless. After a brief pause, she gave the order coldly. Unlock their collars. The guards rushed forward immediately. They opened the cell and carefully brought the three sisters out before using specialized tools to remove the collars from their necks. The moment the restraints fell away, the sisters stood there in a daze. Freedom felt unreal. Hancock stepped forward slowly and stopped in front of Cashin. She looked at him carefully. There was something unruly about him, something dangerous, yet strangely reassuring. Her lips parted slightly. Thank you. Her voice was soft, almost reluctant. For someone as proud as her, those words were not easy. Cashin waved it off casually. No need. His eyes scanned her briefly before he grinned. Though I do happen to need someone to serve me. You can stay. He shifted his gaze to her sisters. As for the two of them, he nodded toward them. I will have this old woman send you home. Marigold and Sander Sonia exchanged glances, both stunned. Going back home was something they had dreamed of every single day. Sander Sonia hesitated before asking, are you serious? Cashin tapped his chest confidently. Of course. I keep my word. Then he turned back to Imu. Old woman, arrange it. Send them back to Amazon Lily on the fastest ship. When they arrive, have them report back. His tone turned colder. If anything happens to them along the way, he did not finish the sentence. Imu closed her eyes briefly, suppressing the rage building inside her. Do as he says. With that settled, Cashin's attention returned to the food. Soon, servants arrived carrying lavish dishes. Roasted whole lamb, grilled meat, seafood, fruits, and fine wine filled the table. The display was extravagant even by Celestial Dragon standards. Cashin did not hesitate. He grabbed a piece of meat and started eating immediately. Not bad, he said between bites. Way better than what I used to eat. He glanced at Imu with a smirk. You want some? Imu ignored him completely. Her mind was focused on one thing. Solving this problem. She turned to the Gorosei. Move him to a residence near my palace. Prepare the most luxurious room. Her tone sharpened. Post guards around him at all times. No, not guards, protection. No one is allowed to harm him. And he is not allowed near anything dangerous. Ensure his safety at all costs. The Gorosei were stunned. This level of treatment surpassed even the Celestial Dragons. Still, none of them dared question her. Yes, Lord Imu. Cashin laughed. Now you are starting to treat me properly. He wiped his mouth and gestured toward Hancock. Come on, little maid. You are with me. Hancock bit her lip slightly. She disliked the title. But remembering what he had done for her and her sisters, she held back her protest and followed silently. As Cashin walked away, completely at ease, Imu watched him with an icy gaze. Her voice echoed into the air. God's knights, protect him closely. No harm is to come to him. She paused briefly before continuing. Dispose of everyone in the dungeon. Guards and prisoners alike. Today's events must never be exposed. Acknowledgements came from the shadows. The orders had been received. Imu turned and walked toward her palace, her expression hidden beneath the mask. I will find a way to break this, her voice was cold, filled with restrained fury. And when I do, I will make you wish for death. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 5-55 A game begins in Mary Gosa 5. A game begins in Mary Gosa 5. A game begins in Mary Gosa. Regardless of what Imu was planning, Cashin had already been protected by a group of God's knights and escorted into one of the most luxurious rooms in Mary Gosa. The room was breathtaking, filled with extravagant decorations and priceless treasures. Every detail reflected absurd wealth, far beyond even the grandest royal palace. Boa Hancock stood quietly to the side, her gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Cashin. Her emotions were tangled. Confusion, suspicion, and something else she could not quite name lingered in her eyes. She could not understand what kind of influence this seemingly ordinary man held to make the highest authorities in Mary Gosa treat him with such caution. Meanwhile, Cashin enjoyed himself without restraint. He took a long, comfortable bath, then changed into a fresh set of clothes. Standing before the mirror, he examined his reflection carefully. To his surprise, he looked exactly the same as in his previous life. A 20-year-old man with average features, not particularly handsome, yet far from unattractive. He stood around 1.9 meters tall, with a slightly lean build. Cashin frowned. This raised a question he could not ignore. Had he come here in his physical body, or was this just his soul in a reconstructed form? Following his usual logic, when confused, asked the system. System, why do I look exactly the same as before? Did I transmigrate physically or just as a soul? The system responded immediately. The host is neither a soul transmigration nor a physical transmigration. The host's soul entered this world, and a new physical body was reconstructed accordingly. Cashin narrowed his eyes. Then why did I appear inside a prison cell the moment I arrived? The system replied calmly. According to system detection, this location contains the highest concentration of powerful individuals in this world, making it optimal for early development. As for appearing in a cell, this falls under reasonable identity implantation. Cashin thought it through and nodded slightly. That explanation made sense. There was no place in the One Piece world with more powerful figures than Mary Gosa. And if one wanted to insert a new identity there without raising suspicion, nothing was more suitable than that of a slave. Alright then, Cashin continued, leaning casually against the wall. Besides binding a substitute, what else can you do? Any kind of system shop, missions, power UPS. The system responded without hesitation. This system focuses solely on the substitute mechanism. No additional functions are currently available. Cashin clicked his tongue. No shop. No missions. No shortcuts. Still, it was better than nothing. Fine. Then what else do you have? The system answered. When compatibility between the host and a substitute reaches 30%, the card slot function will unlock. This function allows the host to generate ability cards based on the substitute, enabling temporary use of their power in combat. Cashin's eyes lit up. Then what's my compatibility with Imu? The system replied. Current compatibility with the first substitute, Imu, is 0%. Cashin's expression stiffened slightly. 0? Then how does compatibility even increase? The answer came quickly. Compatibility is determined by the emotional link strength from the substitute toward the host. Both positive emotions such as trust, dependence, or admiration, and negative emotions such as fear or obsession can increase compatibility. Stronger emotions lead to faster growth. Cashin understood immediately. Positive emotions meant building favor. Negative emotions meant domination, forcing fear and submission. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But in Imu's case, neither option sounded easy. Winning her favor felt unrealistic. Making her fear him was even more difficult. Sure, he could exploit their shared damage through self-harm, but pushing her too far would backfire. She might not be able to kill him, but she could easily imprison him and leave both of them stuck in a miserable stalemate. In other words, his greatest advantage was also his biggest limitation. Imu completely blocked his progress. After thinking for a while, Cashin gave up on the idea for now. He would deal with it later when he had more leverage. Pushing open the bathroom door, he walked into the main room and dropped onto a luxurious leather sofa. The softness made him exhale in satisfaction. Now this is how people are supposed to live. He turned his head toward Hancock. Hey, little maid, pour me a glass of wine. Hancock's expression darkened slightly, but she complied. She poured a glass of red wine and handed it to him without a word. Cashin took it casually, sipping as he gazed out at the night view of Mary Gosa. A faint, dangerous smile curled on his lips. Imu. The Gorosei. The Gods' Knights. The Celestial Dragons. With the strongest figure in the world as his substitute, what did he have to fear? In this place, he could do whatever he wanted. If anyone objected, they could ask Imu for permission first. And as for the future, naturally, he would live however he pleased. After all, not everyone gets the chance to stand behind the hidden ruler of the world. Cashin raised his glass slightly toward the window. To Imu, and to this ridiculous, entertaining world. In another palace not far away, Imu stood before a mirror. Her hand rested lightly on her stomach. Because of Cashin's earlier overeating, her body still felt uncomfortably bloated. Her eyes burned with restrained fury. She already had a feeling. This man named Cashin would become her greatest nightmare. Back in the room, Cashin sprawled lazily across the sofa, completely at ease. Hancock sat upright across from him, now dressed in a luxurious gown that had been prepared in haste. Her gaze remained sharp, filled with lingering caution and confusion. Cashin swirled the wine in his glass before glancing at her. Let me ask you something. How old are you? Hancock frowned slightly. A woman's age was not something she gave away easily, especially not to someone like him. But considering her current situation, and the fact that he had saved her and her sisters, she hesitated before answering quietly. 15. Cashin paused, then nodded slowly. 15, hi, his mind immediately began calculating timelines. The incident where Fisher Tiger stormed Mary Gosa and freed the slaves would happen in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. At that time, Hancock would be 16. Which meant it was currently the year 1506. 1 year remained. Several names surfaced in his mind. Koala. Guild Tesoro. Stella. All of them had once been slaves here. Back then, Tesoro would have been around 26, while Koala was just a child. As for Stella, she had already died years ago at the hands of the Celestial Dragons. Cashin clicked his tongue softly. A shame. Stella's death had been the turning point that drove Tesoro into madness. If she had lived, his entire future might have been different. But now, that chance was long gone. Patreon = F content source, webnovel.com Chapter 6-66 Walking Through the Slave Grounds 6, Walking Through the Slave Grounds 6, 6. Walking through the slave grounds. What is that? Boa Hancock noticed the subtle shift in Cashin's expression and asked without holding back. Her curiosity toward this man continued to grow. He had appeared out of nowhere, possessed strange abilities, and spoke as if he knew things he should not. Nothing. Cashin waved it off and drained the remaining wine in his glass. Just remembered a few old acquaintances and some past events. He paused briefly, then looked at her again. Oh right, do you know someone named Guild Tesoro? And a little girl called Koala, around 7 or 8 years old. At the mention of Tesoro's name, Hancock's eyes flickered slightly, clearly recalling something. Guild Tesoro. I know him. He is also a slave of the celestial dragons. He survives by pleasing them. Her tone grew colder. Compared to most slaves, his life is slightly better. But that's all he is, still nothing more than a plaything. There was a trace of disdain in her voice. Whether it was directed at Tesoro's way of survival or at the cruel system itself, even she might not have known. As for Koala, Hancock shook her head. I have never heard that name. There are too many slaves in Mary Gosa, especially children. New ones arrive constantly, and many don't last long. Her voice softened at the end, and sadness flashed across her eyes. The fact that she and her sisters were still alive was nothing short of luck. Cashin nodded, having confirmed what he needed. Tesoro was still here, still trapped in Mary Gosa, surviving through calculation and submission. As for Koala, either she had not been brought here yet, or she was held somewhere else. That means there's still time. A faint smile formed on Cashin's lips. I might as well do a good deed. In his mind, the plan was already forming. Tesoro would later become the Golden Emperor, a powerful but twisted figure shaped by trauma. If he could be taken out early, maybe his future would change. And Koala? She would grow into an important member of the Revolutionary Army, someone genuinely kind and resilient. Saving her was a worthwhile move. What are you planning? Hancock's eyes narrowed slightly. She had learned one thing already, nothing good followed that smile of his. Rescue mission. Cashin stood up and stretched lazily. I'm bored anyway, so I might as well find something interesting to do. He looked directly at her. Lead the way. Take me to where the slaves are kept. Hancock immediately refused. No. That area is extremely complex, and there are celestial dragons and guards everywhere. Going there carelessly is too dangerous. Even though she had seen his strange ability, she still felt uneasy. In this place, a slave's life meant nothing. One mistake could lead to torture or death. Cashin raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, looking down at her with a casual smile. Dangerous? With Imu around, what danger is there for me? He tilted his head slightly. Actually, you probably don't even know who Imu is. I'll tell you. Imu sits on the empty throne and rules over everything from the shadows. Hancock froze. That masked figure from earlier, was the true ruler of the world? The revelation shook her completely. Cashin casually patted his own arm. See this body? It's tough enough. Even if I get cut or beaten, I'm not the one feeling it. And if a celestial dragon dares to touch me, who do you think will suffer for it? Hancock fell silent. His logic was absurd, yet impossible to refute. With that strange connection, Cashin really could act without restraint. Still, using Imu as a shield so openly felt completely insane. Come on, little maid. Without waiting for agreement, Cashin grabbed her hand and started walking. Hancock reacted instantly, pulling her hand back as if burned. Her face flushed red with anger and embarrassment. What are you doing? Let go. She had always been proud. Aside from the humiliation of being captured, she had never been handled so casually by a man. Cashin only grinned. Relax. You're my maid right now, guiding me is part of the job. He added deliberately, besides, your hand is pretty soft. You shameless man. Hancock's eyes flared with anger, her entire body trembling. If looks could kill, he would already be full of holes. But she knew she could not deal with him. Suppressing her emotions, she walked ahead quickly, clearly putting distance between them. Cashin chuckled as he followed behind. So this was the future pirate empress at 15. Still immature, still emotional. Her arrogance was there, but underneath it, she was far from the untouchable woman she would become. As they stepped outside, several imposing figures stood guard at the door, members of the God's Knights. The moment they saw Cashin, they moved to stop him. Lord Cashin, where are you heading? Cashin answered casually. Take me to the slave quarters. I need to find someone. Hearing this, the tension in the knights eased. Understood. Please follow us. They immediately led the way. As they walked through Mary Gosa, they encountered many celestial dragons and officials. Seeing Cashin dressed in luxury and escorted by the gods' knights, none of them dared to act carelessly. Even without knowing his identity, the implication was obvious. Still, when their eyes landed on Hancock, many of them revealed greedy expressions. Desire and cruelty flickered openly in their gazes. Under normal circumstances, she would have been dragged away without hesitation. But with the gods' knights present, none dared to step forward. Hancock felt those disgusting stares and instinctively moved closer to Cashin. Even if she disliked him, he was the only barrier between her and them right now. Cashin noticed and smirked slightly. He slowed his pace to match hers and spoke in a low voice. Relax. As long as I'm here, no one's touching you. He added with a hint of amusement, if they try, I'll make sure Imma pays the price for it. Hancock stiffened. For a moment, she seriously considered whether standing next to him was actually safer. This man was completely unrestrained. And completely insane. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 7-77 Race Against Time 7, Race Against Time 7, Race Against Time The slave district of Mary Gosa was even worse than Cashin had imagined. The air in the dark, damp alleys was thick with a suffocating stench. Ragged slaves with hollow, lifeless eyes filled every corner. Their bodies were covered in scars, and they were herded forward by guards like walking corpses. From time to time, celestial dragons rode atop slaves, laughing without restraint as they lashed out with whips, striking anyone within reach for their own amusement. Screams rose and fell endlessly, blending into a nightmarish chorus. Cashin frowned. He had always known how cruel the celestial dragons were, but witnessing it firsthand still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Where is Guild Tesoro? He glanced at the members of the gods' knights beside him. One of them stepped forward immediately and replied, reporting to Lord Cashin, Guild Tesoro is skilled in handling gold. He has been assigned near the Celestial Dragon's treasury, responsible for cleaning and organizing gold artifacts. Cashin nodded. Take me there. Before long, they arrived at a comparatively cleaner area. Being close to the treasury, the security here was much tighter. A tall, thin man with sharp features stood nearby, dressed in relatively clean prison clothes. He kept his head lowered as he carefully wiped a golden statue. His movements were precise and practiced, as though the cold metal was the only thing anchoring his sanity. It was Guild Tesoro. At this point in time, he had not yet awakened his later abilities. Still, the faint gloom between his brows and the suppressed resilience in his expression were impossible to hide. Occasionally, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, revealing both intelligence and unwillingness to submit completely. Cashin called out, Hey, you! The one cleaning the gold! Come here! Tesoro stiffened at the voice. Slowly, he raised his head. His gaze landed on Cashin, then shifted to the gods' knights beside him, and finally stopped on Hancock. He recognized her. Among the slaves, the three sisters were well known, treated as valuable possessions by the celestial dragons. Rumors said they had even been fed devil fruits. But what shocked him most was that Hancock no longer wore a slave collar. Had she been freed? Tesoro's eyes flickered with confusion, but he quickly lowered his head again. The man before him was clearly no ordinary figure. His attire and bearing alone spoke of power. Tesoro dared not be careless. He set down his tools and approached with a respectful posture. May I ask, what are your orders? Cashin looked him over and nodded slightly. Your Guild Tesoro. Tesoro responded quickly, yes. Cashin's next question came without warning. Do you want to leave this place? Tesoro froze. He lifted his head, disbelief flashing across his face. But it faded just as quickly, replaced by a bitter smile. Sir, please don't joke with me. This is Mary Gosa. How could slaves like us possibly leave? Reality had long since crushed any unrealistic dreams he once had. After Stella's death, his only remaining goal was to grow stronger and wait for a chance at revenge. Even then, he knew the odds were slim. Escaping this place alive had never seemed possible. Cashin's tone remained calm. I'm not joking. I can let you leave Mary Gosa and give you your freedom. Tesoro went silent. He stared at Cashin, doubt filling his eyes. Even the gods' knights nearby were stunned. They could not understand what Cashin intended to do, but none of them dared to question him. Hancock also looked at Cashin in surprise. She had not expected him to actually come here to save someone. Why are you helping me? Tesoro asked, his voice trembling slightly. He did not believe in miracles. Cashin shrugged. Because I don't like the celestial dragons, and I don't mind you. He paused briefly before adding, and you seem useful. If I let you out, maybe you'll stir up some chaos. That sounds entertaining. Tesoro fell silent. The reasoning was strange, almost absurd, but none of that mattered. Freedom was right in front of him. After a long moment, he clenched his teeth and dropped to his knees. If you truly grant me freedom, I'm willing to serve you with everything I have. Dignity meant nothing compared to freedom. Cashin waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Just remember who got you out of here. If you make something of yourself someday, don't forget today. He turned to the god's knights. Remove his slave collar. Give him proper clothes. Prepare a ship and let him leave Mary Gosa. He can go wherever he wants. No one is to stop him. Also, give him a den mushi. Once he's safe, he reports back to me. The god's knights hesitated. Letting a slave go was no small matter. Cashin raised an eyebrow and stomped his foot lightly. Far away in the palace, Imu suddenly felt a sharp twinge in her ankle, nearly losing her balance. Do as he says. Her voice echoed, carrying both anger and a trace of restrained frustration. The god's knights immediately stiffened. They no longer dared to hesitate and quickly moved to unlock Tesoro's collar. The moment the cold metal fell to the ground, Tesoro felt something inside him break free. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was free. Truly free. He bowed deeply to Cashin 3 times. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Then he stood, looked at Cashin one last time, and followed the guards away. His steps were unsteady, but each one carried strength and hope. Cashin clapped his hands, clearly pleased. That's one. Next, we find Koala. He turned to the surrounding slaves. Does anyone know a little girl named Koala? Around 7 or 8 years old, orange hair, big eyes. The slaves exchanged glances. Most shook their heads blankly. Then a thin boy raised his hand hesitantly, his body trembling. I know her. She was in cell 3 with me yesterday. His voice faltered. But, she was taken away this morning by Saint Rosward. He said he was going to give her a bath. Cashin's expression changed instantly. A bath. He knew exactly what that meant. For celestial dragons, a bath could be anything. Boiling water, chemicals, or worse. Cashin's gaze darkened. Take me to him. Now. Hancock's face turned pale as realization struck her. I know where he lives, she said quickly. He likes torturing children. We have to hurry. Without hesitation, she grabbed Cashin's hand and pulled him forward. Her grip was tight, her breathing uneven. Cashin felt the cool softness of her hand in his. For a brief moment, something stirred in his chest, but he quickly pushed it aside and tightened his hold. Let's move. The god's knights rushed after them. Send power stones for bonus chapters, Patreon _____Zef content source, webnovel.com chapter 8-88 What a weak fellow 8, what a weak fellow 8, what a weak fellow outside St. Rosward's palace, the carved railings were still stained with fresh blood. Several slave-like figures curled up in corners, trembling uncontrollably. Fear hung thick in the air. The moment Cashin reached the entrance, a harsh, grating laugh echoed from inside, mixed with the cries of a young girl. Hancock froze for a split second. She knew that sound all too well. Cashin's gaze darkened. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and kicked the ornate door open. A loud bang rang out as the solid wooden door burst inward. Inside the palace, Saint Rosward stood there in his bubble helmet, whip in hand, grinning viciously at a wounded little girl curled up in the corner. Her hair was disheveled, her small face streaked with tears and terror. Koala. The girl Cashin had come for. Who is it? Saint Rosward turned in fury, his expression twisting when he saw Cashin and Hancock. Who are you people? How dare you barge into my palace? His gaze fell on Hancock, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Oh? Isn't this that snake girl slave? How did you get out? And you even brought an outsider. Men, seize them. The guards nearby hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. But before they could act, several members of the god's knights stepped out from behind Cashin. The guards froze instantly. Their legs nearly gave out when they saw the insignias. God's knights. The highest combat force among the celestial dragons. They were not even qualified to stand in their presence. Seize me. Cashin let out a cold laugh and walked forward step by step. To him, that ridiculous bubble helmet looked like nothing more than a fragile toy. You, what are you doing? I am a celestial dragon. A world noble. Saint Rosward instinctively took 2 steps back, panic creeping into his voice. Cashin did not bother replying. He stepped forward and swung his arm in one smooth motion, his entire body following through as he rotated slightly, releasing all his strength in a single strike. A clean, brutal slap. Slap. The sound exploded through the palace like thunder. The so-called protective bubble helmet shattered instantly, fragments scattering across the floor. Saint Rosward spun in place several times before collapsing to the ground. A bright red handprint appeared on his face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. For a moment, he could not even gather his thoughts. Cashin shook his hand casually. The force of the impact should have caused some recoil, but the moment it traveled up his arm, it disappeared completely. Far away, Imu absorbed it all. "Tisk cheap garbage." Cashin brushed his palm as if nothing had happened. In the depths of a distant palace, Imu was observing Cashin through a crystal sphere. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her right hand. It felt as though she had struck solid steel. Her arm tingled faintly. She looked down at her hand in silence. Even through the mask, her expression must have been terrible. She had seen weak people before. But never someone this ridiculous. How could a person feel recoil from slapping someone? Inside the palace, silence fell. Hancock covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. In all her years, she had never seen anyone dare to strike a celestial dragon, and certainly not like this. The members of the Gods' Knights also stood frozen. They might look down on certain useless celestial dragons, but witnessing something like this firsthand was still shocking. Saint Figarland Garling, standing at the front with a western sword at his side, felt his eyelid twitch slightly. His grip on the hilt tightened. He had lived for decades and seen countless battles, yet today still managed to surprise him. The long-haired female knight beside him leaned slightly closer, her expression carrying a trace of confusion, as if silently asking how to respond. You dared to hit me." Saint Rosward finally came to his senses. Clutching his swollen face, he screamed hysterically. "I'll kill you. I'll turn you into the lowest slave. I'll make you beg for death." Cashin dug his finger into his ear, looking bored. So loud. His attention shifted to Koala in the corner. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear. But she was still aware. Still human. If she had stayed here any longer, she would have become like the others, completely broken. Cashin's voice softened slightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to get you out." Koala blinked through her tears, staring at him. Then she glanced at the Gods' Knights behind him and spoke in a small voice. "Can you, really save me?" "Of course." Cashin gave a faint smile and pointed at Saint Rosward. "See that? Trash like him goes flying with one hit." As he spoke, he stepped forward and delivered a spinning kick to Saint Rosward, who was still shouting on the ground. The impact knocked several teeth loose instantly. Cashin felt nothing. Somewhere far away, Imu let out a low, muffled sound as pain shot through her leg. "Lord Imu!" The cautious voices of the 5 elders echoed below. "It's nothing." Her tone carried suppressed irritation. "Have the Gods' Knights keep a close watch on Cashin. Do not let him use force again." This situation was beyond absurd. He was the one attacking, yet the backlash kept transferring to her. After dealing with Saint Rosward, Cashin had Koala taken away by the Gods' Knights to receive treatment. With that settled, his mood improved noticeably. He took Hancock along and casually strolled through the streets of Mary Gosa. Behind him, several members of the Gods' Knights followed closely. The formation looked even more imposing than a celestial dragon's procession. Saint Figarland Garling walked at the front, his long sword and cape giving him a steady and commanding presence. Beside him, the long-haired female knight carried a spear, her striking appearance drawing subtle glances from passing attendants. Saint Figarland Shamrock idly played with the western sword at his waist, the blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. It was said that the weapon contained the power of a mythical Zoan, Cerberus, serving as the medium for his ability. Saint Rimos V. Alongnam wore a deep purple cloak, faint shadows shifting around him. Wherever his gaze passed, the atmosphere seemed to grow colder. He possessed the mythical Zoan dragon fruit, model Kirin, and could manipulate fear itself. Saint Shepherd Somas stood with his arms crossed, faint thorn-like patterns visible on his skin. His awakened thorn fruit allowed him to reflect damage onto anyone who struck him. Manmaya Gunka wore a gothic military uniform, the lower half of her face wrapped in bandages beneath her cap. Her arrow fruit granted her precise tracking abilities and aerial movement. Rumors even claimed she served as a vessel for Imu's consciousness. These 6 top fighters of the Gods' Knights now followed behind Cashin like personal guards. No matter how one looked at it, the scene felt completely out of place. The celestial dragons along the street stared in confusion. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 9-99 A Lawless Walk Through Mary Gosa 9, A lawless walk through Mary Gosa 9. A lawless walk through Mary Gosa. A bloated celestial dragon, his beer belly straining against his clothes and a bubble helmet covering his head, lounged lazily as he ordered a slave to fan him. The moment he noticed Cashin's group, especially the respectful attitude of the gods' knights toward Cashin, his expression darkened with displeasure. Hey! Who are you? Why are you walking around so arrogantly? The fat celestial dragon shouted in a haughty tone. Cashin had been in a good mood, but the interruption made him frown instantly. He stopped, turned toward the man, gave him a once-over, and clicked his tongue. You fat pig, looking like that, are you trying to leave the pen early? The celestial dragon's face twisted with fury. Who are you calling a fat pig? I am Saint Jan. You filthy commoner, how dare you insult me? Cashin stepped forward, tilting his head slightly as he looked at him. I'm talking about you. What are you going to do about it? What, not happy? Want to try me? Saint Jan trembled with rage and pointed at Cashin while shouting at the guards nearby. Seize him! I want him fed to the sharks. The guards were about to move when Shepherd Somas shot them a cold glare. It felt like a venomous snake had locked onto them. Their bodies stiffened instantly, and none of them dared to take another step. Offending someone from the Shepherd family was not something they could survive. What? No one dares to move. Cashin raised an eyebrow and walked straight up to Saint Jan, stopping right in front of him, separated only by the transparent bubble helmet. Still not satisfied? I'll slap you if you keep this up. He lifted his hand, mimicking the motion of his so-called invincible whirlwind slap. Saint Jan staggered backward in fear, his helmet trembling. Why you, don't come any closer. I am a celestial dragon. My uncle is, Cashin cut him off immediately. I don't care who your uncle is. In Mary Gosa, I'm the one in charge right now. Forget a nobody like you. Even if the 5 elders showed up, they would still have to answer to me. The moment those words left his mouth, even the gods' knights could not help but twitch slightly. Only this man would dare to say something like that so casually. Saint Figarland Garling coughed lightly, stepping forward as he spoke in a low voice. Lord Cashin, this is not a place to linger. It would be better to return soon. He was worried that if things escalated further, Lord Imma might end up suffering again. Cashin glanced at him. The old man appeared calm and steady. Was this really Shank's father? Still, he knew when to stop. Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't waste time on this pig. He reached out and tapped Saint Jan's bubble helmet lightly. Next time I see you acting arrogant, I'll rip that helmet off and toss you straight into the slave pens. Saint Jan nearly collapsed from fear as he watched Cashin walk away, not daring to utter another word. The surrounding celestial dragons were stunned, whispers spreading among them. Who is that kid? He's insanely bold. Didn't you see the gods' knights following him? He must be someone important. That's impossible. We are the highest nobles. How could anyone outrank us? Hancock walked beside Cashin, her emotions in turmoil. She had always believed celestial dragons were untouchable, the absolute rulers of the world. But now, seeing Cashin treat one like a toy while the gods' knights acted as his escorts, that belief began to crack. She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? Cashin let out a dismissive scoff. Do they dare? He stretched casually, his gaze sweeping across the luxurious yet rotten grandeur of Mary Gosa. A sense of superiority rose within him. With the gods' knights as his guards and Immu taking the blame, he could do whatever he wanted here. To hell with the celestial dragons and the world government. If anyone had a problem, they could try surviving his slap first. Come on, little maid. I'll take you somewhere good to eat. Cashin grabbed Hancock's hand and led her toward the gourmet district. My treat today. Order whatever you want. Someone else is paying anyway. Hancock's cheeks flushed slightly, but this time she did not pull her hand away. As she looked at Cashin's back, arrogant yet strangely reassuring. Behind them, the gods' knights followed silently, each lost in their own thoughts. Figarland Garling stared at Cashin's back, his expression thoughtful. There was a hint of the same wildness that once belonged to Rox, but the way this boy acted was far more absurd. A shadow of gloom flickered in Saint Limosif Giringham's eyes. Manmaya Gunka walked quietly, the corner of her lips hidden beneath bandages curving into an eerie smile. Through her, Imma perceived everything, a tangle of complicated emotions stirring within. Cashin, however, could not care less. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy this unfair advantage. As for the future, that was a problem for another day. Not everyone got to walk around Mary Gosa with the gods' knights as bodyguards and Immu taking the consequences. This was a massive win. Inside the flower room of the palace. Getting hurt just from the recoil of hitting someone, is this body made of paper? Imu shook her head lightly and walked toward a stone platform stacked with scrolls. She picked up a worn piece of parchment. It detailed the training methods for the 3 types of haki. Nearby were several booklets labeled basic physical techniques and secret methods for strengthening vital energy. With a light tap of her finger, the scrolls rolled themselves up and floated out of the palace. If you're this weak, then get stronger before causing more trouble. At the very least, don't let me suffer such ridiculous recoil next time you act. As for the celestial dragons Cashin had slapped, Imu did not care in the slightest. To her, they were no different from stones on the roadside. Cashin could beat them as much as he pleased, as long as it did not inconvenience her. After all, there was a vast difference between her status and theirs. Between herself getting hurt and the celestial dragons suffering, the choice was obvious. She would always let the celestial dragons take the pain. Patreon equals _Zef content source, webnovel.com chapter 10-10 The cheat-like training begins 10-10, the cheat-like training begins 10-10, the cheat-like training begins following Imu's command. Members of the Gods Knights soon arrived at Lord Cashin's luxurious residence, carrying a large collection of items. Alongside manuals detailing the 3 types of haki, there were numerous bottles and containers, including high-grade healing ointments and nutrient fluids that emitted a rich, fragrant aroma. There was even a full set of weight training equipment, polished to a smooth, jade-like finish. Lord Cashin, these were sent by Lord Imu. She said they are for your training. Saint Figarland Garling carefully placed the items down, doing his best to keep his tone steady. However, the hand gripping his sword hilt betrayed his inner turmoil. Lord Imu personally sending training resources? Even the 5 elders might not receive such treatment, let alone ordinary celestial dragons. At that moment, Cashin was sprawled lazily on the sofa, casually instructing Hancock to peel grapes for him. Koala sat on the carpet nearby, absorbed in a picture book. After being rescued and comforted by Cashin, her emotions had stabilized considerably. Hearing Garling's words, Cashin raised an eyebrow, sat up, and casually picked up a scroll detailing armament haki. Oh? That old hag Imu actually has some sense. Free food, free lodging, and now free training, is she treating me like a priority project? He flipped through a few pages, grasped the basics, and let out a chuckle. She couldn't be thinking I'm too weak, right? Is this because when I slapped that fat celestial dragon, the recoil made her hand numb? So now she wants me stronger, just so I don't hurt myself when hitting people. Hancock paused mid-motion, a faint, conflicted expression crossing her face. It was the first time she had heard someone speak so confidently about their own weakness. She glanced at Cashin, then at the ancient-looking scrolls, and spoke softly. These seem very valuable. I heard even marine admirals might not have access to such methods. Cashin tossed the scroll onto the table with a grin. Of course they are. It depends on who's backing you. Since Imu is being generous, I'll gladly accept. The 3 types of haki? I'll learn all of them. And swordsmanship too. Garling, you look decent with a blade, you'll teach me that as well. Saint Figarland Garling fell silent. He already had a bad feeling about where this was going. Cashin then pointed at Hancock and Koala. They're learning too. Little maid, you've got good physical potential, it would be a waste not to train. Koala, start early and no one will be able to bully you again. At the mention of that, Koala's eyes lit up. She dropped her book and ran over excitedly. Big brother Cashin, can I really learn? Can I beat bad people like you? Cashin ruffled her hair. Of course you can. With the Gods Knights teaching you personally, you'll be able to knock a celestial dragon flying with one punch someday. The Gods Knights fell into silence. For a moment, they genuinely considered resigning on the spot. Teaching Cashin alone already seemed like trouble, now there were 2 more. And Cashin himself, they doubted he could even endure basic physical training. Lord Cashin, training is not something to take lightly. Especially armament haki. It requires tempering the body and sharpening the will. The process is extremely demanding. Saint Shepherd Somas spoke up, trying to emphasize the difficulty. Even the most talented individuals need at least 1 or 2 years to grasp the basics. For others, 10 years is not uncommon. His meaning was clear, if Cashin was too incompetent, they could not afford to babysit him. Cashin waved dismissively. Demanding? Not for me. I'm the chosen one. I learn fast. He understood exactly how harsh training was for others. But for him, all the drawbacks were transferred to Imu. Fatigue, pain, muscle strain, all of it. Even if he trained non-stop, only the benefits would remain with him. The consequences belonged entirely to Imu. This was essentially training with complete immunity to backlash. Cashin stood up and stretched. Enough talking. Let's start. What first, physical training or haki? Saint Figarland Garling took a slow breath and decided to begin with the basics. We will start by improving your physique. Please follow me to the training room. The God's Knight's training room was vast, comparable to a small gym. It was fully equipped with various training tools, and the floor was made of a special, extremely durable alloy. Garling pointed to a set of weighted gear. Lord Cashin, begin with weighted running. This set weighs 30 caddies. Please adapt to it first. Cashin picked up a weighted wristband and tested its heft. Only 30? Who are you underestimating? Make it 100. Garling paused. He strongly suspected Cashin did not understand what adapt meant. But since Cashin insisted, he complied. With 100 caddies of weight, an ordinary person would struggle to even walk, let alone run. Cashin moved slightly and found it manageable. Heavy, yes, but not enough to stop him. He looked at Garling. How many laps? Garling nodded. 50 laps around the training room. Each lap was about 200 meters, making it 10,000 meters in total. For elite fighters, that was merely a warm-up. For someone like Cashin, it should have been overwhelming. Without hesitation, Cashin started running. The weight slowed his steps, but he felt no pain, not even the slightest strain. At the same time, inside the flower room of the palace, Imu was calmly sipping an unknown beverage. Suddenly, her legs became heavy, as if filled with lead. A deep soreness spread through her muscles. Imu set the cup down and glanced at her legs, which appeared completely normal on the surface. Her expression twitched slightly. How far had he run already, and she was feeling this level of exhaustion. With a casual motion, a gentle force spread through her body, instantly erasing the fatigue. With her abilities, this level of strain was insignificant. Run faster, you useless brat! Imu muttered under her breath, her tone laced with irritation. She genuinely wanted Cashin to grow stronger. If he improved, she would not have to endure these ridiculous side effects. In his current state, anyone could easily overpower him. If someone ever discovered that harming Cashin would affect her. And if he were captured again. Even with her overwhelming power, that weakness could become fatal. To Imu, Cashin had become her greatest vulnerability. And since he was a weakness, she would eliminate that flaw. The fastest solution was simple. Make him stronger, no matter what. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 11 to 11 1 month of brutal training 11 1 month of brutal training 11 1 month of brutal training inside the training hall, Cashin pushed himself harder with every step as he ran lap after lap. Instead of exhaustion, what he felt was a growing sense of ease. His body adapted at an abnormal rate, quickly adjusting to the increasing intensity. Rather than fatigue, a strange exhilaration filled him, the kind that came from constantly pushing past his limits. By the time he completed 50 laps, his breathing remained steady. His face showed no signs of strain, and his energy seemed even higher than when he had started. The members of the God's Knights watched in stunned silence. They could clearly tell how poor Cashin's original physical condition had been. At a glance, anyone could see he was far below even the average standard of the world. His stamina had been nothing short of pathetic. Yet now, he had just finished a 10,000-meter run while carrying a heavy load, and he looked completely unfazed. It was absurd. The shock didn't last long before realization set in. It had to be related to Imu. They remembered his ability to transfer damage. Now it seemed that it might not be limited to injuries alone. Fatigue, strain, and other negative effects could likely be redirected as well. Cashin stretched his arms and legs, feeling warmth spread through his body. His strength had clearly improved. Not bad. This actually feels pretty good. What's next? Figarland Garling suppressed his inner shock and pointed toward a wooden stake nearby. Strike the post. Basic fist training. Cashin nodded and walked over without hesitation. Under the guidance of the God's Knights, he began a series of physical training exercises. No matter what they assigned, he completed it effortlessly. His breathing never faltered, and his expression remained relaxed. If they told him to throw 1,000 punches, he threw 2,000. If they told him to hold a stance for an hour, he stayed there for 2. His logic was simple. Double the effort, double the results. After all, he wasn't the one paying the price. His condition always stayed at its peak, and there was no reason to hold back. Strength gained through training was his to keep, so hesitation had no place here. The God's Knights gathered together, watching him train like a machine. One of them muttered under his breath, clearly disturbed. This isn't training, he's treating Immo like a damaged sponge. Another added quietly, at this rate, he might develop armament haki sooner than expected. The long-haired female knight observed Cashin closely, a faint spark of excitement in her eyes. There was something unsettling yet fascinating about his relentless drive. Figarland Garling let out a tired sigh. The faster he learns, the sooner we're done here. Far away, in a palace hidden from sight, Immo stood before a crystalline wall. Bruises and wounds appeared on her body from time to time, only to vanish moments later. She watched calmly, her expression unreadable. A faint curve formed at the corner of her lips, so slight it was almost imperceptible. He's weak, but that persistence is interesting. Perhaps when he grows stronger, he will be worth watching. Back in the training hall, Cashin had no idea he had gained her attention. His thoughts were simple and direct. Train harder. Get stronger. Reach a level where a single punch could destroy an island. Over the next month, Cashin devoted himself entirely to training. Every day, he could feel his strength increasing. The steady and undeniable progress gave him a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. Even his behavior improved slightly. For an entire month, he stayed in the training hall and caused no trouble. That month of extreme training brought a complete transformation. Now, standing in the same hall, Cashin threw a punch. The wooden stake in front of him cracked, then shattered apart. He shook his wrist lightly, a grin spreading across his face. Yeah, I'm definitely getting stronger. He rolled his shoulders, feeling power surge through his body. All that effort had paid off. His once lean frame had developed clear muscle definition. His physique was now balanced and strong. Even his height had increased slightly. Although he had not yet awakened armament haki or observation haki, the improvement in his raw physical ability was undeniable. A month ago, lifting 100 pounds had been difficult. Now, several hundred pounds felt manageable. During this time, Tesoro had successfully established himself in the Grand Line and reported his safety. Marigold and Sandersonia had a longer journey to Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt, but after more than half a month, they also confirmed their safe return. With her sisters safe, Hancock's attitude toward Cashin softened further. She lowered her fist after training, a thin layer of sweat covering her forehead. Her fitted training clothes clung to her body, outlining her growing figure. She glanced at Cashin, who was clearly pleased with himself, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. It's just some improvement. There's no need to act so proud. Cashin turned toward her, his gaze openly assessing her with a teasing look. Strength is everything. You'll understand that sooner or later. He smirked slightly. And you've been eating well too. It shows. Hancock froze, then her face flushed instantly. You, what are you talking about? Cashin shrugged, completely unbothered. I'm saying the obvious. You were too thin before. Now you actually look healthy. Hancock's embarrassment deepened. She crossed her arms and took a step back, glaring at him. You're shameless. She was fully aware of the changes. Back when she was imprisoned, she barely had enough to eat. Now, with proper food and training, her body had naturally developed. But hearing it said out loud like that made it unbearable. Cashin stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly. Relax. It's not a bad thing. She turned her face away, her ears burning red. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to bring water to Koala. Without waiting for a response, she hurried off. Cashin watched her retreating figure and laughed. Teasing her had become one of his few forms of entertainment outside training. After a while, he stretched lazily. Training was great, but what was the point of getting stronger if he never used it? He rubbed his chin, a mischievous look appearing in his eyes. Maybe I should go out for a walk. He turned toward the door and called out. Garling, Somas, and you in the hood, come with me. Figarland Garling sighed. He already knew what this meant. Trouble. Shepherd Somas and the hooded man exchanged a glance before following. After a month, they had a clear understanding of Cashin's personality. He was reckless, unpredictable, and completely unconcerned with consequences. Letting him go out alone would only lead to chaos. At least if they followed, they might be able to keep things under control. Carrot underscore 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 carrot send power stones content source webnovel.com chapter 12 to 12 slapping Saint Mula 12 slapping Saint Mula 12 slapping Saint Mula. As soon as the group stepped out of the training area, they ran into a group of arrogant celestial dragons. Leading them was a fat, greasy man wearing a bubble helmet, while several slaves struggled to carry a massive golden statue behind him. The statue was clearly modeled after himself. Move aside. All of you, get out of the way. If you delay Saint Mula's procession, I'll have you fed to the Sea Kings. One of his followers shouted arrogantly, lashing out with a whip at nearby slaves who failed to move fast enough. Cashin had already been looking for something to vent his energy on. The moment he saw this scene, his interest spiked. He stepped forward and blocked the road, crossing his arms as he stared at Saint Mula with a faint smirk. The follower immediately pointed at him and snapped. What are you supposed to be? How dare you block Saint Mula's path? Saint Mula stopped and looked Cashin up and down through his bubble helmet. When he noticed the god's knights standing behind Cashin, his brows furrowed slightly. Even so, he relied on his status and spoke with undisguised arrogance. I am Saint Mulu. Whose brat are you? Don't you know the rules here? Cashin casually dug at his ear, his tone completely indifferent. Saint Mulu? Never heard of you. He glanced at the man's bloated figure and let out a short laugh. But with that body, you're on the same level as Saint Rosward. Both of you look like pigs that start wheezing after a few steps. Saint Mula's face twisted with rage, the fat on his body trembling. You're asking to die. How dare you insult me? Guards, seize him. I want him crushed under that statue. The guards moved forward instinctively, but Shepherd Somas shot them a cold look. The thorn pattern on his body flickered faintly. A chill ran through the guards' spines, and they immediately pulled back. No one wanted to offend the Shepherd family. What, no one dares to move? Cashin stepped closer, until he was almost face to face with Saint Mulu. I just called you a fat pig. Got a problem with that? Saint Mulu stumbled backward, trying to maintain his composure. Do you know who I am? My uncle is, Cashin cut him off without hesitation. I don't care if your uncle runs the world. A dangerous grin spread across his face. If you don't like it, then take this. He raised his hand, flexed his fingers, and swung it forward. A sharp, explosive sound rang out. The slap echoed through the street. Saint Mula's bubble helmet shattered instantly. His entire body spun through the air before crashing into the golden statue behind him. The impact made the statue tremble. He collapsed onto the ground, half his face swollen beyond recognition, completely unable to stand. Cashin shook his hand lightly. This feels way better than before. He nodded to himself, clearly satisfied. Getting stronger meant he could hit people without worrying about hurting himself. That alone made training worth it. Inside the palace, Immu sat lazily, flipping through reports submitted by the 5 elders. A faint sensation passed through her palm. It was so light that it almost went unnoticed. She paused, then glanced at the scene through the crystal display. A faint smile appeared on her lips. So this is the result of his training. Her voice carried a hint of satisfaction. At least now I don't have to feel the impact every time he decides to hit someone. As for Saint Mulu, she didn't care in the slightest. To her, celestial dragons like him were expendable. If he got hit, it only meant he had the misfortune of running into Cashin. Back on the street, Cashin was in a great mood. He walked forward casually, even whistling as he went. The celestial dragons who saw him quickly stepped aside, fear written all over their faces. No one wanted to become his next target. Cashin didn't bother chasing those who avoided him. But if anyone dared to speak up or complain, he would walk over and slap them without hesitation. One strike was enough to leave them dazed and silent. The god's knights followed behind him, silently cleaning up the situation. Their job was simple. Drag the unconscious celestial dragons aside so they didn't block the road. Figarland Garling watched all of this with a quiet sigh. Cashin's growth was obvious. Not just physically, but in presence as well. That reckless, fearless attitude of his had only become stronger. It felt natural, as if he had always been like this. Cashin suddenly stopped and turned toward him. Garling, how long do you think before I can punch down a house? Garling remained silent. Answering that question felt like inviting trouble. Houses in Mary Gosa belonged to the celestial dragons. If Cashin actually tried it, the consequences would be a mess. Behind them, Hancock glanced at the celestial dragons lying on the ground and rubbed her forehead. He was causing trouble again. Cashin reached out and ruffled Koala's hair, then looked at Hancock with a teasing grin. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? I sent that fat pig flying with one slap. Hancock rolled her eyes. You're only picking on the weak. Cashin shrugged. That still takes skill. And once I get stronger, I'll start picking on people who aren't weak. He was already making plans. Once he mastered armament haki, he would test himself against the 5 elders. Bros being too overconfident ADP, if he could beat them one day, then he could head out to sea and do whatever he wanted. Hancock looked at his smug expression, yet felt a strange sense of reassurance. As long as Cashin was around, no one would dare bully her or Koala. Even if he was crude and constantly teasing her, he wasn't someone she found unbearable. The setting sun cast long shadows across the streets of Mary Gosa. Cashin walked ahead, completely at ease, while the gods' knights followed behind with quiet resignation. The celestial dragons he had beaten were either lying on the ground groaning or running back to complain. Yet none of them dared to truly retaliate. Everyone knew he was protected by the gods' knights. He was untouchable. Gradually, an unspoken rule spread throughout Mary Gosa. If you saw the black-haired man followed by the gods' knights who liked to slap people, run immediately. The farther, the better. Cashin was very satisfied with this outcome. This was how life should be. Free, unrestricted, doing whatever he wanted without worrying about consequences. As for the future, he didn't care. Enjoy the present first. With Imu taking the backlash and the gods' knights acting as his shield, he could walk through Mary Gosa without fear. He waved his hand casually. Let's go. Time to eat. I want a whole roasted bowl tonight. With that, he walked off with Koala and Hancock. Behind them, only the groans of fallen celestial dragons and the silent frustration of the gods' knights remained. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 13-13 Another boring day. 13 Another boring day. 13 Another boring day. The morning sunlight streamed through the tall, ornate windows, casting a warm glow across Cashin's face as he lay sprawled across the bed. He smacked his lips and turned over, nearly kicking Koala off the bed as she slept curled up beside him. Ever since she had been rescued, Koala had grown extremely attached to him. She always insisted that Cashin's bed was softer than hers, and every night she found her way into his room. Brother, is it morning already? Koala rubbed her sleepy eyes and pressed her head lightly against Cashin's arm, clinging to him like a small kitten. Not yet. Go back to sleep. Without opening his eyes, Cashin pulled her closer. The door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Hancock stood at the entrance, holding a tray. The moment she saw the scene on the bed, her face flushed bright red, and the tray in her hands nearly slipped. Cashin! You are shameless! Sleeping with Koala like this, she was so flustered she could not even finish her sentence. Cashin slowly opened his eyes, clearly annoyed. Why are you yelling so early? Can't you see we're sleeping? Hancock stomped over and slammed the tray onto the nightstand, making the fried eggs wobble. Who said you could sleep in the same bed as Koala? Get up! It's time for morning training. Koala sat up groggily. When she saw Hancock's angry expression, she shrank back slightly and spoke in a small voice. Sister Hancock, I was the one who wanted to sleep here. Brother's arm is warm. Hancock froze. Looking into Koala's innocent eyes, she swallowed whatever she wanted to say. In the end, she could only glare at Cashin. Hurry up! If you don't get up now, your breakfast will get cold. Cashin sat up lazily and stretched, letting out a long yawn that revealed his well-defined chest. After continuous training, his physique had become noticeably more toned. What's the rush? It's not like we're being chased. He glanced at Hancock and noticed her eyes quickly shifting away. A faint smirk formed on his lips. What's wrong? Staring like that? Are you realizing your master is getting more handsome? Shameless. Hancock's face turned even redder as she spun around and walked out. I'll be waiting in the training room. Don't be late, or you'll regret it. Watching her almost flee, Cashin chuckled. Koala followed with a soft giggle. Brother, you're bullying Sister Hancock again. Cashin tapped her lightly on the nose. You wouldn't understand. That's called flirting. Now get up. Wash up, then we'll eat. Okay. Koala nodded eagerly, her face lighting up. Breakfast was as lavish as ever. Golden toast, soft fried eggs, steaks, crispy bacon, fresh fruits, and steaming meat broth filled the table. Cashin ate without restraint, quickly clearing plate after plate. Koala ate more carefully, taking small bites while occasionally glancing at him, her eyes filled with quiet dependence. After breakfast, the three headed to the training room. The members of the gods' knights were already there, standing in place with calm expressions. They had clearly grown used to being pushed to their limits by Cashin. After an entire morning of training, Cashin still looked completely unfazed. Hancock was drenched in sweat, Koala's cheeks were flushed, and even the gods' knights let out quiet sighs of relief. At least today, Cashin had not caused any extra trouble. All right, break time. Cashin dropped onto the ground and waved casually at Hancock. Water. Hancock shot him an annoyed look but still handed over the flask. Can't you get it yourself? Cashin took it and drank deeply before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Why would I, when you're here? Hancock clicked her tongue but said nothing more. Cashin leaned back slightly. Nothing to do this afternoon. Let's go out for a walk. The gods' knights fell silent. They already knew what that meant. Sure enough, that afternoon, Cashin dragged Hancock and Koala out. Garling, Soma's saint, and the long-haired female knight followed behind, clearly resigned. Cashin walked through the streets of Mary Gosa with a relaxed stride. He called it a walk, but he was clearly looking for trouble. His target was simple, celestial dragons abusing slaves. He knew he could not overturn the entire system of Mary Gosa. But anything that happened in front of him was a different matter. If they bullied slaves, he would bully them right back. It was only fair. Not long after, a commotion caught his attention. A tall, thin celestial dragon was kicking an elderly slave who was kneeling on the ground. The old man clutched a broken bowl, the thin porridge inside already spilled across the floor. Useless trash! You can't even hold a bowl properly. The celestial dragon raised his foot again. Stop! Cashin's voice cut through the scene as he walked forward. The celestial dragon turned and frowned when he saw Cashin's group, though he still tried to maintain his arrogance. Who are you? How dare you interfere? I don't care who you are. Cashin stepped forward and slapped him across the face without hesitation. The sound echoed sharply. The celestial dragon staggered, clutching his cheek in disbelief. You hit me. Cashin rolled his wrist casually. So what if I did? Bullying an old man, that's your idea of power? Try me instead. You're asking to die. Enraged, the celestial dragon drew his sword and swung at him. Cashin sidestepped easily and responded with another slap, this one even harder. The man spun in place several times before collapsing, his sword flying out of his hand. Cashin stepped forward and kicked him down. With skills like this, you still act like you're untouchable. If I see you abusing slaves again, I'll break your legs. The celestial dragon lay there, face twisted in pain, not daring to speak. Cashin ignored him and helped the old slave to his feet, handing him a piece of bread. Thank you, my lord, the old man trembled as tears streamed down his face, bowing repeatedly. Cashin frowned slightly and helped him straighten up. Stand properly. Don't let them push you around so easily. He glanced at the surrounding slaves who had gathered. And that goes for all of you. If any celestial dragon gives you trouble again, say my name. I'm Cashin. The slaves looked at one another, stunned. In Mary Gosa, someone was actually telling them to use his name against celestial dragons. Of course, Cashin was not doing this out of kindness alone. He was testing limits. Testing how far Imu would allow him to go. Behind him, Hancock watched quietly, her thoughts shifting. She had always seen Cashin as nothing more than a reckless troublemaker. But this was different. Koala tugged gently at his sleeve. Brother, you're amazing. Cashin smirked. Obviously. Look at who I am. He turned back to the celestial dragon still lying on the ground. Why are you still here? Waiting for another beating. The man scrambled up immediately and fled in panic, not daring to look back. If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/F Content Source, webnovel.com Chapter 14 to 14 Breaking into Celestial Dragon Mansions 14 Breaking into Celestial Dragon Mansions 14 Breaking into Celestial Dragon Mansions. Cashin continued forward with his group, moving through the streets of Mary Gosa. Along the way, they encountered several more celestial dragons abusing slaves. Without exception, every single one of them was dealt with by Cashin. The luckier ones received only a few sharp slaps. The unlucky ones were beaten until their faces were swollen, crying out in pain and panic. One celestial dragon, relying on his family's influence, shouted angrily, "You dare hit me? My grandfather won't let you get away with this." Cashin did not even bother replying. He simply kicked him straight into a nearby filthy ditch. Then go call your grandfather. I'd like to see if he can handle my slap too. The celestial dragon splashed around in the foul water, screaming in fury, yet not a single person dared to help him. The gods' knights were standing right there. Slowly, Cashin's name began to spread among the slaves of Mary Gosa. They did not know where he came from. They only knew that there was a black-haired young man, followed by powerful knights, who specifically targeted celestial dragons that abused slaves. At the same time, among the celestial dragons, Cashin gained a completely different reputation. He was called the Plague of Mary Gosa and the Bane of Celestial Dragons. Whenever they saw him, they avoided him as if their lives depended on it. Still, a few unwilling celestial dragons secretly gathered to discuss how to deal with him. Unfortunately for them, the moment they finished their discussion, Cashin found them. Well, if it isn't Saint Mulu. And you, Rosward, I remember slapping you last time. Cashin folded his arms, looking at them with a faint smile. What are you all doing gathered like this? The moment Saint Mulu and Rosward saw him, their legs nearly gave out. The other celestial dragons behind them lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Saint Mulu forced out a shaky reply, and nothing, just talking. Cashin raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. Talking about how to get revenge on me. He leaned forward slightly, his expression calm but provocative. If you're not satisfied, come on. Do something about it. He tilted his head slightly. Go ahead, take a swing. I'll even let you continue bullying slaves afterward. Sounds fair, right? The group instinctively backed away. No one dared to move. They all knew exactly what kind of person Cashin was. A man who could casually command the gods' knights was not someone they could provoke. Cashin clicked his tongue. Too scared. He cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and deliberate. If I see any of you abusing slaves again, next time won't end with just a slap. Why yes, we understand. The celestial dragons scattered immediately, fleeing in panic. Cashin watched them run and let out a short laugh. Now that's better. Hancock glanced at him from the side. Aren't you worried they'll report this to their families? Cashin shrugged. Let them. Imu isn't going to bother with something this minor. And even if she does, she won't punish me over a few useless celestial dragons. Hancock fell silent. She felt his confidence in Imu might be misplaced. Inside the distant palace, Imu had already witnessed everything. She watched Cashin chase down celestial dragons like a street thug, completely disregarding their status. When he told them to come at him, her expression shifted slightly. This brat is getting more reckless. She leaned back on her throne, fingers lightly tapping against the armrest. There was no anger in her gaze. Only faint amusement. But it does make things more interesting. She had never cared about slaves. As for those celestial dragons, most of them were worthless. If Cashin wanted to vent his energy on them, she had no intention of stopping him. As long as he did not cross a certain line, she was willing to tolerate it. As the sun began to set, Cashin led Hancock and Koala back. The gods' knights followed behind them, visibly exhausted. Today's outing had been quite eventful. Several celestial dragons had been beaten, and more than a dozen slaves had been saved. Cashin stretched his arms. Not bad. Productive day. He glanced ahead casually. We'll continue tomorrow. I want to see if every celestial dragon here still dares to act arrogant after I'm done. The gods' knights remained silent. At this point, they were starting to feel less like elite guards and more like his personal enforcers. Hancock looked at Cashin's face, illuminated by the fading sunlight. Her expression softened slightly. This troublemaker who constantly teased her and caused chaos did not seem as unbearable as before. At the very least, he brought something different into this suffocating place. Koala tugged at his hand gently. Brother Cashin, I want to go with you again tomorrow. Cashin rubbed her head. Sure. Get stronger first, then you can help. Koala nodded enthusiastically. The group gradually disappeared into the distance. Behind them, the rescued slaves remained where they were, silently watching, their expressions filled with quiet gratitude. Even so, Cashin understood one thing. Patrolling the streets could only help a limited number of slaves. Through repeated testing, he had already figured out Imu's limits. Beating celestial dragons was allowed. Killing them was not. Once, when he tried to go too far, Garling immediately stopped him. As long as no one died, the gods' knights would not interfere. Now that he understood the boundary, his approach began to change. Simply reacting was no longer enough. He decided to take initiative. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered over the golden streets of Mary Gosa. Yet inside certain mansions, darkness still lingered. Bang, bang, bang. Loud knocking shattered the quiet. Open up. Inspection. Inside the mansion, a bloated celestial dragon was overseeing slaves as they polished a golden toilet. The sudden noise made him flinch. Who is it? For some reason, the voice outside sounded very familiar. Stop wasting time. Open the door, or I'll break it down. The tone carried absolute confidence. The celestial dragon's face turned pale. Quick! Hide them! All of them, now! He waved frantically at the guards. Send them to the cellar. The guards scrambled into action, rushing the slaves toward the cellar in panic. One of them moved too slowly. The celestial dragon kicked him violently, his face twisted with fear and anger. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 15 to 15:15 Surprise Inspection 15:15 Surprise Inspection 15:15 Surprise Inspection. The celestial dragon had just hidden the slaves when the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Cashin walked in with a relaxed swagger, followed by several members of the God's Knights. "Oh, Saint Charles, what a coincidence! You're home." Cashin glanced around with a faint smile, his eyes sweeping across the room like a scanner. "I heard things were quite lively here just now. What exactly are you hiding?" A stiff, awkward smile spread across Saint Charles's face. "And nothing is hidden. Lord Cashin, what brings you here?" "Just passing by. Thought I would do a quick inspection." Cashin strolled over to a gleaming golden toilet and tapped it lightly with his finger. "Not bad. Even your toilet is made of gold. You really know how to live." He paused, then turned his gaze back. "But where are your slaves?" Saint Charles's eyes shifted nervously. "The slaves, they have all gone out to work." "Yes, they are working." "Is that so?" Cashin raised an eyebrow, then suddenly raised his voice. "Everyone in the cellar, come out right now. Otherwise, I will have the God's Knights tear this place apart." The slaves hidden below froze in fear, exchanging uneasy glances. Saint Charles's face turned pale. "Lord Cashin, do not listen to nonsense, there is no one inside." Before he could finish, the cellar door was kicked open by Saint Somas. The hidden slaves were exposed, each one trembling with fear. Cashin looked at Saint Charles with a half-smile. "You call this going out to work? Why were you hiding them? Planning to beat them again?" "I did not. I did not." Saint Charles waved his hands frantically, his legs trembling. Cashin walked over to a shivering slave. When he saw the whip marks on the man's arm, his expression turned cold. "You did not? Then explain this." Saint Charles opened his mouth, but no words came out. Cashin flexed his wrist and stepped closer. "It seems you will not remember unless I teach you properly." Terrified, Saint Charles dropped to his knees, clutching Cashin's leg. "Lord Cashin, please show mercy. I will not do it again. I was wrong, truly wrong." Cashin let out a cold laugh. "Now you admit it?" "Too late." He kicked Saint Charles hard, sending him crashing into the wall. Pointing at him, Cashin spoke with clear disdain. "If I catch you hiding or beating slaves again, I will carve the fat off your body and feed it to dogs." Saint Charles lay on the ground in pain, tears streaming down his face, not even daring to groan. He nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, I understand. It will not happen again." Cashin finally nodded, then turned to the slaves. "If he dares to bully you again, report my name or go to the God's Knights. Do you understand?" The slaves froze for a moment, then nodded quickly. "We understand. Thank you, Lord Cashin. Let's go." Cashin waved his hand and left with his men, leaving behind a ruined room and a shaken Saint Charles. These surprise inspections had become routine in Mary Gosa. Cashin was like a ticking bomb. No one knew when he would show up or whose door he would kick open next. As long as he caught someone abusing slaves, a beating was guaranteed. Over time, the celestial dragons of Mary Gosa were driven nearly insane. In the past, walking around with slaves was a symbol of status. Now, they avoided even being seen with one. Whenever they spotted Cashin, they would take a detour immediately, afraid he might misunderstand and beat them on the spot. Those who used to abuse slaves in secret had also restrained themselves. They began feeding slaves properly and giving them clean clothes. Not out of kindness, but out of fear. Under Cashin's brutal methods, the atmosphere in Mary Gosa improved. The slaves were still not free, but they no longer lived in constant fear of being beaten or humiliated. Their living conditions improved drastically. In private, many slaves quietly prayed for Cashin every day, hoping he would live long. Among the celestial dragons, a saying began to spread, "Better to provoke the Gorosei than to provoke Lord Cashin." The Gorosei might be terrifying, but they could still be reasoned with, at least from the perspective of the celestial dragons. Cashin, on the other hand, did whatever he wanted. If he disliked you, he would beat you. With the God's Knights backing him, no one could do anything about it. Even the highest-ranking celestial dragons had to act cautiously around him. This was exactly what Cashin wanted. Fear made everything easier. As long as they were scared of him, dealing with them later would be simple. After all, these people had plenty of valuable things. In Cashin's eyes, the celestial dragons were nothing more than walking berries reserves. Whenever he needed money or resources, he could simply take a walk through Mary Gosa. They would hand things over willingly. At that moment, Cashin was lying comfortably on a lounge chair in his courtyard. Boa Hancock stood beside him, fanning him with visible annoyance, while Koala peeled grapes nearby. Cashin spoke lazily. Little maid, do you not think I have done something great? Look at how peaceful Mary Gosa has become. Hancock rolled her eyes and fanned harder. Only you would call beating celestial dragons a noble act. Cashin shrugged. This is called acting on behalf of justice. Koala fed him a grape and asked curiously, Brother Cashin, why are the celestial dragons so afraid of you? Even the gods' knights listen to you. Cashin flicked her forehead lightly. Because I am just that impressive. Inwardly, he thought of Imu. That woman was the real reason. Recently, Imu had tried everything to get rid of the strange connection between them. She attempted isolation methods, but the fatigue from Cashin's training still reached her. She even ordered the Gorosei to find a paramecia ability that could sever connections, but it failed. At one point, she fled to a deserted island far from Mary Gosa. It changed nothing. No matter the distance or method, the connection remained. Eventually, Imu gave up resisting. Strangely, she even began to find it somewhat interesting. At that moment, she was watching Cashin through a crystal projection. As she observed him being chased around the courtyard by Hancock, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Interesting man. She spoke, a trace of amusement in her voice. Back in the courtyard, Cashin finally sat down after dodging Hancock's attacks. He looked toward the horizon, where the sun was beginning to set. Do you want to go back to Amazon Lily? Hancock froze and turned to him. Her voice trembled slightly. Are you serious? Cashin nodded. Of course. Once I fully master Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, we will leave Mary Gosa and head out to sea. Cool, right? Hancock stared at him, her expression softening slightly. I do not particularly care to go with you. But the slight redness at the tips of her ears betrayed her. Koala leaned forward eagerly. Brother Cashin, I want to go too. I want to stay with you and Sister Hancock. Cashin ruffled her hair, clearly pleased. Then it is settled. The three of us will go together. The setting sun stretched their shadows across the ground, forming a calm and warm scene. Not far away, the members of the Gods' Knights watched in silence. Deep down, they all shared the same thought. They hoped Cashin would leave soon. Life as his enforcers was exhausting. Far away, Imu watched the scene quietly. Her eyes flickered before she slowly closed them. Perhaps this was not so bad. After countless empty years, there was finally something different. Even if that something was a troublesome man who caused chaos, mocked nobles, and beat celestial dragons without hesitation. Look up _F on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 16 to 16:16 Cashin awakens Conqueror's Haki 16:16 Cashin awakens Conqueror's Haki 16:16 Cashin awakens Conqueror's Haki February 15th, Marine Era 1507. The moonlight of Mary Gosa filtered through the dome of the training ground, illuminating Cashin's clenched fists. Those fists were coated in dense black armament haki. As his knuckles cut through the air, a sharp whistling sound followed before they slammed heavily into a specially reinforced alloy pillar. A loud bang echoed. A deep imprint formed instantly on the pillar. Whew! Cashin let out a slow breath and rolled his shoulders. Feeling the power surging through his body, a faint smile appeared on his face. It had been nearly a year since he arrived in this world. A year was not particularly long, but it was enough to completely change him. With the advantage of being linked to Imu, his training intensity far exceeded that of any normal person. Every session pushed his body past its limits. An ordinary person would collapse within minutes under such strain, possibly suffering lasting damage. Cashin did not have that problem. Fatigue, pain, internal strain, all of it was transferred away from him. He could train continuously for days without rest. As long as Imu endured it, he would remain unaffected. Exhaustion, Imu felt it. Injuries, Imu bore them. And with her terrifying recovery ability, those effects rarely lasted. Often, by the time the strain reached her, she had already recovered. At some point, she stopped reacting to it altogether. Minor effects no longer even made her frown. If anything, the absence of them felt unusual. Under this absurd condition, Cashin's progress became overwhelming. Within a single year, he had fully awakened armament haki, capable of both hardening and flow. His observation haki had also awakened, allowing him to sense intent and react ahead of attacks. Even Conqueror's haki had surfaced. That moment had been ridiculous. 3 days earlier, the Gorosei visited him, attempting to persuade him to stop beating celestial dragons, claiming it disrupted order. Cashin had no patience for that. He slammed the table and snapped, "Who do you think you are? You think you can control me?" The moment he spoke, an invisible pressure exploded outward. Every glass object in the room shattered instantly. Even Cashin paused in surprise. Later, members of the Gods' Knights explained what had happened. Conqueror's haki was the manifestation of overwhelming will and presence. And in Mary Gosa, few could match Cashin in that regard. He beat celestial dragons without hesitation, treated the Gods' Knights like subordinates, and spoke to the Gorosei without fear. That level of defiance made his awakening inevitable. "What are you thinking about?" A gentle voice sounded behind him. Boa Hancock walked in, holding a cup of hot milk. Her training outfit highlighted her now more refined figure. Over the past year, with proper care, she had grown noticeably. The innocence she once had was still there, but now it was layered with quiet maturity. "I was thinking about when I will leave this place and see the world." Cashin turned and took the cup from her. His fingers brushed against hers briefly. Hancock's cheeks reddened slightly, but she did not pull away. Their relationship had changed over time. What began as teasing turned into familiarity. Training together, arguing, small moments like this, all of it built something unspoken. She no longer reacted the way she used to. "Who said I want to go anywhere with you?" She turned her face aside, her voice soft despite the words. "Koala is waiting. She wants her story." Cashin smiled and lightly tapped her head. "I know." Hancock brushed his hand away, though her expression softened. Back in the room, Koala sat on the bed hugging a pillow, waiting. "Brother Cashin, what story today?" Cashin lay down beside her. "Today, I will tell you about a loud kid who wants to become the strongest." He casually retold the story of Naruto, adapting it as he went. Koala listened intently before eventually falling asleep against his arm. Late at night, beyond the walls of Mary Gosa, a figure moved silently through the darkness. Fisher Tiger. With sharp teeth and red skin, the master of fishman karate had climbed the red line alone. His goal was simple, to free the slaves taken to Mary Gosa. He had prepared himself for the worst. He expected screams, chains, and cruelty everywhere. But what he found left him confused. The streets were quiet. There were guards, but no slaves in chains wandering openly. The cages that once held them were empty, covered in dust. Tiger moved through several celestial dragon residences. The slaves still wore collars, but they were clean, properly dressed. Their expressions lacked hope, but also lacked the terror he expected. Something was off. In one instance, he even saw a celestial dragon bump into a slave and mutter an apology. Tiger froze. For a moment, he questioned his own senses. Had he made a mistake? Had he come to the wrong place? He continued investigating, moving deeper into Mary Gosa. The result remained the same. The slaves were still enslaved, but they were no longer openly abused. It felt as if something was suppressing the celestial dragons. Tiger leaned against a wall, his thoughts in turmoil. This was not the hell he imagined. He had come prepared to fight, even to die. But now, doubt crept into his mind. Could things change without bloodshed? The thought surfaced, but he quickly suppressed it. No. The nature of the celestial dragons would not change. Even if conditions had improved, the slaves were still not free. They were still bound. Freedom was something they deserved. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 17 to 17:17 Calculated inaction 17:17 Calculated inaction 17:17 Calculated inaction. In the end, Fisher Tiger chose to act. He understood the cost. The path to escape would be soaked in blood, and many would not make it out alive. Still, when weighed against freedom, life itself became secondary. He moved swiftly through the lavish halls of Mary Gosa, his massive frame weaving between towering mansions and ornate structures. Soon, flames began to rise, spreading rapidly across the Holy Land. The night sky turned red. Smoke billowed upward, thick and suffocating, while screams and explosions echoed through the city. The operation to liberate the slaves had begun. Even though their conditions had improved in recent times, the collars around their necks remained, and the brand of the celestial dragons was still burned into their flesh. Tiger knew the truth. That fragile peace was an illusion. Only complete escape meant freedom. Burn it all down. His roar cut through the chaos as he surged forward. With fishman karate, every strike carried devastating force, collapsing walls and clearing paths. Flames followed in his wake, consuming everything and dragging this so-called Holy Land into ruin. Amid the destruction, slaves began pouring out of their quarters. There were no chains binding them, no cages locking them in place. A simple door stood between them and freedom. That alone was because of Cashin. Over the past year, his so-called inspections had terrified the celestial dragons. None of them dared openly abuse slaves anymore, let alone keep them chained. Ironically, his presence had made tonight's escape possible. Follow me. Tiger crushed the guards blocking their path and pointed toward the edge of the red line. Jump from there. Follow the ocean current and you can reach Sabayati archipelago. The slaves hesitated. In front of them stood a fishman leading them toward freedom. Behind them, fire and death closed in. The hesitation lasted only a moment. In this world, nothing outweighed freedom. One after another, they ran and leapt into the raging current below, allowing the sea to carry them toward an uncertain future. Tiger watched silently as his fellow fishmen and others disappeared into the waters, his expression unwavering. Inside a luxurious mansion, Cashin sat comfortably by a window, idly turning a crystal-clear fruit in his hand. It was a gift from a celestial dragon who hoped to avoid being beaten again. The swamp fruit. Cashin had little interest in it. His system abilities had not fully unlocked yet, but once they did, he could rely on far more versatile powers. Compared to that, devil fruits came with too many drawbacks. He glanced at the distant flames and smirked. Right on schedule. Tiger's actions had been predictable. Even if the situation in Mary Gosa had improved slightly, it changed nothing at the core. Slaves were still slaves, and people in this world would always chase freedom. Brother Cashin, it's really loud outside. Koala clung to his arm, her face pale as the glow of fire flickered across it. Relax, I'm here. He casually patted her head, then looked toward Hancock. Close the doors and windows. Don't let sparks get in. Hancock nodded quickly and secured the room, shutting out the chaos. When she returned, she hesitated before asking, aren't we going to help? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Help? Help them escape? You think that solves anything? He leaned back, voice calm and matter of fact. Even if they all get out today, the world government will hunt them down. Most will die. And even if, somehow, they all get away, he glanced at her. Do you think Mary Gosa would suddenly stop using slaves? Hancock fell silent. Cashin continued, the celestial dragons need servants. If this group disappears, another will replace them. In fact, it'll get worse. He tapped the armrest lightly. Right now, they're scared of me, so they don't dare bring in more slaves. But once these ones escape, they'll have an excuse to restock. That means more victims, not fewer. Hancock lowered her gaze. She didn't like it, but she couldn't refute it. Cashin turned back toward the burning skyline. The most I can do is make their lives less miserable. As for freedom, they either fight for it themselves, or rely on someone like Tiger. He paused briefly. And besides, we're not going anywhere. As if on cue, a voice came from outside. Lord Cashin, by order of Lord Imo, you are to remain inside until the situation is under control. We will ensure your safety. Cashin rolled his eyes. Safety? More like confinement. He opened the door slightly and saw Garland Garling standing there, alongside other members of God's Knights, including Somas, Saint Rimwas V. Alongnam, Gunko, and Lillian. Their presence was firm and unyielding. Cashin spoke bluntly, I don't need protection. I just want some fresh air. Garling bowed slightly, but his tone did not budge. Apologies, Lord Cashin. Those are Lord Imu's orders. Cashin clicked his tongue and shut the door. As expected. The moment things got out of hand, they locked him down. Not because they feared for his safety, but because they feared what he might do. Or worse, what would happen to them if anything happened to him. He dropped back into his chair and raised his voice toward the door. If I can't go out, I can at least make a request, right? After a brief pause, Garling replied, as long as it is within our capabilities. Cashin grinned. I want a sword. A good one. Preferably one that has eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit. A dragon would be nice. Or a phoenix. He leaned back further, clearly enjoying himself. Oh, and it needs to fly. I want to ride it around. Silence followed. Outside, the members of God's Knights exchanged looks. A mythical Zoan weapon that could fly? What a headache. Garling's voice returned, slightly strained. Lord Cashin, that may be difficult. Cashin cut him off immediately. Can't do it. I guess I'll just head out and find one myself. I heard the treasury here has some interesting things. Wait. Garling's composure cracked for a moment. I will handle it. I will find something that meets your requirements. There was no way they could let him roam freely, especially not into the treasury. Cashin smiled in satisfaction. He wasn't entirely joking. A flying mythical Zoan weapon would be perfect. And in Mary Gosa, such things were not impossible. After all, the Gorosei themselves possessed mythical Zoan abilities. Even among gods' knights, rare powers existed. Saint Rimos V. Alongnam wielded the mythical Zoan dragon fruit, model Kirin. And Figarland Shamrock possessed a western sword that had consumed the mythical Zoan Cerberus fruit. In a place like this, absurdity was simply another form of normal. If you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F Content Source, Webnovel.com Chapter 18-18 A Massive Manhunt 18, A Massive Manhunt 18, A massive manhunt within the raging current beneath the Red Line, Fisher Tiger led the final group of slaves through their escape. He glanced back as the pursuers rapidly closed in, his expression darkening. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Without hesitation, he turned to face the incoming forces. This time, however, the enemy was far more overwhelming than before. Several Marine vice-admirals had already arrived, accompanied by numerous members of CP. Worse still, one of the Gorosei had personally taken the field. A masked CP agent sneered. Fisher Tiger, surrender now. You dare set fire to the Holy Land and attempt to escape with slaves. Do you understand the weight of your crimes? Tiger's lips curled in disdain. Crimes? What crime have I committed? It is you who enslave others that are the real criminals. He leapt forward, unleashing the full force of fishman karate. Seawater condensed into a massive fist in his palm, crashing toward the enemy ranks with explosive force. The battle erupted instantly. Despite his strength, Tiger was quickly pushed into a disadvantage under the pressure of so many high-level opponents. He understood the situation clearly. If this continued, he would not only fail to protect the slaves, he would lose his life as well. I need an opening. His gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for any chance to break through. At that moment, Saint Jagartha Saturn shouted coldly, move faster. Capture every single slave. I want them brought back alive. If not, their corpses will suffice. Not one of them is allowed to spread the secrets of Mary Gosa. Tiger's eyes narrowed. Secrets, fragments of what he had seen during his infiltration resurfaced in his mind. The slaves had collars, yet they moved freely. The celestial dragons had shown an unusual restraint. Something was wrong. Those who had witnessed it could not be allowed to live freely. So that's it, rage surged within him. You monsters! His attacks became even more ferocious. You want to silence them? It won't be that easy. He endured a direct hit to force open a gap, then shouted toward the remaining slaves, jump now! Our people are waiting below the current to receive you. Without hesitation, the remaining slaves leapt into the rushing waters one after another. Only after the last one disappeared did Tiger exhale slightly. Then, multiple attacks locked onto him at once. Inside the mansion, Cashin sat quietly, sensing the distant battle through observation haki. His expression tightened slightly. Hancock approached, concern flickering in her eyes. We're really not going to help? He's risking everything for them. Cashin shook his head. We can't. There are 6 members of God's Knights right outside. If I try to force my way out, they'll shut me down instantly. His tone was calm, grounded in reality. Although he had begun to grasp all 3 types of haki, he was nowhere near strong enough to handle that level of force. Without power on the level of an admiral, stepping out now would be troublesome. Hancock bit her lip. Then what do we do? Nothing. Cashin spread his hands casually. Tiger chose this path. Whether he lives or dies depends on him. There was no hesitation in his voice. He respected Tiger, but not enough to risk his own life. He had priorities. Getting stronger, securing resources, and leaving this place on his own terms. As for Tiger and the slaves, he let out a quiet breath. Everyone had their own path. At the very least, his presence had indirectly helped. By keeping the 6 members of God's Knights occupied, he had reduced the pressure Tiger would have otherwise faced. If those monsters had joined the battlefield, Tiger would have been crushed immediately. Outside, the flames gradually died down. The chaos faded, and Mary Gosa slowly returned to its artificial calm. Cashin tapped his fingers lightly against the table. A mythical Zoan weapon, something that can fly. A faint smile appeared on his face. God's Knights, don't disappoint me. Tiger's actions were nothing more than a ripple. Mary Gosa ran far deeper than that. If he wanted to survive here, and eventually take what he wanted, he had to keep playing his role, leveraging the authority tied to Imu to dominate those around him. Freedom? Cashin gave a quiet chuckle. Without strength, that word meant nothing. For now, staying put and waiting for his order to arrive was the smartest move. As night deepened, the fires across Mary Gosa were completely extinguished. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But the truth was already spreading. The escaped slaves, and the name of Fisher Tiger, would soon shake the seas. At the edge of the red line, the currents surged violently. Tiger's silhouette vanished into the dark ocean below. For a fishman, the sea was home. Once submerged, capturing him became nearly impossible. Pursue them. Don't let them escape. A marine vice-admiral roared from the cliffside, directing the fleet below. Yet even he could not hide the frustration in his eyes as he stared into the abyss. Soon after, an urgent order was transmitted from Mary Gosa to Marineford. The command came directly from the Gorosei. Deploy overwhelming force. Zephyr and Sengoku were to mobilize alongside three rising powerhouses, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu. Their objective was absolute. Capture Fisher Tiger and every escaped slave. Alive, or dead. Not a single one was to escape. Marineford erupted in shock. 2 admirals and 3 top vice-admirals, just to hunt one fishman. This is insane. The order said all slaves must be captured or killed. That's the real issue. Confusion spread among the ranks. Escaped slaves were not unusual. But this level of response was unheard of. It felt excessive, almost desperate. On the deck of a warship, Zephyr stared toward the horizon, his expression grim. Capturing Tiger is one thing. But executing unarmed slaves, his fists tightened. Nearby, Sengoku exhaled slowly, his voice steady. This came from the Gorosei. Those slaves must know something they shouldn't. Kizaru shrugged lazily. Well, whatever the reason, we just follow orders. Still, slaves that make the world government this nervous, that's interesting. Aokiji leaned against the railing, frost forming at his fingertips. Speculation won't change anything. We complete the mission. At the bow, Akainu stood rigid, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. Anyone who defies the world government must pay. Tiger included. And those slaves as well. With that, the fleet set sail toward the Sabayati archipelago. A massive manhunt had begun. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 19-19 The Mythical Zoan Sword Ink Feather 19, The Mythical Zoan Sword Ink Feather 19, The Mythical Zoan Sword Ink Feather. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, things remained calm and undisturbed for Cashin. He lay sprawled on the sofa, clearly bored, watching Koala doodle with crayons on the floor. Nearby, Hancock sat quietly, wiping down a short blade while occasionally glancing toward the window. Outside the door, members of the Gods' Knights stood guard so tightly that not even an insect could slip through unnoticed. Cashin let out a long yawn. How long are they planning to keep us locked in here? He shifted lazily, resting his head against the arm of the sofa. The excitement outside is basically over, and they still won't even let us get some fresh air. Hancock didn't bother looking at him. Who told you to keep causing trouble before? With things this chaotic, of course they're watching you closely. Cashin scoffed. How is any of that my fault? Those celestial dragons were asking for it. I just gave them a bit of education on the side. Hancock rolled her eyes but didn't reply. Deep down, she knew he wasn't wrong. A knock echoed through the room. Cashin raised his voice. Come in. The door opened, and Saint Figarland Garling stepped inside, carrying a long black box in both hands. Intricate patterns were carved across its surface, and a faint chill seemed to seep from it. Garling placed the box carefully on the table, his tone carrying a trace of fatigue. Lord Cashin, the item you requested has been found. Cashin's eyes lit up instantly. He sprang off the sofa and leaned forward. That fast? Let me see what you've got. He opened the box with care. A dim, muted glow spilled out. Inside lay a long sword, completely black from hilt to blade. The weapon was slender and elegant, its crossguard shaped like wings in mid-flight. The hilt was wrapped in black silk thread, and the scabbard bore the carving of a black crane with piercing eyes, its form almost seeming to devour the surrounding light. This is, Cashin reached out and gripped the hilt, immediately feeling a cold sensation seep into his palm. Garling spoke from the side. This weapon has consumed a devil fruit, the bird fruit, mythical Zoan, Inmakarokage model. According to legend, the Inmakarokage is formed from the lingering obsessions of the dead, taking the shape of a black crane. Wherever it appears, it brings an aura of death and drains the vitality of the living. While the sword itself is not widely known, it was forged by top-tier craftsmen using rare metals. Its quality is comparable to a great-grade blade. Cashin drew the sword with a sharp metallic ring. The blade shimmered with a dark luster, yet reflected nothing at all. Instead, it seemed to swallow the light around it. He gave it a light swing. The weapon felt incredibly light, almost alive, as if it were subtly vibrating in his grip. Can it fly? That was the only thing Cashin truly cared about. The moment he finished speaking, the black sword let out a low, eerie cry. Phantom black feathers manifested along its blade, and it slowly lifted into the air, hovering before him. Cashin's face broke into a grin. So it actually can fly. He laughed, guiding the sword to circle the room with ease. Not bad. This is actually pretty cool. Garling's expression stiffened slightly as he watched Cashin treat the weapon like a toy. A mythical Zoan devil fruit was extremely rare, even in Mary Gosa. To house such a power, the gods' knights had gone out of their way to retrieve a perfectly compatible blade from a celestial dragon's treasury. A great blade was something countless swordsmen dreamed of obtaining. Yet Cashin only cared about whether it could fly. Garling clasped his hands politely. As long as Lord Cashin is satisfied. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Cashin waved him off without even looking. Yeah, go ahead. Garling sighed inwardly before turning and leaving the room. Hancock frowned as she observed the hovering blade. That sword feels wrong. There's something ominous about it. Cashin caught the sword as it descended and weighed it in his hand. That's exactly what makes it interesting. He smirked slightly. Just imagine it. When I head out in the future, I'll be flying around on this thing. That's style. He then coated the blade with armament haki. The sword immediately reacted, releasing a sharp cry as the phantom feathers thickened and became more vivid. Cashin chuckled. Looks like it likes me. He tilted his head slightly. Alright, from now on, your name is Inkfeather. The sword vibrated faintly, as if acknowledging the name. Koala wandered over, curiosity written all over her face, and lightly poked the blade before quickly pulling her hand back. After playing around for a while, Cashin's attention shifted back to the situation outside. Hancock looked at him, clearly displeased. You still have time to play with that thing. The world government isn't going to let those slaves off easily. Aren't you going to do anything? Cashin rolled his eyes. What exactly do you expect me to do? There are gods' knights stationed right outside. I can't even step out, let alone interfere. He let out a short laugh. And even if I could get out, do you really think I can take on the entire world by myself? People in this world were reckless by nature. For freedom or belief, they would throw away their lives without hesitation. Cashin wasn't like that. He understood his limits clearly. Even with mastery over all three types of haki and the addition of Inkfeather, there was still a massive gap between him and true top-tier fighters. At best, he estimated himself to be around the level of a rear admiral. The gods' knights wouldn't harm him, but restraining him was another matter entirely. If he pushed too far, Immu could easily order him bound and immobilized. At that point, both of them would end up trapped, unable to act, reduced to nothing more than breathing corpses. Cashin had no intention of going that far. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget what's happening outside. Since we're stuck here, we might as well make use of the time. He glanced at Hancock. Hey, come spar with me. I want to test this new sword. Hancock stood up immediately, her gaze sharpening. Fine. Let's see how capable that sword really is. Cashin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Changing the topic had worked. Hancock often accused him of acting recklessly, but she didn't truly understand what he was doing. Every move he made was deliberate. He was constantly testing Immu's limits. What was allowed, and what was forbidden, Cashin understood very clearly. Immu could tolerate him beating celestial dragons, but not killing them. Immu could tolerate small acts of mercy toward slaves, but never their complete liberation. Because in Mary Gosa, slaves were essential. Patreon equals F content source, webnovel.com Chapter 20-2020 An Indirect Intervention 2020, An Indirect Intervention 2020, An Indirect Intervention Deep beneath the sea, on Fishman Island, the scent of salt lingered within the coral-built palace. Fisher Tiger staggered into the main hall, his steps uneven as blood continued to seep from his wounds. These injuries had been sustained while breaking through the blockade. The freed fishman slaves gathered around him, their expressions filled with relief from surviving, yet clouded with uncertainty about what lay ahead. Big Brother Tiger, are we safe? A young fishman asked in a trembling voice. Tiger wiped the blood and grime from his face, his tone heavy. For now. He paused briefly before continuing. But the Marines won't let this go. We need to stay prepared. His gaze shifted toward the swaying seaweed outside the window, his brows tightly furrowed. This time, the world government had shown real determination. The pursuit force they deployed was far stronger than anything before. If fishmen did not have the ability to dive deep into the sea, escape would have been impossible. As for the human slaves who could not follow him into the depths, their fate was obvious. At the same time, near the Sabayati archipelago, the marine blockade was tightening. Over there, movement spotted. On a marine warship, Sakazuki pointed toward a distant island, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The warship surged forward, cutting through the waves. Before long, several slaves hiding inside a cave were dragged out. "Please, show mercy." A female slave dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she begged. Sakazuki's expression did not change. He drew the blade at his waist. "Those who defy the world government will be executed." "Wait." Standing beside him, Kyuzan raised a hand. Ice instantly formed, freezing Sakazuki's blade mid-motion. "The Gorosei's order is capture or execution. There is no need to kill every single one." Sakazuki let out a cold snort and sheathed his weapon. "Bringing them back only prolongs their suffering. A quick death is mercy." In the end, the slaves were still shackled with sea stone cuffs and taken aboard the warship. Similar scenes unfolded across the surrounding islands. Those who resisted were killed on the spot. Those who surrendered were chained together and driven like livestock. Within just 2 days, out of nearly 10,000 slaves who had escaped from Mary Gosa, over 2,000 had been captured, and more than 1,000 had died during the pursuit. The rest were scattered, but like trapped prey, escape was no longer within reach. Inside a luxurious mansion, Cashin sat casually with his legs crossed, enjoying himself while Hancock peeled an apple for him. Koala lay across his lap, using the scabbard of Inkfeather as a toy, tapping it lightly with her small hands. Cashin took a bite of the apple and spoke lazily. "Darling, how's the situation outside? How much longer is this lockdown of mine supposed to last?" Saint Figarland Garling stood nearby, his tone steady. "Reporting to Lord Cashin, the Marines are progressing smoothly. Over 2,300 slaves have been captured, and more than 1,500 have been killed. The rest likely won't last much longer." Cashin raised an eyebrow. "Efficient as expected. With 2 admirals, 3 vice-admirals, and a large fleet deployed, failure would have been embarrassing." Hancock's hand paused slightly as she peeled the apple. "Those who are taken back," Cashin shrugged. "What do you think happens? Falling back into the hands of the celestial dragons, there's no good ending waiting for them. A beating would be the mildest outcome. Execution is just as likely." Koala looked up, her small face filled with worry. "Big brother Cashin, they're so pitiful. Can't we save them?" Cashin gently rubbed her head but did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Garling. "Garling, don't you think this place lacks staff? Koala is still young, and Hancock can't handle everything alone. I want to pick a few from the captured slaves to handle chores." Garling froze briefly before understanding dawned on him. His expression shifted slightly. "Lord Cashin means," Cashin spoke casually. "Exactly what I said. Pick some slaves for cleaning, housework, basic tasks. I can't be living here without people to handle simple things like serving tea." His words sounded ordinary, but the meaning beneath them was clear. If slaves were to be selected, they had to be kept alive and in usable condition. And if he was selecting them, the number presented could not be insignificant. This was a signal. Garling, sharp as ever, understood immediately. This lord wanted to protect a portion of the slaves, but he chose to do it indirectly. Garling bowed slightly. "I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Suitable candidates will be set aside for your selection." Cashin nodded. "Good. Not too many, 80 to 100 is enough." Garling fell silent for a moment. 80 to 100, and he called that a few. Still, he said nothing and turned to carry out the order. Some things did not need to be spoken outright. Once Garling left, Hancock looked at Cashin, her expression complicated. "You're trying to protect them." Cashin tossed aside the apple core. "Call it sending a signal. Whether they survive still depends on their luck. He doesn't intend to save everyone. But lending a hand like this cost him nothing. And once word spread that he intended to select slaves, the celestial dragons would hesitate before acting recklessly. After all, over the past year, the more he had beaten them, the more they feared him. Hancock glanced at him sideways. "You really know how to disguise your intentions." Cashin smirked. "That's called solving problems without direct conflict. I help people avoid clashing head-on with the celestial dragons, and still come out looking reasonable. Efficient, right?" Koala didn't fully understand, but hearing that the slaves might be saved made her smile brightly. "Big brother Cashin is amazing." Cashin pinched her cheek lightly. Of course. When they arrive, I'll have them make you cotton candy. Yay! Meanwhile, among the escort forces transporting slaves back to Mary Gosa, the atmosphere was suffocating. The slaves were bound in chains, their faces pale with despair. Suddenly, a member of the God's Knights arrived and spoke briefly with the escort officer. The officer's expression changed immediately, and he nodded repeatedly. Soon, a new order spread. All slaves who are not seriously injured are to be held separately. They are not to be mistreated. They will await selection by a lord. The slaves were stunned. Selection? For what? Is there a chance to survive? Though confused, the words "not to be mistreated" ignited a faint spark of hope. The news quickly spread among the celestial dragons. One of them smashed his cup in anger. What? That Cashin wants to pick servants from these slaves. Who does he think he is? Those slaves belong to us. Another quickly pulled him back. Lower your voice. Do you want him to hear you? Last time, your uncle spoke badly about him and lost 2 teeth for it. The angry celestial dragon immediately fell silent, his arrogance shrinking. So we just let it go. What else can we do? Another replied with a sigh. Even the God's Knights accommodate him. If he wants people, we can't stop him. Frustration spread among them. They had finally recaptured the slaves and were ready to vent their anger, only for Cashin to step in and take a portion away. It felt like throwing a punch into empty air. Yet no one dared oppose him directly. They could only watch as the selected slaves were treated carefully, while they vented their anger on the rest, cautiously holding back to avoid drawing Cashin's attention. For a time, a tense atmosphere settled over Mary Gosa. Inside the mansion, Cashin suddenly sneezed. Someone's definitely talking about me. He rubbed his nose and glanced outside. I can already picture those celestial dragons fuming. Hancock snorted. They deserve it. Cashin simply smiled. This move had saved lives while strengthening his influence in Mary Gosa. It also annoyed the celestial dragons, which made it even better. He stood up and picked up Inkfeather. Come on, let's train. He looked at Hancock with a grin. I'll make you lose soon enough. Hancock's face flushed instantly. In your dreams. She kicked toward him, but Cashin dodged easily, laughing. Soon, the sounds of sparring filled the training room, mixed with Koala's laughter, pushing away the gloom from the outside world. Meanwhile, the slaves set aside for selection waited anxiously. They did not know what kind of master awaited them. But at the very least, for now, they were alive. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 21-21. 21 New servants. 21, new servants. 21, new servants. The afternoon sun over Mary Gosa shone brightly, casting scattered patterns of light and shadow across the floor through the carved window frames. Cashin stretched lazily, then lowered his gaze to the candidate list sent by the members of the God's Knights. Calling it a list was generous, it was more like a thick album filled with photos. Every person inside had been selected from slaves who had been captured and brought back, all deemed suitable candidates. For the sake of his personal safety, every single one of them was female. And not just that, they were all the delicate, timid type, easy to control and unlikely to resist. Cashin flipped through the album, a faint smirk forming on his lips. Darling, you really are thorough. He casually turned another page. You even made an album for me, saves me the trouble of going out. Behind him, Hancock approached with a plate of sliced fruit. The moment her eyes caught a glimpse of the photos, her steps halted. The girls in the pictures were young, soft-featured, and clearly frightened, though their youth still showed through. Are you choosing people for chores, or something else? She did not finish the sentence, but the tone carried a trace of irritation. Cashin glanced at her, fully aware, yet deliberately played along. For chores, obviously. What's the problem? He raised one of the photos, pointing at a green-haired girl. This one looks smart. Big eyes too. She could keep Koala company. He flipped to another. This one isn't bad either. Pink hair, pretty face. A loud thud echoed as Hancock set the fruit plate down harder than necessary. Boring. I'm going to see Koala. She turned and walked away without another word. Cashin watched her back and chuckled quietly. Jealous. He did not bother chasing after her. Instead, he continued flipping through the album at his own pace. Truthfully, he had no real need for servants. The mansion was monitored constantly by the God's Knights. Food arrived on time, cleaning was handled without fail. There was nothing lacking. This selection was just an excuse. An excuse to pull a few people out of slavery. Picking the better-looking ones was simply a bonus. After all, anyone preferred looking at something pleasant. After a moment, Cashin pulled out 5 photos. All of them showed girls under 20, with gentle and harmless appearances. These 5 will do. Send them over. He tossed the rest aside casually. As for the others, let the gods' knights arrange it. Make sure the celestial dragons don't toy with them to death. His tone remained light. If these ones aren't useful, I might pick again later. Garling's voice came from outside. Yes, Lord Cashin. Not long after, 5 girls were brought into the room. They had been cleaned up, dressed properly, and their hair neatly combed. Even so, their heads were lowered, hands trembling, bodies stiff with fear. Raise your heads. Cashin's voice was calm, yet carried an authority that made refusal impossible. After a brief hesitation, they slowly looked up, their eyes filled with unease. Cashin softened his tone slightly. No need to be afraid. From today onward, you'll stay here. No one will harm you. You won't have much to do. Spend time with Koala, read if you want. The girls froze. This was nothing like what they expected. They had assumed this would just mean a new master, a continuation of the same miserable life. Not this. Not something so easy. Is that true? The green-haired girl spoke, her voice barely audible. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Do I look like someone who lies? He gestured toward the sofa. Sit. Stop standing there. Then he called out without turning. Hancock, bring them water. Help them calm down. From the next room, Hancock's voice came, annoyed. Can't you do it yourself? Despite her complaint, she walked in carrying a pitcher. She placed the cups down with unnecessary force, pouring water a little too carelessly, causing droplets to spill. The girls flinched instinctively. Cashin noticed and almost laughed. He stood, walked over, and without warning wrapped an arm around Hancock's waist. Her entire body stiffened. What are you doing? Her face flushed instantly as she tried to push him away, but his grip tightened slightly. Don't be jealous. His voice lowered near her ear, carrying a teasing tone. They're nowhere near as pretty as you. Hancock froze for a moment. I only picked them to help you. So you don't spend all your time with Koala, and can spend more time with me. Her ears turned red, the color spreading down her neck. Her resistance weakened, though her words remained stubborn. Who's jealous? Let go, people are watching. Cashin did not move. So what? Instead, he leaned in and lightly kissed her cheek. That better? Hancock covered her face immediately, her expression burning with embarrassment. She glared at him, but the anger had already faded, replaced by confusion. The 5 girls stood there, completely stunned, cups trembling in their hands. This was the feared Cashin? Koala ran in at that moment, tilting her head curiously. Big brother, are you bullying Sister Hancock again? Cashin smiled and ruffled her hair. No. Just a friendly exchange. He turned back to the girls. My name is Cashin. That's Hancock, and this is Koala. From now on, you're part of this place. No need to act so stiff. He pointed toward a hallway. There are empty rooms there. Choose one. If you need anything, tell me. Or tell Hancock. The girls quickly stood and bowed. Thank you, Lord Cashin. He waved it off. No need for that. What are your names? The green-haired girl spoke first. Lily. Anna. Sophie. Stora. Winona. One by one, they introduced themselves, their fear slowly easing into curiosity. Hancock watched them quietly. Something in their expressions reminded her of her past. The fear, the helplessness. Her irritation faded without her noticing. Follow me. I'll show you the rooms. Her tone was still firm, but no longer cold. The girls hurried after her, glancing back at Cashin before leaving. Once they were gone, Cashin exhaled and smirked. Problem solved. Koala tugged his sleeve. Big brother Cashin, you kissed Sister Hancock. He looked down at her. Yeah. And? Koala spoke seriously. Kissing means you like someone. She tilted her head. Do you like her? Cashin paused briefly, then laughed. What do you think? He picked her up and walked to the window, looking out over Mary Gosa. The celestial dragons who once acted arrogantly now avoided his residence entirely. Even the treatment of slaves had improved. I do. His voice was quieter now. I like her. Hancock's personality, Koala's innocence, even this life had its appeal. For now. Cashin's gaze sharpened slightly as he clenched his fist. With Imma backing him, the gods' knights at his side, and power steadily growing, there was nothing he needed to fear. When the time came, he would leave this place. Take Hancock, take Koala, and see the real ocean. Anyone who stood in his way, admiral or emperor, would be dealt with. For now, though, this life had its own entertainment. Especially watching Hancock lose her composure. Back in the room, Hancock was assigning beds, telling the girls not to touch her belongings while quietly preparing clean bedding for them. Hearing Cashin's laughter from outside, her cheeks warmed again. She tried to suppress it, but a faint smile still formed. That man! He was infuriating. Support the story by sending Power Stones to unlock bonus chapters. If you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F Content Source, webnovel.com Chapter 22 to 22 Walking the Street 22, Walking the Street 22, Walking the Street. Half a month was enough time for chaos to settle. It was also enough for the scent of blood in Mary Gosa to fade, gradually carried away by the sea breeze. The Marines' large-scale manhunt had finally come to an end. Of the nearly 10,000 slaves who escaped, most had been recaptured or killed. Only a scattered few remained unaccounted for. The conclusion reached by the Gorosei was simple. Most likely dead at the bottom of the sea. From the towering height of the Red Line to the violent currents below, survival was uncertain even for the strongest swimmers. Deep-sea sea kings and unpredictable tides made escape nearly impossible. The only confirmed survivors were the fishman slaves who had fled into the depths of the ocean. Saint Ibarabin V. Nassansar spoke slowly, his voice rough. What remains is to clean up the loose ends. Pressure Fishman Island into handing over those fishman slaves. Agreed. The others responded without hesitation. Ibarabin V. Nassansar continued, there is another matter. Zephyr has submitted his resignation again. Thoughts? J. Garcia Saturn Saint frowned. Still clinging to that no-kill principle. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are already capable of becoming admirals. Let him step down. Send him to train recruits instead. Agreed. The decision was unanimous. With the manhunt over, the strict surveillance around Cashin's residence was finally lifted. For the members of the Gods' Knights, it felt like a pardon. For half a month, they had rotated shifts, watching him without pause. It was more exhausting than guarding the Void Throne itself. In the end, only 2 remained assigned to him. Gunko, wearing a military cap with bandages covering her mouth, and Lillian, the long-haired female knight. Their task was simple, follow him during the day and prevent unnecessary trouble. As Garling departed with the others, he let out a long breath. Finally, some relief. Cashin scoffed. Am I really that much trouble? I'm not some kind of monster. Hancock, seated beside him, rolled her eyes. You're worse than one. Over the past half-month, the residence had grown livelier with the addition of Lily and the others. Whether it was due to a sense of competition or the effect of that sudden kiss, Hancock's attitude toward Cashin had noticeably softened. Now, when Cashin leaned in and kissed her cheek, she still blushed, but only turned her head slightly instead of pushing him away. Cashin took it further, wrapping an arm around her waist and lowering his voice. Looks like the little maid is getting more obedient. Afraid those newcomers might take your place. Hancock's ears turned red instantly. She forced herself to glare at him. Who's afraid? I just don't care enough to argue with you. Despite her words, her hand quietly rested against his waist, her posture subtly shifting closer. Her gaze flicked toward Lily and the others, carrying a faint sense of possessiveness. The girls exchanged helpless looks. Miss Hancock had become noticeably more attached lately. Especially in front of them. Koala hugged Cashin's arm, blinking innocently. Big brother Cashin, Sister Hancock is like a kitten guarding her food. Cashin laughed and pinched her cheek. Smart as always. Hancock, annoyed, lightly pinched his side. There was no strength behind it, more playful than anything. Cashin caught her hand and pressed a kiss against it. All right, I'll stop. He leaned back slightly. Martial law's over. Want to go out? Hancock answered immediately. No. Too many celestial dragons outside. Just looking at them is annoying. Cashin's eyes gleamed with interest. That's exactly why we should go. They need a reminder that their overlord is still around. After half a month indoors, those people had probably forgotten what fear felt like. It was time to fix that. Koala raised her hand excitedly. I want to go too. I want to help teach the bad people a lesson. Cashin ruffled her hair. You can come, just don't run off. He looked back at Hancock. Still not going? I'll just take Lily and the others then. I heard there's a new dessert shop. Supposedly good. I'm going. Hancock stood up immediately, smoothing her skirt. I want to see what you're planning this time. Cashin chuckled. Predictable. When Cashin stepped out with Hancock and Koala, followed by Gunko and Lillian, the atmosphere on the street changed instantly. Celestial dragons who had been wandering around froze in place. Then panic set in. It's Cashin. Run. Move. Get out of the way. In seconds, the once lively street emptied. Only trembling slaves and a few guards remained behind. Cashin stroked his chin, amused. Not bad. Even the Garosei don't get this kind of reaction. Hancock snorted. You're just good at scaring trash. Cashin intertwined his fingers with hers. That's still a skill. Come on, let's get dessert. Hancock's face flushed slightly, but she did not pull away. They walked forward together, Koala skipping happily beside them, while Gunko and Lillian followed in silence. Inside the dessert shop, the owner, a chubby middle-aged man, nearly collapsed in fear at the sight of Cashin. Cashin smiled. Relax. Just bring me your best desserts. Make them large portions. Yes. Right away. The man rushed to comply, hands shaking. While waiting, Cashin glanced outside. Across the street, a celestial dragon was forcing a slave to polish his shoes. When the man moved too slowly, he was struck with a cane. Cashin's expression cooled. Some people never learn. He released Hancock's hand and walked over. The celestial dragon noticed him and froze, dropping the cane. Lord Cashin, what do you need? Cashin stopped in front of him, smiling faintly. Nothing serious. I just wanted to ask, what did this slave do wrong? The man stammered. And nothing. I just didn't like how he looked. Cashin's tone turned colder. So you beat him for that? He tilted his head slightly. I don't like how you look right now either. What should I do? The celestial dragon collapsed to his knees. Mercy. I won't do it again. Cashin waved his hand dismissively. Get out of my sight. Yes. Right away. The man fled in panic, even leaving his shoes behind. Cashin turned and helped the slave to his feet. If anyone bothers you again, tell them my name. But he's a slave though. The slave bowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Lord Cashin. Hancock watched quietly. Any lingering dissatisfaction she had felt earlier disappeared completely. She liked this side of him. Ruthless, yet reliable. Come on, the desserts should be ready. Cashin returned and casually draped an arm over her shoulder. This time, Hancock did not resist. Instead, she leaned slightly closer. Behind them, Gunko and Lillian exchanged looks. Neither said a word, but the meaning was clear. They had both seen enough of this. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 23-23 Hancock's Jealousy 23 Hancock's Jealousy 23 Hancock's Jealousy On the way back, Cashin carried himself like an overlord surveying his domain. Wherever he walked, the celestial dragons scattered at the mere sight of him, fear etched deep into their faces. In contrast, the slaves lowered their heads one after another, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. From time to time, Cashin would pause, offering a harsh lesson to any arrogant celestial dragon foolish enough to cross his path. By the time he was done, the sky had already darkened. It was time to head back. How was your day? Cashin asked casually, taking a bite of his ice cream as he glanced at Hancock. Boring. Even as she said it, a faint smile lingered at the corner of her lips, betraying her true feelings. Want to continue tomorrow? Do whatever you want. Koala lifted her empty cup and yawned, her eyes half closed. Brother Cashin, I'm sleepy. All right, time to go home and sleep. Cashin scooped Koala up into his arms, then reached out and took Hancock's hand as they walked toward the mansion together. Gunko and Lillian followed quietly behind them, watching the scene unfold. For a brief moment, both of them felt that this so-called mission was not as unbearable as they had once thought. Only after Cashin's figure completely disappeared did the celestial dragons hiding in the shadows dare to poke their heads out. Fear still lingered heavily in their expressions. He's back, our lives are going to be miserable again. Better stay inside from now on. We absolutely cannot provoke him. Cashin's return was like a massive stone crashing into the calm waters of Mary Gosa, sending waves spreading in every direction. Meanwhile, Cashin had already returned to his luxurious residence. He gently coaxed Koala to sleep, tucking her in carefully before stepping out of the room as quietly as possible. Tonight, he still had something important to handle. He intended to strike while the moment was right and completely win over his little maid. Cashin walked to Hancock's room and pushed the door open without a sound. She had just finished bathing. Her long hair was still slightly damp, carrying a faint fragrance from the bath. She wore a thin nightgown that barely concealed her graceful figure. When she saw Cashin enter, her expression tightened with a trace of nervousness. "Aren't you going to rest? What are you doing here?" Cashin let out a low chuckle. "I'm here to warm the bed for my Hancock." Her face flushed instantly. Who asked you to do that?" Cashin shrugged deliberately. "If you don't need it, then I'll go warm the beds for Lily and Sophie." He turned as if he truly intended to leave. Before he could take a step, Hancock grabbed his hand, her expression irritated. "You're not allowed to go. And you're definitely not allowed to warm their beds." Cashin took advantage of the moment, pulling her into his arms and wrapping an arm around her waist. He leaned in and pressed a light kiss against her lips, a faint smile forming. "My little maid is jealous again. I'm just teasing you. With how beautiful you are, if I'm warming a bed, it's going to be yours." Hancock's cheeks burned red, but she didn't argue further. Seeing her like this, the playful thoughts in Cashin's mind faded away. He drew her closer, resting his chin gently on top of her head. His voice softened. "Little fool, what are you thinking so much for? You're different from them." Her body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. She clutched his clothes tightly, burying her face against his chest. They're all so good to you. And I'm not as gentle as they are." Cashin ran his fingers through her hair. "They're maids. That's their job. But you're not the same. You're the one I love." Hancock lifted her head, her eyes searching his face. "Really? Of course." Cashin lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently, then the tip of her nose, before finally returning to her lips. "Still don't believe me? I'll prove it." This time, the kiss was no longer light or fleeting. It carried a quiet intensity, a sense of possession mixed with care. Hancock's face turned even redder, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. The doubts and jealousy that once lingered in her heart gradually melted away. She responded instinctively, wrapping her arms around his neck, holding him tightly. Time seemed to blur. When they finally parted, their foreheads rested together, their breathing uneven. "Do you believe me now?" Cashin asked, his tone light but certain. Hancock glared at him, though there was no real anger behind it. Her face was completely flushed. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible. Cashin smiled and took her hand. "It's late. Let's rest." This time, she didn't resist. He led her toward the bed, and she followed quietly. "Cashin," her voice carried a mix of hesitation and expectation. He answered by pulling her closer, kissing her again, deeper this time, yet still careful and controlled. His hand moved gently along her back, his touch warm as he slipped it into her. Hancock closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment, as she let out a moan. Morning light filtered through the curtains. Cashin slowly opened his eyes. Hancock lay beside him, her expression calm and content. Her long lashes rested softly against her cheeks, her breathing even. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Hancock stirred slightly, sensing his presence. Her eyes fluttered open, only to immediately shut again as her cheeks flushed. She shifted closer, hiding in his arms like a shy cat. "Awake?" Cashin asked with a faint smile. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of laziness. It no longer held the arrogance it once did. Instead, there was a quiet intimacy to it now. "How do you feel? Don't say it." She lightly punched him, her face turning even redder. Cashin chuckled but didn't tease her further. He simply held her closer, enjoying the warmth in his arms. He understood clearly. Carrot underscore 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 carrot send power stones content source webnovel.com chapter 24 to 24 decision to seek Imu 24 decision to seek Imu 24 decision to seek Imu March Marine Era 1509 Morning light bathed Mary Gosa in a warm golden glow, streaming through the tall windows of the training hall and falling across Cashin's upright figure. He held the sword loosely, its tip angled toward the ground. Black armament haki flowed across his body like liquid, spreading steadily until it covered him completely. Even his hair carried a deep, dark sheen. Ha! With a low shout, his figure blurred, leaving behind a faint after-image. In the next instant, he appeared before an alloy pillar 10 meters away. His blade swept forward, carving a dark arc through the air like a silent shadow. A soft slicing sound followed. There was no loud impact, yet the alloy pillar split cleanly in two. The cut surface was so smooth it reflected light like a mirror. The severed half tilted and fell, striking the ground with a heavy thud. Cashin sheathed his sword and stood still, exhaling slowly. His expression remained calm. 2 years had passed without him noticing. He had now spent 3 years in this world. 3 years was more than enough for his strength to change completely. Because of negative state transfer, aging no longer affected him. Imma bore that burden in his place, leaving him with the appearance of a man in his early 20s. Only his sharper features hinted at his growth. During these 2 years, his armament haki had reached its peak. Full body coating, external emission, and internal destruction, he had mastered all of them. The density of his haki was strong enough to endure a strike from Figarland Garling. His observation haki had also advanced to an exceptional level. Almost nothing within Mary Goase escaped his awareness. He could even sense danger moments before it arrived. His swordsmanship had improved just as much. Under the guidance of the gods' knights, he was no longer someone who relied on brute swings. In his hands, the sword could move with elegance or strike with ruthless precision. Combined with the abilities of the Inmakarokage, its lethality increased significantly. The sword itself had also evolved. Like the weapon of Figarland Shamrock, it could take on an animal form. A massive black crane appeared, its wings spanning over 10 meters. Its feathers were pitch black, with faint dark red edges. Its sharp eyes carried a cold, lethal intent. With a single flap of its wings, it stirred powerful gusts of wind. Its cry carried a chilling presence. When attacking, its beak could revert into the form of a blade for precise strikes. Cashin watched the black crane circle the training hall once before nodding in satisfaction. The only thing he still lacked was Conqueror's haki infusion. Among the gods' knights, only Figarland Shamrock possessed Conqueror's haki. However, even he had not mastered infusion, so there was nothing he could teach. It looks like I'll have to go to Imu. Cashin stroked his chin, his gaze drifting toward the depths of Mary Goase. Imu had lived for at least 800 years. Her mastery over all 3 types of haki had likely reached the highest possible level long ago. If anyone could teach him, it was her. As his strength increased over the years, he was injured less often. Naturally, the damage transferred to Imu had nearly disappeared. Most of what she received now was simply fatigue from training. To someone like her, it was insignificant. In a way, his growth had made things easier for her. It's time to see her. Having decided, Cashin put away his sword and walked out of the training hall. Footsteps echoed lightly in the corridor ahead. Hancock approached, carrying a tray. She wore a light purple dress that highlighted her tall figure and graceful curves. At 18, she had fully grown into her beauty, every movement carrying quiet confidence. Brosaped, WTH, finished training. She set the tray down, revealing a cup of tea and neatly arranged pastries. Yet. Cashin stepped closer, placing an arm around her waist and kissing her lips naturally. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not pull away. Instead, she adjusted his collar with gentle care. Cashin smiled and lightly pinched her cheek. In the past 2 years, my little maid has become quite devoted. What nonsense are you saying? Hancock brushed his hand aside, though her eyes betrayed her amusement. Over time, she had completely accepted him. What began as resistance had slowly turned into familiarity, then into something deeper. Sharing a bed each night had become routine. Cashin glanced around. Where's Koala? In the courtyard. Lillian is teaching her archery. Cashin walked to the window and looked outside. In the courtyard, Koala held a small bow, carefully aiming at a target. Under Lillian's guidance, she focused with all her strength. Though still petite, her determination was obvious. Her face was slightly red from the effort. Cashin smiled faintly. She's getting tougher. Hancock leaned against his shoulder. She takes after you. She studied him briefly before speaking again. You seem a bit different today. Are you planning something? Cashin looked down at her. I'm going to see Imu. Her expression changed immediately, concern appearing in her eyes. Why? That woman is dangerous. Cashin held her hand. I know. I want to learn Conqueror's haki infusion from her. You understand how important that is? Hancock fell silent. She understood his ambition. She knew he would not stop where he was. Still, the thought of Imu made her uneasy. I'll go with you. Cashin shook his head. No need. She won't harm me. If anything happens to me, she suffers too. Over the past 2 years, another person had joined the palace. Jewelry Ginny. Cashin had saved her during an inspection a year ago, pulling her away from a celestial dragon. He knew she would one day become the mother of Jewelry Bonnie. Saving her might change the future. Without Ginny's suffering, Bonnie might never exist as she once did. But Cashin did not care about preserving the future. He had no intention of watching someone be destroyed just to maintain events that had not even happened yet. So he kept Ginny by his side, allowing her to live and work within his palace. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 25-25 A target named Joyboy 25. A target named Joyboy 25. A target named Joyboy. The mysterious palace remained shrouded in an ancient, oppressive atmosphere. Cashin stood before the void throne, his gaze fixed on the figure seated above. Draped in a long white robe, the figure's face was hidden in shadow, impossible to make out. It has been quite a while since you last came to see me. Imu's voice echoed through the hall, calm and emotionless. Cashin grinned, relaxed. I didn't want to disturb your peace, elder. He shrugged slightly, then added with a smirk, but seriously, I've caused you a fair bit of trouble these past 2 years, haven't I? Imu replied without hesitation, it was acceptable. At the very least, I no longer need to suffer injuries on your behalf. Cashin stepped forward, his expression turning more serious. That's because I've gotten stronger. He paused briefly before continuing, I came this time because I want guidance on something. Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Imu spoke as if she had already seen through him. Cashin's eyes lit up immediately. You've lived for so long, your Haki must be at the absolute peak. Teach me. There was a short silence. Why do you need it? Imu asked. With your current strength, very few in Mary Gosa can threaten you. Cashin tilted his head slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Mary Gosa is too small. My goal is the entire sea. To stand at the top, Conqueror's Haki Infusion isn't optional. He looked directly at her, his tone turning persuasive. Besides, look at our situation. You don't want me dead, and I don't want you getting dragged down with me. We're tied together whether we like it or not. If I get stronger, that benefits you too. He spread his hands casually. If something dangerous happens, I'll last longer. That alone makes it worth it, doesn't it? Imu let out a faint, almost amused breath. Allies, then. Cashin nodded instantly. Exactly. Allies. You help me grow stronger, and I make sure you don't end up suffering because of me. This time, Imu did not respond immediately. The silence stretched long enough that Cashin almost thought she would refuse. Then, at last, she spoke. Conqueror's Haki Infusion is the act of merging Conqueror's Haki into your attacks or defenses, using your will to exert pressure on reality itself. It demands extreme control. A single misstep can injure you. Cashin's expression sharpened. So you'll teach me? I will guide you, Imu replied calmly. Whether you succeed depends entirely on you. Cashin tapped his chest confidently. No problem. I learn fast. Imu's tone shifted slightly. However, I do not teach for free. Cashin's smile faded just a little. What do you want? Do one thing for me. Cashin hesitated for a moment, weighing it quickly in his mind. Then he nodded. Fine. It wasn't a bad deal. The benefits outweighed the risk. Good, Imu said. Starting tomorrow, come here at this time. Cashin broke into a grin. Got it. I'll see you tomorrow. He turned and left, clearly in high spirits. From the throne, Imu slowly raised her hand, her fingers brushing through empty space as if touching something unseen. Allies, her voice was soft, almost distant. Let's hope you don't regret this, Cashin. Outside, the sunlight felt warm against his skin. Cashin took a deep breath, energy coursing through his body. Conqueror's Haki Infusion was finally within reach. The summit of the sea no longer felt distant. As he walked back, his mind was already racing with possibilities. Every punch, every strike infused with overwhelming willpower. Just imagining it was enough to excite him. As for Imu's condition, he would deal with it after gaining what he wanted. Back at the mansion, Boa Hancock saw his expression and immediately understood. She agreed. Cashin smirked. Of course. Who do you think I am? Before she could react, he pulled her into his arms. Come on, let's celebrate. We're going to, put me down. Cashin ignored her, clearly amused. The next day, he arrived at the palace on time. The air inside felt frozen, and the ancient stone pillars cast long, eerie shadows. Standing before the void throne, Cashin felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. This was it. Imu's condition. I want you to deal with someone. Her voice echoed from the throne, carrying a strange weight. More precisely, someone who will appear in the future. Cashin frowned. Someone from the future. Are we talking about a prophecy? In this world, prophecies were nothing unusual, especially when tied to the Void Century. His name is Joyboy. A trace of emotion slipped into Imu's voice. Cashin froze. Joyboy. His expression stiffened. That name carried too much weight. A legendary figure from 800 years ago. The one connected to the poneglyphs, to Laugh Tale, to the very truth of the world. And in the future, the one who would inherit that will. Monkey D. Luffy. Cashin's thoughts churned instantly. So this was the target. Luffy. He almost laughed. That was practically asking him to walk straight into death. He had seen how this kind of story played out. Shiki, a pirate who once stood on equal footing with legends, ended up getting beaten by a version of Luffy who barely understood Haki. Enel, a man with overwhelming power, lost because of a ridiculous elemental disadvantage. Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, turned into a stepping stone for Luffy's growth. Each of them had overwhelming strength. Each of them still lost. Not because they were weak, but because they stood in the way of someone the world itself seemed to favor. Cashin wasn't interested in becoming another example. He had no intention of throwing himself at a walking miracle. He still planned to travel the seas, to take Hancock and Koala with him, to see everything this world had to offer. Picking a fight to the death with someone like Luffy? Was stupidity. Kissing Face unreleased chapters are available on my Patreon. Look up _F, content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 26 to 26 Mastering Conqueror's Haki Infusion 26, Mastering Conqueror's Haki Infusion 26, Mastering Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Imu seemed to notice Cashin's brief hesitation, and her tone turned heavier. What, you're unwilling? Cashin snapped back immediately, straightening up as he patted his chest with exaggerated confidence. Unwilling? Not a chance. It's just Joy Boy. Whether it's someone from 800 years ago or 800 years in the future, as long as he shows up, I'll be the first to step forward and crush him for you, old madam. His expression was filled with righteous confidence, but his mind was already calculating. Agree first. That guy's successor was still messing around in the East Blue anyway. Imu's voice carried a faint trace of amusement. You're quite confident. Cashin lifted his chin slightly. You know my strength. Once I master Conqueror's Haki Infusion under your guidance, handling one Joy Boy won't be an issue. He let out a short laugh. Even if 10 of them show up, I'll deal with all of them. He needed to sound convincing for now. He hadn't even mastered the technique yet, there was no reason to create problems early. I hope you remember those words. Imu didn't press further. Explain your understanding of Conqueror's Haki Infusion. I will decide where to begin. Cashin relaxed slightly and seized the opportunity. So, I was thinking, is it similar to armament Haki hardening? Like coating your fists or weapons with Conqueror's Haki? Imu answered slowly. That is only a surface-level comparison. Armament Haki focuses on defense and destruction. Conqueror's Haki represents presence and pressure. Infusion allows that invisible will to gain real destructive force. She raised a finger. A faint current of air gathered at the tip, almost imperceptible. Yet Cashin's observation Haki reacted instantly, sending sharp warnings through his mind, like facing something ancient and dangerous. Watch carefully. Before her words fully settled, the current shot forward. There was no explosion, no dramatic impact. But a distant stone pillar shattered instantly, collapsing into fine powder as if crushed by something invisible. Cashin stared, stunned. This was true Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Quiet, controlled, and overwhelmingly destructive. Compared to this, his previous use of Conqueror's Haki felt crude. Imu lowered her hand. Did you understand? The stronger your Haki and the firmer your will, the greater the result. Cashin nodded quickly, eyes sharp. I get it. Right now, learning this mattered more than anything else. Even the issue of Monkey D. Luffy could wait. Imu began guiding him through the process. She didn't demonstrate often, instead focusing on explaining the principles and forcing Cashin to grasp the concept himself. Cashin took it seriously. He already possessed Conqueror's Haki and had spent 2 years refining his control. Understanding the theory wasn't difficult. The problem was the will extension aspect. Imu observed him calmly. Your will is unfocused. One moment you're aggressive, the next you're joking. You lack a consistent, unstoppable drive. Cashin scratched his nose. She wasn't wrong. He didn't have some grand ambition to change the world. He just wanted strength, freedom, and to protect what he cared about. Overthrowing the world? That wasn't his concern. In Mary Gosa, he was already near the top. There wasn't much pushing him forward. Imu didn't seem impatient. Continue tomorrow. Cashin nodded. Understood. Thanks for the guidance, Lord Imu. He turned and left quickly. The moment he stepped out of the palace, he let out a long breath. Dealing with Imu was exhausting. Her presence alone carried overwhelming pressure. I'll take this step by step. He shook his head and cleared his thoughts. Focus on mastering Conqueror's Haki infusion first. With a thought, he summoned his black blade. It transformed into a massive crane that lifted him into the sky. Wind rushed past as he flew above Mary Gosa. Looking down, his gaze sharpened. No matter what came in the future, strength would always be the answer. Even if someone had fate on their side, overwhelming power could still break through it. The crane let out a clear cry as it sped forward. At the mansion, Boa Hancock was already waiting in the courtyard. Her expression softened when she saw him. Koala ran forward, waving excitedly. Brother Cashin. Cashin landed smoothly. The crane reverted into a blade, which he casually sheathed. Hancock stepped closer, looking him over carefully. How did it go? Did she make things difficult for you? Cashin laughed and pulled her closer, brushing a quick kiss against her cheek. Relax. She didn't cause trouble. She even taught me quite a bit. He smirked. It won't be long before I fully master Conqueror's Haki infusion. Hancock's eyes lit up. Really? Cashin nodded confidently. When have I ever lied to you? When I'm done, even dealing with the 5 elders won't be an issue. Koala tugged at his sleeve. Brother, is Emma very strong? Cashin patted her head. Yeah. Very strong. She looked up at him. Then can you beat her? Cashin paused briefly. Eventually. He quickly changed the topic. Alright, let's eat. I want roast meat today. Hancock shot him a glare. Who said I'm cooking for you? Even so, she still turned toward the kitchen. Cashin watched her go, a faint smile forming. Whatever came later could wait. That night, Cashin lay awake while Hancock slept beside him. His mind replayed everything Imu had said. Extension of will, he closed his eyes and focused. He gathered his Conqueror's Haki, compressed it, then pushed it outward. A faint current flickered around his fist. Almost there. A small smile appeared. I'll get it soon. Time passed. Weeks turned into months. The training room was now filled with cracks. The alloy floor was dented and broken from repeated impacts. Cashin stood at the center, eyes half closed. A faint red aura swirled around him, the visible manifestation of highly concentrated Conqueror's Haki. He exhaled sharply and threw a punch. His fist didn't make contact with anything. Yet the air ahead split apart, producing a sharp sonic burst. A distant alloy pillar suddenly cracked down the middle, fragments scattering across the ground. Pure Conqueror's Haki infusion. Invisible will turned into real destruction. Cashin opened his eyes, a wild grin spreading across his face. It's done. After a month of relentless training under Imu's guidance, he had finally mastered it. He looked at his fist, still carrying traces of that overwhelming presence. His strength had risen to another level entirely. Imu. I'll give you credit for this. He let out a low chuckle. Even if her reasons were self-serving, her guidance had accelerated his growth far beyond normal limits. Without her, mastering this would have taken far longer. He turned toward the exit. Now it was time to see her again. To make a request of his own. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 27-27 Authority granted 27, Authority granted 27, Authority granted. Inside the mysterious palace, silence lingered for a moment after Cashin finished reporting his progress. Imu finally spoke, voice steady. Not bad. Faster than I expected. Cashin stepped forward with a grin. Naturally. It depends on who's teaching and who's learning. He tilted his head slightly, tone shifting to something more deliberate. Lady Imu, my strength has improved. Staying in Mary Gosa all the time doesn't make sense anymore. He paused briefly, then added, could you arrange an official position for me? Imu's gaze settled on him. An official position? Exactly. Cashin nodded, his expression turning convincingly sincere. Think about it. Keeping someone like me locked in Mary Gosa is a waste. You could put me to use. He spread his hands casually. For example, I could patrol the 4 seas. The idea sounded proper enough. A legitimate assignment under the world government. No one could question it. In reality, it was simply his way out. Once he left Mary Gosa, the ocean would be open to him. He could go wherever he wanted, deal with whoever annoyed him, and check on marine bases along the way. If he cleaned out a few corrupt officials, it would still count as doing his job. Patrolling the 4 seas. Imu's voice remained even. You want to leave Mary Gosa? Cashin immediately straightened his posture, putting on a look of absolute loyalty. That's not it at all. I want to share your burden and serve the world government. He spoke smoothly, as if everything he said carried weight. The four seas are vast. There are always outlaws, and not every marine officer does their job properly. Some are incompetent, some corrupt, some break the law outright. His tone sharpened. If I investigate and deal with them, it reduces the workload on you and the Garosei. He sounded like the perfect official, committed to justice. You want to investigate corruption. A trace of amusement slipped into Imu's voice. You act like a tyrant in Mary Gosa, beating celestial dragons regularly, and now you want to play the role of an honest official. Cashin didn't hesitate. That's different. His voice carried conviction. I deal with celestial dragons because they deserve it. They abuse slaves and get what's coming to them. He continued without pause. Investigating corruption is for the stability of the world government. Removing pests benefits everyone. He smirked slightly. Same starting point. Justice. He emphasized the word so firmly it almost sounded genuine. Imu remained silent for a long stretch. Long enough that Cashin assumed the answer would be no. Then came the response. Very well. Cashin's eyes lit up. Really? I will have the Garosei assign you the status of World Government Special Envoy. You will have the authority to patrol the four seas and inspect marine branches. Imu's gaze sharpened. When necessary, you may deal with corrupt officials directly. Cashin placed a hand on his chest. No problem. Consider it handled. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. Imu continued, your primary task is to observe unusual movements. Pay attention to anything related to the D-clan or Joy Boy. Cashin nodded again. Understood. Imu added one more detail. Gunko and Lillian will accompany you. Cashin paused for a fraction of a second. So she still didn't trust him. Not that it mattered. The two had been around him for years. As long as he didn't go too far, they rarely interfered. That works. More people means fewer problems on the road. Imu waved her hand. You may leave. Got it. Thanks, Lady Imu. Cashin turned and walked out, his steps noticeably lighter. Behind him, Imu watched in silence, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest of the throne. Letting him leave was not a bad move. He had already stirred enough trouble in Mary Gosa. Sending him out might draw out things hidden beneath the surface. It might even bring him closer to that ocean. After all, the successor of Joy Boy was out there. Cashin returned to his residence and immediately shared the news with Hancock and Koala. We're leaving. Hancock's eyes widened, then lit up with excitement. We can really go. Cashin raised his chin slightly. Of course. World Government Special Envoy, patrolling the four seas. Sounds official enough, right? Koala grabbed his arm, unable to hide her excitement. Does that mean we'll see the ocean? Can we go to Fishman Island? What about a Sky Island? Over the past 3 years, Cashin had told her plenty of stories about the sea. All of that. He ruffled her hair. We'll start with the East Blue, then move through the West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and eventually the Grand Line. Koala cheered, practically bouncing in place. Hancock didn't say much, but the look in her eyes said enough. Anticipation and relief. Cashin felt it too. 3 years in this world, and he was finally stepping into it properly. Pack everything. We leave as soon as possible. Hancock nodded and pulled Koala along. The two quickly started preparing, talking non-stop about what to bring. Cashin watched them go, a faint smile forming on his lips. This was more like it. No suffocating atmosphere of Mary Gosa, no constant presence of celestial dragons. Just movement, freedom, and the open sea. As for the Garosei, their reactions would be interesting. Making someone like him a special envoy, someone known for beating celestial dragons, was bound to irritate them. He didn't care. With this title, he could move freely across the four seas. Anyone who got in his way would learn quickly. Corrupt officials would be dealt with. Not out of morality, but because it suited him. A convenient distraction along the journey. World Government Special Envoy, Cashin, he repeated the title under his breath, then let out a quiet laugh. Sounds convincing enough. He stepped toward the window and looked out. Look up _F on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 28 to 28. Cashin departs Mary Gosa 128, 28. Cashin departs Mary Gosa, 1/28, 28. Cashin departs Mary Gosa, 1/. The next morning, just as expected, the Garosei sent someone over with Cashin's credentials as a World Government Special Envoy, along with a specially crafted badge. It was said that this badge granted him authority to mobilize marine branches across the 4 seas. Cashin examined the badge engraved with the world government's symbol, then nodded in satisfaction. He pinned it neatly to his chest before turning toward Hancock and Koala, who had already finished packing. Let's move. Our trip across the sea starts now. Gunko and Lillian stood ready as well, following behind without a word. The group left the mansion quietly, avoiding unnecessary attention. Only Cashin's 6 mates came out to see them off. Sophie, Lily, Anna, Stora, and Winona all looked reluctant, their eyes slightly red. Over the past 2 years, they had stayed by Cashin's side as his personal attendants. In truth, they barely had any real work. Most of their time was spent taking care of his daily needs, helping him relax, or simply staying close. Now that he was leaving, the absence was already starting to sink in. Jewelry Ginny stood slightly apart, her gaze fixed on Cashin, her expression complicated. She had once been a commander in the Eastern Division of the Freedom Fighters, the precursor to the Revolutionary Army. The Celestial Dragons had captured her and brought her to Mary Gosa. Not long after, Cashin had stepped in and taken her in as one of his maids. At the beginning, Ginny had been looking for any chance to escape. That plan slowly faded. Cashin was not like the others in Mary Gosa. Aside from training, he spent his time suppressing the arrogance of the Celestial Dragons and occasionally helping slaves avoid unnecessary suffering. Over time, Ginny chose to stay, intending to gather information and eventually aid the freedom fighters from within. The problem was that Cashin was constantly under watch by the God's Knights. There was no opportunity to contact the outside world. Now that he was leaving, she wanted to follow him. Unfortunately, Cashin had no intention of bringing her along. She had no convincing reason to push the matter. Cashin glanced over the group and waved casually. All right, that's enough. Head back inside. I'm just stepping out to handle something. I'll return eventually. He added with a smirk, if any celestial dragon gives you trouble, call me through a den mushy. I'll come back and deal with them. Sophie and the others nodded, trying to keep their composure. Don't worry, Master. We'll be fine. Please take care of yourself while you're away. Ginny hesitated, then spoke as well. Safe travels. Cashin gave a brief nod. With a thought, the sword transformed, expanding into a massive black crane. Its wings spread wide, radiating an imposing presence. Get on. Cashin jumped onto its back first, then reached out. Hancock took Koala's hand, and with his support, both of them stepped onto the crane. Gunko and Lillian followed, positioning themselves on either side. Cashin looked ahead. Ink Feather, move. Destination, East Blue. The black crane let out a sharp cry, then beat its wings powerfully, lifting them into the sky. Within moments, they crossed the walls of Mary Gosa and headed toward the distant ocean. Standing on the crane's back, feeling the wind rush past them, Hancock and Koala couldn't hide their excitement. Cashin glanced back once at the shrinking silhouette of Mary Gosa, then shifted his gaze toward the endless blue ahead. Freedom felt different. From this point on, he was no longer just the troublemaker of Mary Gosa. He was World Government Special Envoy Cashin. His task was simple: patrol the 4 seas, deal with whatever he found, and explore the world along the way. Whatever came next, he would handle it. With strength, allies, and a flying mount, there was nothing worth worrying about. The black crane sped across the sky, carrying them toward the unknown. The moment Cashin disappeared beyond the horizon, the atmosphere in Mary Gosa shifted. At first, a celestial dragon cautiously peeked out from behind a curtain, his body trembling. After confirming the absence of the figure that had haunted them for years, he turned to a nearby guard. He's really gone. The guard nodded nervously. It appears so. The celestial dragon froze for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. He's gone. Finally gone. He ripped off his bubble helmet and began running around wildly. The nightmare is over. That demon is gone. That single outburst spread like wildfire. More celestial dragons began peeking out from windows and doorways. Once they confirmed the truth, years of suppressed frustration exploded all at once. He's gone. Cashin is gone. I can finally use my golden toilet without it getting destroyed. Bring out the slaves. I want to ride through the streets again. Let everyone see who rules Mary Gosa. Prepare a celebration. We're taking back everything. Within a short time, Mary Gosa descended into chaotic celebration. Celestial dragons poured out of their mansions. Some paraded through the streets on slaves, showing off without restraint. Some set off extravagant fireworks. Others dragged out expensive wine and drank openly, laughing loudly. Saint Charles, one of the ones Cashin had beaten the most, was being carried by slaves. He waved a golden scepter as he shouted arrogantly. Make way! This saint is heading to the square. Anyone who blocks me will regret it. Nearby, Saint Mula personally fastened a slave collar onto someone and lashed them with a whip in front of the guards. The sight of the slave begging for mercy brought a twisted smile to his face. For over 3 years, they had lived under pressure, constantly watching their behavior around Cashin. Now that he was gone, their true nature surfaced immediately. The streets filled with noise, arrogance, and cruelty. The slaves lowered their heads, fear returning to their eyes. Those who had once been indirectly protected by Cashin were the most uneasy. They understood exactly how vindictive these celestial dragons could be. Without Cashin, things would only get worse. The members of the Gods' Knights observed the chaos with grim expressions, yet did nothing. Saint Figarland Garling stood at the edge of the square, watching the scene with clear disdain. These fools seemed to have forgotten something. Beside him, Soma's Saint gave a cold snort. This is all they're capable of. Garling's gaze remained fixed on the celebrating crowd. Cashin is leaving, not disappearing. Somas crossed his arms. When he comes back, they'll remember. Garling shook his head slightly. The louder they celebrate now, the worse it will be for them later. When that happens, they'll learn their place. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 29-29 Cashin departs Mary Gosa 22-29, 29, Cashin departs Mary Gosa, 2 halves, 29, Cashin departs Mary Gosa, 2 halves. Inside the Garosi's conference room, the atmosphere stood in sharp contrast to the celebration outside, heavy and tense. He really left. Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusjuro, the bald elder with glasses, tapped his long blade against the floor as he spoke in a slow, measured tone. It was Lord Imu's command. We had no choice but to comply. Saint Shepherd Peter, with his short blonde hair, added in a deep voice, even so, letting him roam the 4 seas is far too dangerous. We have all witnessed that boy's destructive power. Saint Marcus Mars, his long hair and white beard giving him an imposing presence, spoke indifferently, with Gunko and Lillian accompanying him, he should show some restraint. Still, we must keep him under constant observation. He carries the title of a world government special envoy. If he causes too much chaos, it will reflect poorly on us. Saint Topman Warcury frowned slightly before speaking. The most important matter is Lord Imu's directive. Finding clues about the D-clan and Joy Boy takes priority. I only hope he remembers why he was sent out there. Instead of wasting time beating people and digging into corruption, he should focus on the mission. Saint J. Garcia Saturn shook his head. Investigating corruption? That sounds more like an excuse to throw his weight around the 4 seas. The marine branches are probably about to have a very bad time. Silence filled the room. They all had a clear idea of what Cashin intended to do, but since it was Imu's order, none of them could oppose it. Dispatch agents to monitor all movements across the 4 seas. Report any irregularities immediately. Agreed. Inside the mysterious palace, Imu observed the celebrating celestial dragons through a crystal sphere. Her eyes were cold, devoid of emotion, as if she were watching a group of fools. Pathetic. Her voice was soft, yet filled with disdain. The undercurrents of this world were far more dangerous than those idiots could comprehend. The resurgence of the D-clan, the reappearance of Joy Boy, and the hidden forces lurking in history, none of these were things those pampered nobles could handle. Her gaze shifted. The crystal sphere now showed the open sky, where the ink feather crane carried Cashin and his companions toward East Blue. The young man stood relaxed, clearly in a good mood. The woman beside him smiled gently, and the little girl waved her arms in excitement. The scene looked warm, yet something about it felt unsettling. I hope you do not disappoint me. Imu slowly closed her eyes, and the light within the crystal dimmed. She had granted Cashin freedom, but also placed a burden on him. Whether he would rise to face the coming storm depended entirely on himself. Cashin stood on the back of the ink feather crane, the sea breeze rushing past him as he looked down with a grin. Look at that! Those celestial dragons are probably setting off fireworks to celebrate my departure. His tone carried clear mockery. Hancock glanced toward Mary Gosa and sighed. They brought it on themselves. After getting beaten by you, this is what they deserve. Now that no one is suppressing them, who knows how much trouble they will cause again. Cashin shrugged casually. When we return, if they are still acting arrogant, we will just beat them again. Koala lay flat on the crane's back, pointing excitedly at the shrinking red line. Brother Cashin, look! The sea! It is really the sea! Beyond the edge of the red line, a vast blue ocean stretched endlessly, blending into the sky. Seagulls circled overhead while fishing boats drifted with the waves, full of life and freedom. Yeah, that is the sea. Cashin's eyes lingered on the horizon, filled with anticipation. The ink feather crane let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and surged forward, diving toward the open ocean. Behind them, the celestial dragons continued their celebration, believing they had escaped the shadow of the so-called Great Demon King. Meanwhile, Cashin had already entered a world filled with uncertainty and opportunity. The crane schemed across the sea like a streak of black lightning, ripples forming beneath it. Cashin turned to Hancock. How long until we reach Fuchsia village? Hancock checked the map before answering, at this speed, about half a day. The East Blue Islands are scattered, but the waters near Goa Kingdom are clearly marked. Cashin rubbed his hands together, a faint grin forming. Good. I am starting to look forward to this. I will finally meet those three little troublemakers. Koala tilted her head. Three little ones? Are they animals? Cashin chuckled and ruffled her hair. In a way, yes. Three energetic little beasts. You will understand when you see them. He was, of course, referring to Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. It was August, year 1509 of the Marine Era. Luffy was just over 6 years old, while Ace and Sabo were around 9. They had not yet become sworn brothers, and Luffy had not eaten the Nika fruit. As for Shanks and his crew, they should still be staying in Fuchsia village, enjoying their usual carefree life at Makino's bar. Hancock glanced at Cashin with a hint of concern. You are not actually planning to fight Red Hair, are you? He is a renowned pirate. His strength must be extraordinary. Cashin waved it off. I will just test things out. It does not mean we will go all out. I just want to measure my strength against his. In Mary Gosa, he had no proper way to gauge his abilities. The gods' knights were strong, but they always held back, afraid of causing damage near Imu. Even if he could defeat them, it was not a true measure of his power. Now, with his great swordsman-level swordsmanship, advanced armament haki, refined observation haki, and conqueror's haki infusion, he estimated he had reached admiral level. Even if he could not defeat Shanks, retreating safely would not be a problem. And Gunko and Lillian were more than capable of holding off the rest of the crew. Gunko's arrow fruit made her terrifying at long range, her accuracy nearly absolute. Lillian, with her lance, possessed top-tier armament and observation haki, along with highly refined rokushiki techniques, making her deadly in close combat. Hancock frowned. Let us not look for unnecessary trouble. We just got out. There is no need to rush into a fight. Cashin gave a relaxed smile. Relax. I know what I am doing. Even if we fight, it will just be a spar. My real interest lies elsewhere. His gaze turned toward the distant horizon, a calculating look appearing in his eyes. Shanks had influenced Luffy with stories of the Pirate King, shaping his dream. Cashin smirked slightly. Compared to that, he had an entire arsenal of stories from another world. Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball, and countless others. If he adapted even a fraction of those tales, those kids would be completely captivated. What are you plotting now? Hancock asked, narrowing her eyes. Cashin smiled. Nothing serious. I just want to tell them some new stories. Maybe something about a galactic overlord, or a hero becoming the strongest Avenger. Who knows, I might even change their dreams a little. The thought amused him. What if Luffy abandoned the idea of becoming Pirate King? What if Ace stopped chasing validation and chose a different path? What if Sabo turned away from revolution and focused on invention? Hancock looked both annoyed and amused. You cannot just change people's dreams like that. Cashin shrugged. They are kids. Their minds are still flexible. I will try my luck. If it works, great. If not, I still get to witness everything up close. Koala listened with wide eyes. Brother Cashin, what kind of story will you tell? I want to hear it too. Cashin pinched her cheek lightly. Of course. Our little koala can listen as well. If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/F Content Source, Webnovel.com Chapter 30 to 30 Cashin challenges Shanks 1:30 Cashin challenges Shanks 1/30 Cashin challenges Shanks 1/. An island has been spotted ahead. It should be near the waters of the Goa Kingdom. Lillian's cold and steady voice broke the silence. Cashin looked up and saw it, a green outline forming in the distance. The coastline curved unevenly, with faint traces of beaches and scattered villages coming into view. We've arrived. His mood lifted instantly. Ink Feather, lower your altitude and find a concealed place to land. The ink feather crane gave a low cry, its wings drawing in as it descended toward a forest at the island's edge. Moments later, it landed within a dense grove. Its massive form shrank and shifted, turning back into a pitch-black longsword that flew neatly into Cashin's hand. Gunko, Lillian, stay hidden here for now. I'll take Hancock and Koala into the village. Cashin sheathed the sword and spoke casually. Stay in contact. I'll call if anything happens. Yes. The two women answered at the same time before disappearing into the shadows. Their role was protection, not interference. As long as Cashin was not in danger, they would not reveal themselves. Let's go. Time to see Fusha village. Cashin took Hancock's hand and lifted Koala with ease, heading toward the village beyond the forest. As they passed through the trees, the view suddenly opened. A peaceful village appeared before them. Neatly arranged houses lined the paths, villagers gathered in small groups chatting, and children ran along the beach in carefree play. The air carried the scent of the ocean mixed with grilled fish, giving the place a warm and lively feeling. So this is Fusha village. It feels so peaceful. Koala leaned against Cashin, her eyes full of curiosity. It really is. Hancock nodded slightly. Compared to Mary Gosa, this place felt free in a way that was almost unfamiliar. Cashin scanned the area and quickly found what he was looking for. A tavern stood at the center of the village, a sign with the name Makino hanging above the entrance. Even from outside, the noise was obvious, loud laughter, clinking glasses, and the unmistakable presence of pirates. No need to guess who was inside. Let's grab a drink. Cashin smirked and led them toward the tavern. Just as they reached the door, laughter rang out from inside. Ha ha ha, Luffy, if you drink any more, you'll pass out. I'm not drunk. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Another voice followed, relaxed and amused. Oh? Pirate King? That dream needs strength to back it up. Cashin's smile widened. He pushed open the door. The wind chime rang sharply, drawing every eye inside toward him. The tavern fell silent. A group of pirates sat gathered around a large table. At the center sat a man with red hair and 3 scars over his left eye, Shanks. Beside him was a small boy in a red vest, his cheeks flushed but his eyes stubborn and bright. Luffy. As Cashin stepped in, the red-hair pirates instantly grew wary. Hands moved toward weapons, instincts kicking in. Cashin's presence alone made it clear he was no ordinary traveler. Hancock's beauty only made the scene more unusual. Shanks set his drink down and looked at him, surprise flickering briefly before his usual relaxed smile returned. You're new around here. Visiting Fusha village. Cashin did not answer directly. He walked up to their table without hesitation. His gaze passed over Shanks and Luffy before settling on Shanks. Red-haired Shanks, I've heard plenty about you. My name is Cashin. I came here to drink Makino's wine, and to have a spar with you. The air froze. The pirates stood up immediately, their expressions turning hostile. Recognizing Shanks on sight was already suspicious. Issuing a challenge right after made things worse. To pirates, a spar was no light matter. Kid, you've got guts. You're asking for death. Captain, let me handle him. Shanks raised his hand, stopping them. He kept smiling, but his eyes sharpened. A spar? I don't recall knowing you. Cashin pulled out a chair and sat down, pouring himself a drink without permission. You can get to know me now. I've heard you're strong. I wanted to see for myself. We stop before things get messy. No need to ruin the atmosphere. He paused, glancing at Luffy. And I want to tell this kid a few different stories. Luffy blinked, curiosity lighting up his face. Different stories? Better than the ones about the Pirate King. Cashin raised his glass. Much better. Then he looked back at Shanks. So, red hair, are you going to accept or not? Shanks studied him carefully. He could feel it now, the faint but overwhelming pressure coming from Cashin. The smile on his face slowly faded into something more serious. Interesting. He stood up. If you want a spar, I'll entertain you. On the beach outside Fusha village, the setting sun painted the sea in shades of gold and red. Waves crashed steadily against the shore, the sound heavy and rhythmic. Cashin and Shanks stood facing each other, separated by dozens of meters. Even without moving, the tension between them pressed against the air like an invisible force. The red-hair pirates watched from a distance, none of them stepping forward. Hancock stood further back with Koala in her arms, her eyes fixed on Cashin. There was concern, but far more confidence. Shanks spoke first, his expression serious. You're strong. I can feel it. Back in the tavern, he only had a vague impression. Now, the pressure Cashin gave off was impossible to ignore. Cashin grinned. Same to you. The sword slowly slid out of its sheath, its black blade reflecting the dim glow of the sunset. Red-haired Shanks, this should be interesting. I'm making the first move, so don't hold back. Shanks nodded. You're worth taking seriously. I won't hold back. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 31-31 Cashin challenges Shanks. 22-31 Cashin challenges Shanks, 2 halves. 31 Cashin challenges Shanks, 2 halves. Cashin moved first. His foot slammed into the ground, launching his body forward with explosive force, like an arrow released from a drawn bow. The black blade in his hand carved a dark arc through the air, its edge aimed straight at Shanks' face. Before the strike even reached him, the pressure hit. A crushing wave of Conqueror's haki surged ahead of the blade, tearing through the air. Black and red lightning flickered wildly around the slash, splitting the atmosphere as it drove toward Shanks. Shanks' eyes sharpened. In a single smooth motion, he drew Griffin from his waist. The saber flashed with a cold gleam, his own overwhelming haki surging to meet the attack. The two blades never touched. Yet when they came within 2 feet of each other, the clash exploded outward with a violent shock. A thunderous impact echoed across the beach. The air twisted and warped, space itself seeming to groan under the pressure. A visible shockwave burst outward, accompanied by crackling black and red lightning that scattered in all directions. The sand beneath their feet was blasted away instantly, forming a deep circular pit. Even from a distance, Koala instinctively covered her ears, her expression tense. Members of the Red Hair Pirates, veterans of countless battles, showed clear signs of surprise. This level of Conqueror's haki was already at the very top. Shanks felt it clearly. The force traveling through his arm made his grip tremble slightly. Cashin's haki was strange, something cold and invasive, as if it could erode a person's will from within. Cashin did not hesitate. With a slight twist of his wrist, his blade slid along Griffin with unnatural precision, almost as if it were alive. In the same motion, he redirected the tip of his sword and thrust toward Shanks' ribs. The transition was seamless, fluid, executed with the skill of a true great swordsman. Impressive swordsmanship, Shanks said, his tone carrying genuine approval. His body shifted instantly. His footwork blurred as he slid backward several meters, narrowly avoiding the strike. At the same time, Griffin swept across with a sharp burst of wind, cutting off every possible path of retreat. Cashin reacted without pause. His blade bent back at an impossible angle, intercepting Griffin perfectly. At the same moment, he stepped forward instead of retreating, closing the distance. His left fist tightened, coated in dense armament haki, and shot forward toward Shanks' chest. Shanks' eyes flickered with intent. Going head-on. His own fist hardened with armament haki as he met the attack directly. Their fists collided. A heavy impact rang out, followed by another violent shockwave that sent sand flying into the air. Cashin felt the force immediately. It was fierce, overwhelming, the kind of power that could crush most opponents instantly. But his expression did not change. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Because the moment that force entered his body, it was redirected elsewhere. Far away, in Mary Gosa, within a mysterious palace, Imu sat upon the empty throne. Her body stiffened slightly. A subtle frown appeared on her face as she sensed the familiar transfer of damage, the impact carrying a distinct intensity. Causing trouble again, she murmured. With a light tap of her finger, the crystal sphere before her glowed, revealing the battle unfolding on the distant beach. When she saw Shanks, recognition flashed in her eyes. A descendant of the Figarland family, a celestial dragon by blood, even if he had abandoned that identity to become a pirate. She did not interfere. Letting them fight was convenient. It gave her a chance to observe Cashin's progress. After all, to someone who had lived for 800 years, this level of damage meant nothing. Back on the beach, the battle continued. Cashin and Shanks moved relentlessly, swords and fists colliding, haki crashing against haki. Every exchange released bursts of destructive force that tore through the surroundings. Their observation haki operated at extreme levels, allowing each of them to read and react to the other's movements with near perfection. The fight flowed without pause. Shanks grew more alert with every exchange. Cashin's mastery of all 3 types of haki was undeniable. His swordsmanship was refined, precise, already at the level of a great swordsman. What stood out even more was his combat style. His techniques were sharp, efficient, and relentless. His use of haki was on par with Shanks himself. But the most troubling part was his endurance. They had clashed head-on multiple times. Shanks could feel the strain building in his own body, his blood surging under the repeated impacts. Yet Cashin showed no signs of fatigue. Not even a slight slowdown. After another clash, Shanks used the recoil to create distance. He exhaled slowly, his arms beginning to ache. Your stamina, what's going on with it? He asked. Don't you get tired? Cashin smirked. Secret. Before the words fully settled, he moved again, closing the distance instantly. He had no intention of explaining anything. A battle of endurance? That was meaningless to him. Even if there were two more Shanks standing here, he could keep fighting. His blade swung again. This time, it carried more than just Conqueror's haki. A faint layer of dark energy wrapped around it, cold and unsettling. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze, as if life itself was being drained. Even Shanks felt a chill. It was not just power. It felt like facing something inhuman. What kind of ability is this? Shanks muttered, his expression growing serious. He did not hold back. Griffin burst with light as his armament haki surged to its limit, cutting through the strange energy head-on. Cashin's eyes lit up. Good. This was exactly what he wanted. Shanks' strength was deep, far deeper than most. Even without reaching his absolute peak, he was already at the level of an admiral. Perfect. Cashin leapt into the air using moonwalk, rising high above the battlefield. His blade lifted overhead as all the haki in his body converged. Serious sword. A massive slash tore through the sky, forming the shape of a giant black crane. It let out a sharp cry as it descended toward Shanks. Shanks inhaled deeply. All his haki gathered onto Griffin. The blade vibrated, a low hum echoing like the roar of a beast. He swung. Divine departure. The moment Cashin heard the name, his grin widened. So this was it. He did not dodge. He poured even more haki into his attack, choosing a direct collision. The two forces met. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire coastline. The air itself seemed to shatter as waves of force spread outward, tearing through everything in their path. Trees bent violently, some ripped from the ground entirely. Cashin was thrown back, flipping several times in midair before stabilizing himself. Shanks staggered backward across the ground, retreating dozens of steps before finally stopping. His chest rose and fell heavily, a trace of blood slipping from the corner of his mouth. His hand trembled slightly as it gripped Griffin. Fatigue showed on his face. He raised a hand. No more fighting, he said with a wry smile. If this keeps going, I might lose this arm. He exhaled, shaking his head. You're a monster. Fighting you head-on like this, who can keep up with that? He had already figured it out. Cashin's fighting style was reckless in the worst way. Direct clashes, constant pressure, no concern for damage. And somehow, he endured it all. Cashin landed lightly, catching his blade. A small chuckle escaped him. Good fight. Deep down, he understood. In terms of raw strength and experience, he was still slightly behind Shanks. The advantage he held came from something else entirely. A completely unreasonable advantage. Milestone 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Also, if you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F Content Source, Webnovel.com Chapter 32 to 32. Cashin misleads Luffy 132. Cashin misleads Luffy, 1/32. Cashin misleads Luffy, 1/. Shanks sheathed Griffin and fixed his gaze on Cashin, his expression turning serious. Who exactly are you? With your strength, you can't be some nobody. Cashin casually pulled out his badge and held it up. World Government Special Envoy, Cashin. I'm traveling across the 4 seas, and along the way, I look for people worth fighting. World Government. Shanks paused for a brief moment, then laughed out loud. I didn't expect the World Government to have someone like you. Cashin raised an eyebrow slightly. Why, do I not fit the image? Shanks shook his head. No. You don't carry that rotten atmosphere those officials have. You feel more like a pirate. Cashin gave a faint shrug. Maybe. It's just a title. Doesn't matter. His eyes shifted toward the horizon. The sun had already dipped beneath the sea, and darkness slowly crept across the sky. Cashin put away his sword. Let's end it here. If there's another chance, we'll have a proper fight. Shanks returned Griffin to its sheath, a relaxed smile forming again. Anytime. But next time, you're explaining that ridiculous stamina of yours. Cashin smirked. We'll see. Without another word, he turned and walked toward Hancock and Koala. Behind him, the red hair pirates quickly gathered around Shanks, their concern obvious. Captain, are you all right? Where did that guy even come from? He's insane. Shanks waved them off, signaling he was fine. His eyes, however, stayed fixed on Cashin's retreating figure, thoughtful. An interesting guy, a world government envoy. The East Blue might get a lot more interesting soon. Far away, in Mary Gosa, inside the silent palace, Imma finally felt the transferred impact fade. She lightly pressed her fingers against her temple. That child from the Figarland family has improved quite a bit. Cashin hasn't disappointed me either. At least this time, he hadn't forced her to absorb constant damage like before. Her eyes closed, and the palace returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. By then, Cashin had already left the coastline with Hancock and Koala, disappearing into the night. For him, the battle had been worthwhile. It gave him a clearer sense of where he stood among the top fighters of this world. Shanks was strong, no doubt about it. But he, Cashin, was not lacking either. Now, it was time to move on to something more important. His plan. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, 3 future heavyweights, were all in the Goa Kingdom. Cashin's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Even Hancock, watching from the side, could tell he was planning something questionable. Inside Makino's tavern, warm light filled the room, pushing back the cool night air. Shanks and his crew were gone, leaving only Cashin's group behind. And one restless kid. Luffy sat there clutching an empty cup, his face still full of excitement. The moment he saw Cashin, he jumped down and ran over on his short legs, stopping right in front of him. Hey, uncle, you still haven't told me a story. A story about someone even stronger than the Pirate King. Cashin placed his glass down slowly, a faint smile forming as he deliberately stretched out his words. You really want to hear it? Yes. Luffy nodded so hard it looked like his head might fall off. Hancock sat nearby with Koala, watching with interest. She wanted to see what kind of nonsense Cashin would come up with this time. Cashin cleared his throat and lowered his voice, making it deeper, more engaging. In the vast universe, there is no ocean. Only endless stars scattered across the darkness. And among those countless stars, there are many worlds where life exists in different forms. Luffy raised his hand immediately, confused. Uncle, what are stars? And what are worlds? Cashin replied without hesitation. The place we are standing on right now is just one world. A very small one. In the universe, there are countless worlds like this, more than you could ever imagine. This world of ours is no more than a grain of sand on a beach. Luffy's eyes widened, his mouth forming a round shape as he tried to process it. There are that many? Are there people on all of them? Cashin nodded, his tone firm. Of course. The stars you see at night are actually other worlds. They're just so far away that they look small. As far as I know, there's a powerful race out there called the Suns. They don't sail across seas. They travel through the universe in ships, moving between different worlds. Their goal isn't becoming the Pirate King. It's becoming the strongest warrior in the entire universe. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. His fists clenched without him noticing. The strongest in the whole universe. That's stronger than the Pirate King. Cashin clapped his hands once, his voice gaining intensity. Of course. The Pirate King only rules the seas. He doesn't even control a single world. But those warriors can destroy a world with a single punch. Think about that. One punch, and something bigger than the entire East Blue is gone. Doesn't that sound better? Luffy froze for a moment, then his face flushed red with excitement. One punch? That's insane. That's so cool. In his mind, the biggest thing he had ever seen was a giant sea king. Compared to destroying an entire world, that was nothing. Cashin continued, not giving him time to think. That's not all. They can transform. Normally, they look just like regular people. But when they get angry, their hair turns gold, and their power increases dozens of times over. This form is called a Super Saiyan. Golden hair. Luffy instinctively touched his own hair, clearly imagining it. Cashin nodded. And their fights aren't like what you see here. No swords, no cannons. They fight in space, using their fists, firing energy attacks that can destroy massive rocks, moving faster than light itself. He leaned slightly forward. Tell me, is that more exciting than chasing treasure or becoming the Pirate King? Yeah. Luffy shouted without hesitation. Way more exciting than the Pirate King. At that moment, the dream he had held onto started to feel small. Compared to becoming the strongest warrior in the universe, being Pirate King suddenly didn't seem like the biggest goal anymore. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 33-33 Cashin misleads Luffy 22-33, 33, Cashin misleads Luffy, 2 halves, 33. Cashin misleads Luffy, two halves. Hancock stood nearby, listening quietly, caught somewhere between amusement and disbelief. This man had actually managed to completely mislead a child like Luffy. Still, she had to admit that the story Cashin was telling about the Syans sounded far more grand and intense than Shanks's usual tales about the Pirate King. Even she felt a faint curiosity about what would come next. Koala listened with bright eyes, tugging lightly at Hancock's sleeve as she whispered, "Sister Hancock, is the universe really that big? Are there really warriors with golden hair?" Hancock smiled faintly and gently patted her head. "Who knows? Maybe there are." Seeing the stunned and fascinated look on Luffy's face, Cashin felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. First step, complete. He had successfully dragged this kid's perspective away from the narrow ocean and pushed it towards something far larger. Cashin leaned closer, his tone persuasive. "Do you want to become a warrior like that?" Luffy blinked, still caught in the imagery. Cashin continued, "Forget about becoming Pirate King. Why not aim higher and become the strongest warrior in the entire universe?" Luffy snapped back to reality, hesitation flickering across his small face. The Pirate King was the dream Shanks had planted in him. But the idea of being the strongest warrior in the universe sounded even more incredible. He lowered his voice slightly. "But Shanks said the Pirate King is the freest person, freedom." Cashin scoffed. "What kind of freedom is sailing on the sea? That is just being stuck in a small world." He gestured upward. "Imagine traveling across the universe, going to any planet you want, fighting the strongest warriors wherever they are. Isn't that real freedom? The ocean has limits, no matter how vast it seems. But the universe has none. That kind of freedom never ends. That is true freedom. Infinite freedom." Luffy repeated the words softly. Confusion flashed in his eyes, then slowly turned into something brighter. Excitement. He suddenly looked up at Cashin, his expression firm. "I've decided. I don't want to be Pirate King anymore. I want to be the strongest warrior in the whole universe. I want to smash planets with one punch. I want golden hair." Cashin patted his shoulder with approval. "Good. That's a real ambition. When you grow up, I'll take you out there to see the universe yourself." Luffy's eyes widened. "Really? Of course." Cashin nodded seriously, though his thoughts were far less sincere. Whether this kid could even leave the planet in the future was uncertain. What mattered was leading him off track now. This was the core of Cashin's plan. If Shanks ended up not giving Luffy the Nika fruit because of this change, things would become much easier. Cashin would not need to hesitate when dealing with people he had no attachment to. If Shanks still gave it to him, then that would be even more entertaining. A joy boy who wanted to become a universal warrior? That sounded absurd enough to be interesting. As for helping Luffy fight Imu, that idea never even crossed Cashin's mind seriously. Imu was currently his greatest advantage. As long as Imu existed, Cashin would not age and would not be harmed. That was as close to immortality as one could get. On top of that, in Mary Gosa, his position was second only to one person and above countless others. Why would he ever want to overthrow Imu? Even eliminating Luffy early would not solve anything. If Luffy disappeared, someone else would simply take his place as Joy Boy's vessel. Getting rid of one problem only for another to appear later was pointless. Guiding Luffy onto a completely different path was the most efficient option. With that thought settled, Cashin continued weaving more stories into Luffy's mind. "Today, I'll tell you about different planets in the universe. Let's start with Ninja World. There are 5 great nations there. In a place called Konoha, in the Land of Fire, there was a boy named Naruto. The moment he began, Luffy became completely absorbed, his eyes shining with excitement. Not far away, Makino approached with a tray of cookies. She noticed Luffy's unusual excitement and smiled. "What are you two talking about that has you so happy?" Luffy ran over immediately, grabbing her hand. "Makino. This uncle said there are warriors in the universe who can destroy planets with one punch. I'm not going to be Pirate King anymore. I'm going to be the strongest warrior in the universe." Makino froze for a moment, then looked at Cashin with a mix of amusement and helplessness. "You really know how to tell stories." Cashin remained completely serious. "I'm not joking. The world is much bigger than you think. You shouldn't limit your imagination." He pointed upward. "There are sky islands in the sky. What if the people there originally came from the moon? The moon is part of the universe, isn't it?" What he said was not entirely false. The ancestors of the Sky Islanders did come from the moon, known as Fairy Verth. In the future, Enel would even encounter space pirates and ancient machines there. Space existed in this world. Warriors beyond the sea might exist too. Makino looked slightly unsettled. She could not fully believe it, yet Cashin's confidence made it difficult to dismiss. In the end, she simply smiled and patted Luffy's head. It's getting late. Time to go home. Luffy resisted immediately. No, I want to hear more about the Universal Warriors. You can come back another time, Makino said gently. Reluctantly, Luffy allowed himself to be led away. Before leaving, he turned back and shouted, I'll come again tomorrow. You have to keep telling me stories. Cashin waved casually. Of course. Watching Luffy disappear into the distance, Cashin smirked and glanced at Hancock. Well? My storytelling skills are not worse than red hairs, right? Hancock snorted. You're just good at fooling children. Even so, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Who's next? Cashin stretched lazily. I'm not fooling anyone. I'm guiding lost youth. Once Luffy is properly redirected, we'll go educate the next one. The next target was obvious. Ace. And after that, Sabo. With the endless stories and ideas from the modern world, Cashin had no shortage of ways to influence them. He picked up his sword. Let's find somewhere to stay. Hancock nodded, carrying the already sleepy koala as they stepped out. Fuchsia village at night was quiet, filled with the distant sound of waves and insects. Cashin looked up at the sky. Stars filled the darkness, scattered like countless distant worlds. The universe, he murmured softly. Not everything he said earlier was a lie. Maybe one day, he really could travel beyond this planet. Maybe he could see something far greater. He chuckled to himself. Luffy, don't disappoint me. _Patreon =_ F unreleased chapters are available there. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 34-34 Shanks realizes Luffy's dream has been misled. 34 Shanks realizes Luffy's dream has been misled. 34 Shanks realizes Luffy's dream has been misled. The next day, the wooden door of Makino's tavern was pushed open once again. Shanks walked in with his crew, moving as naturally as if the place were their own. Just as he was about to call for Makino to bring some drinks, his attention was drawn to the bar. Luffy stood there, waving his arms around wildly, talking non-stop. He was asking Makino for gold paint, insisting he wanted to dye his hair like a Super Saiyan. Shanks raised an eyebrow and walked over, taking a seat beside him. Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy turned immediately, his face lighting up with excitement. Shanks. I've decided. I'm not going to be the Pirate King anymore. I'm going to be the strongest warrior in the universe. Shanks froze. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. What did you just say? You're not going to be the Pirate King. And what is this strongest warrior in the universe supposed to be? Luffy gestured energetically, his face filled with admiration. It's a super powerful warrior who can destroy a planet with one punch and turn their hair gold. Cashin told me yesterday. The universe is way bigger than the ocean. Cashin. Shanks reacted instantly. So it really was that man from yesterday. He rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache forming. Luffy, listen carefully, Shanks said, trying to stay patient. The Pirate King is the greatest. Sailing freely across the sea, finding the One Piece, that is true freedom. But the universe is even more free. Luffy cut him off without hesitation, his voice filled with conviction. Cashin said the sea has limits, but the universe doesn't. Infinite freedom is real freedom. Shanks fell silent. There was no doubt anymore, Luffy had been completely influenced. What universe? What Super Saiyan? None of it made any sense to him. Shanks frowned and tried to correct him. That man is just making things up. There are no people who can destroy planets. Those are just stories. Luffy's expression immediately changed, his face turning red with frustration. Cashin isn't lying. He even beat you. He's stronger than you, so what he says has to be true. Shanks paused. For a moment, he had no way to respond. Explaining concepts like the universe to a child was already difficult, and the worst part was that he himself did not fully understand it either. At that moment, Makino spoke up from behind the counter. Yesterday, Mr. Cashin also mentioned that Sky Islands came from the moon. Ben Beckman adjusted his glasses slightly and spoke in a low voice. Captain, that man isn't ordinary. If he's talking about things like Sky Islands coming from the moon, then he might actually know something. Shanks' expression grew more serious. He was aware of the origins of the Sky Islanders. During his time with Roger, they had encountered the poneglyphs that revealed fragments of that history. Could it be? Was there really something beyond the sea that he had never considered? Was there truly a dream greater than becoming the Pirate King? Shanks exhaled slowly as he watched Luffy continue to excitedly describe his so-called cosmic ambition. In the end, he shook his head. Luffy was still a child. His dreams could change easily. In a few days, he might return to wanting to become the Pirate King. But there was one thing that bothered him. What exactly was Cashin trying to achieve? Just as Shanks was thinking about how to steer Luffy back onto the right path, the tavern door opened again. Cashin walked in, accompanied by Hancock and Koala. The moment Luffy saw him, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed over, completely ignoring Shanks. Cashin. Hurry and continue the story. Yesterday you were talking about Naruto in the Chunin exams. Did he become a Chunin or not? Before Cashin could respond, Shanks stepped forward, placing a hand on Luffy's head as he stared directly at Cashin. Cashin, why did you come to Fuchsia village? And why are you telling Luffy those kinds of stories? Cashin shrugged casually. I'm just telling him stories. Is there a problem with that? You've been telling him stories too, haven't you? Shanks' expression hardened. The stories I tell are real. The Pirate King exists. The One Piece exists. But these so-called universal warriors you're talking about, I've never heard of them. What are you trying to do by feeding Luffy fantasies? Cashin raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Just because you haven't heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you know everything in this world? If you don't, does that mean those things aren't real? He folded his arms, his tone sharp. You should expand your perspective. Right now, you're no different from someone stuck in a well, thinking the sky above you is the entire world. There's a much bigger world out there, you just don't see it. Shanks' face darkened. Cashin's words were direct and unapologetic, openly mocking him. The members of the Red Hair Pirates also frowned, clearly displeased. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Hancock stepped slightly forward, pulling Koala behind her, her posture becoming guarded. Before things could escalate, Makino quickly intervened. Let's calm down, she said with a gentle smile. It's just a story. There's no need for this to turn into an argument. Cashin chuckled lightly. Makino understands the situation better than some people. I'm just telling a kid a story. Anyone watching would think I'm doing something terrible. Shanks clenched his jaw, veins faintly visible on his forehead. If strength were not an issue, he would have already thrown a punch. Cashin ignored him and looked down at Luffy. Luffy, you tell us. Which story is better, mine or Shanks? Luffy hesitated, clearly conflicted. He liked both, but he was not the type to lie. Shanks' stories are good, but Cashin's stories are more exciting. They feel bigger. The moment those words left his mouth, Shanks' expression stiffened. Months of storytelling had just been overshadowed in a single night. Cashin smiled slightly. Exactly as expected. If you want to change someone's dream, the simplest method is to replace it with something even greater. A bigger vision, a more tempting goal. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 35 to 35 Ace 135, 35, Ace, 1/. 35, Ace, 1/. From that point on, Cashin went to Makino's tavern every day, always on time, to tell Luffy stories. He retold tales inspired by Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball, Battle Through the Heavens, Swallowed Star, reshaping them into his own versions as he spoke. Even Shanks had to admit that Cashin's stories were far more engaging than his own tale of the Pirate King. Gradually, the members of the Red Hair Pirates became completely absorbed in them. What made it even more convincing was how detailed everything sounded. The worlds, the geography, the power systems, all of it was described with clarity and structure. It felt less like imagination and more like experience. Shanks even found himself questioning whether those worlds truly existed. For a moment, he felt like someone who had seen too little of the world. Makino also became a regular listener. Whenever Cashin spoke, she would quietly draw closer and listen along with everyone else. After half a month of storytelling, Cashin decided it was enough. Luffy was fully hooked. Alright, that's where the story stops, Cashin said casually. We're leaving tomorrow. Luffy froze, then immediately panicked. No, you can't go. Cashin, you haven't finished any of the stories. Cashin placed his hand on Luffy's head. Luffy, let's make a deal. When we meet again, I'll tell you all the endings. Luffy's face twisted in frustration. No. I still want to know if Naruto becomes Hokage. Did Gaku defeat Frieza? Just thinking about never hearing the endings made him restless. It wasn't just Luffy. The entire Red Hair crew reacted the same way. Lucky Roo suddenly lost interest in the meat in his hand. He hurried over and blocked Cashin. Mr. Cashin, just stay a few more days. At least finish the stories. Stopping like this is torture. Punch stepped forward as well. Exactly. You can't just leave it halfway. That's not right. Soon, Lime Juice, Bonk Punch, Hongo, Yasop, and the rest gathered around, all trying to convince him. Shanks rubbed his forehead. His entire crew had turned against him. Were his own stories really that bad? Compared to Cashin's stories, they did feel limited. In those tales, warriors could destroy planets or create entire worlds within themselves. Becoming Pirate King suddenly sounded small in comparison. In the end, Cashin still refused to stay. He arrived with incredible stories and left with all their endings. Behind him, Makino's tavern was filled with complaints and frustration. This was exactly what he wanted. If they wanted the endings, they would have to find him out on the sea. Anyone who had ever followed a story knew how unbearable it was when it stopped halfway. Deep in the forest of Mt. Kalyabo, Cashin pushed aside thick vines and looked ahead at the barren hillside. According to his memory, Ace had been living here for years. Raised by the Dodon bandits, surviving through fighting and stealing, while constantly hearing Garp's harsh words. Garp's approach had done more harm than good. When he brought Ace back, he was just an infant. Garp could have hidden the truth, but instead, he repeated it every time he visited. You are the son of the Pirate King, Roger. Evil blood runs through you. Roger was a criminal. You must grow up properly. He started the Great Pirate Era and caused chaos everywhere. When you grow up, you must become a marine and fix his mistakes. Those words cut deep. They made Ace hate his own blood, made him question why he even existed. Yet because Garp raised him, he forced himself to keep going. At times, those thoughts drove him to the edge. It was clear Garp had failed as a mentor. Not losing himself completely under that kind of pressure was already a sign of strength. Found him, Hancock said, pointing ahead. Cashin followed her gaze. Under a large rock sat a thin boy, curled up. His messy black hair covered most of his face, and his clothes were worn. He held a branch, absent-mindedly scratching the ground. It was Ace. At 9.5 years old, he had not yet met Luffy or Sabo. There was no energy in him, only silence and distance. Cashin turned to Hancock and Koala. Wait here. He approached slowly, careful not to startle him. When he got close, Ace suddenly turned around, eyes sharp and alert like a cornered animal. Who's there? Seeing a stranger only made him more defensive. He tightened his grip on the branch, ready to attack. Cashin stopped and gave a relaxed smile. No need to get worked up. I'm not here to cause trouble. My name is Cashin. I was passing by and thought I'd talk to you. I've got nothing to say to you, Ace muttered, lowering his head. Cashin didn't leave. He sat down nearby, looking out into the forest. I know your name is Ace. I also know your past. I didn't come here to harm you. I just want to tell you a story. Ace stiffened slightly. He didn't respond, but he didn't tell him to leave either. Cashin understood. Pushing too hard would only make things worse. After a brief silence, he began. In a distant place, there was a boy. His father was a villain hated by everyone. To remind him of that, his mother gave him a name tied to his father's sins. People around him told him he was the same as his father, that he shouldn't even exist. Ace's breathing became heavier. His grip tightened. The story felt too familiar. He slowly raised his head, looking at Cashin with shock, and something else buried deep inside. Cashin continued. Even though his father was unforgivable, he didn't give up on himself. He traveled across the world, helping others and punishing those who did wrong. He chose his own path. In the end, he became someone respected by everyone. Ace's eyes widened. His lips moved slightly, but no words came out. Patreon _F Content Source, webnovel.com Chapter 36 to 36 Ace 2236, 36, Ace, 2 halves, 36, Ace, 2 halves, do you think he made the right choice? Cashin's voice was steady. Ace lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. After a long silence, he answered in a barely audible voice. Yes. Cashin looked at him. Then what about you? Do you think your worth is decided by your father's name? Ace suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red, his voice shaking, yet stubborn. I don't know. Everyone says I'm the son of a demon. My father is Gold Roger. The worst criminal in the world. I shouldn't even exist. Cashin's tone sharpened instantly. Who told you that? People who have never even met you. Or that old man who keeps repeating that you're Roger's son. Ace froze. Cashin's voice eased, but every word carried weight. Roger is Roger, and you are Ace. What he did is his business. What you do is yours. You can spend your life hiding in his shadow, drowning in self-hatred. Or you can step out of it and decide your own life with your own hands. He pointed toward the birds flying in the distance. Look at them. They don't care what kind of birds their parents were. They fly, they survive, they find their own sky. Why can't you do the same? Ace's voice broke. Tears streamed down his face without restraint. No one had ever told him that his life had value beyond his bloodline. For years, he had lived inside an invisible cage. The words Roger's son were the bars. Cashin's words broke the lock. Cashin stood up and patted his shoulder. Don't let anyone define you, Ace. Hero or demon, that choice is yours. If you want to prove you're not cursed, then live a life you can be proud of. If you want to shut people up, then become stronger than them. He paused, then smirked slightly. There's a loud kid in Fuchsia village named Luffy who keeps shouting about becoming the strongest warrior in the universe. He's looked down on too, but his ambition is ridiculous. People like that are worth knowing. Cashin said nothing more and turned to leave. Some things didn't need to be explained further. Behind him, Ace remained where he was, unmoving for a long time. Eventually, he looked up at the sky. The gloom in his eyes had faded, replaced by something steadier. My life is mine. He clenched his fists tightly. In the distance, Hancock watched Cashin return. Is that enough? Cashin nodded. It is. Once the idea takes root, it will grow. Koala tugged at his hand. Brother Cashin, does that mean he won't be sad anymore? Cashin rubbed her head. He'll figure it out. It's time to move on. Their next destination was the Goa Kingdom, where another boy was trapped in a different kind of cage. The noble district stood in sharp contrast to Grey Terminal. Clean stone roads, luxurious houses, and a faint scent of perfume filled the air. Yet to Sabo, this place felt more suffocating than the slums. He stood on the terrace of his family's villa, staring at the distant smoke rising from the commoner district. His expression carried frustration and disgust beyond his years. His father's control, his mother's empty politeness, the arrogance of nobles, all of it weighed on him. So-called nobles are just parasites feeding on others. He clenched his fists. He would rather struggle in the slums than live in this place. Oh? You see things clearly for someone your age. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Sabo spun around, alert. A young man leaned casually against a pillar, a faint smile on his face. Behind him stood a stunning woman and a small girl. Cashin, Hancock, and Koala. Who are you? How did you get in? Sabo took a step back, wary. My name is Cashin. I came to see a noble who doesn't belong here. Cashin walked closer, studying him. You hate your identity, don't you? Sabo stayed silent, watching him carefully. You think nobles are filthy because they abuse their power. Cashin continued without waiting. But power itself isn't good or bad. Sabo frowned. What do you mean? A blade can kill in the wrong hands, or save lives in the right ones. Power works the same way. What's truly rotten isn't status or bloodline, it's the person using that power. Sabo's expression shifted slightly. It was a perspective he had never considered. Cashin kept going. You hate what nobles do. That's fine. But if you run away, what changes? Can you stop them? Can you improve anything? Sabo went quiet. He had always wanted to escape, but never thought beyond that. Cashin answered for him. Without your current status, you can't change anything. You're too weak on your own. You wouldn't even get close to the people in power. Sabo hesitated. Then what should I do? Cashin's voice turned firm. Take control of power. If you hate the rules, become the one who writes them. Use your position to learn, grow, and gain strength. When you're strong enough, tear down what you hate and rebuild it your way. He looked directly at Sabo. Running away is easy. Breaking the cage and reshaping it, that takes real strength. You think noble blood is dirty? Then prove that it can create something better. Sabo stood frozen. Cashin's words hit harder than anything he had heard before. He saw another path. Become the one who makes the rules, his eyes slowly lit up. Cashin patted his shoulder. It won't be easy. You'll face resistance, and you might even lose yourself. But remember what you believe right now. He added with a faint smile. You won't be alone either. There's a kid named Luffy in Fuchsia village, loud and stubborn. And a boy named Ace on Mt. Kalyabo trying to figure himself out. You might get along. Sabo looked at Cashin again. The suspicion in his eyes had faded, replaced with something quieter. Thank you, Cashin. Cashin nodded. No need. What you do next is up to you. With that, he left with Hancock and Koala, just as quietly as they had arrived. Sabo remained on the terrace long after they were gone. The setting sun stretched his shadow across the ground. His fists tightened. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 37-37 Arrival at Shimatsuki Village 37, Arrival at Shimatsuki Village 37, Arrival at Shimatsuki Village. Leaving the villa in the Goa Kingdom, Hancock could not hold back her curiosity any longer. You say different things to every child. Aren't you worried they will actually follow those paths and throw the world into chaos? Cashin shrugged, completely unconcerned. It would be better if they did. This world is already a mess. A few more variables just make things more interesting. I only show them a path. Whether they take it, and how far they go, is their choice. Sitting behind him on the ink feather crane, Koala tilted her head. Brother Cashin, where are we going next? Cashin looked ahead, a faint anticipation in his eyes. Shimatsuki Village. Shimatsuki Village, a small island in the East Blue, was known for its swordsmanship tradition. A skilled swordsman, Kao's hero, lived there along with his daughter Kuina, a prodigy. By this time, Kuina should be 10 years old, and Roronozoro about 8. The two of them would be in the dojo every day, constantly competing over who was stronger. More importantly, Kuina was still alive. Cashin remembered clearly how her story ended. She had fallen into despair, believing that girls could never surpass boys in strength. Not long after, she died, leaving behind a regret that shaped Zoro's entire life. Maybe I can change that. Cashin muttered quietly. The ink feather crane cut through the sky at high speed. Soon, a lush green island appeared ahead. A peaceful village rested on the island, and at its center stood a dojo. We're here. The crane descended and transformed back into a sword in Cashin's hand. Gunko and Lillian landed nearby as well, riding a bird formed from arrow straps, an application of Gunko's arrow fruit ability. The group walked into the village. The locals glanced at them with curiosity but did not crowd them, maintaining a simple and friendly atmosphere. Before long, they reached the dojo. The doors were open, and the sounds of training echoed from inside, steady shouts mixed with the clashing of wooden swords. Cashin stepped in and observed. More than a dozen children were practicing. At the front stood a gentle-looking man in a kimono, calmly instructing them. This was Kao's hero. In one corner, 2 children were locked in a fierce spar. A green-haired boy attacked with intensity, his movements rough but full of determination. Roronozoro. Facing him was a girl in a white kendo uniform. Her movements were clean and controlled, her strikes precise. She effortlessly deflected Zoro's attacks. Kuina. Again. Zoro was pushed back, but he refused to give up and charged forward once more. Kuina sidestepped smoothly, redirected his attack, and struck his back with the wooden sword. Zoro lost his footing and fell, slamming his fist against the ground in frustration. You still can't beat me. Kuina spoke flatly, though something deeper lingered in her eyes. I will beat you. Zoro jumped back up, glaring at her. Cashin watched the scene with a faint smile. Nothing had changed. These two were exactly as he remembered. His gaze settled on Kuina. Beneath her composure, he could already see the seeds of doubt. A plan began forming in his mind. He stepped forward and addressed Kao's hero politely. Sorry for the intrusion. My name is Cashin. I've heard of your reputation and came to visit. Kao's hero paused and studied him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could sense something unusual about this young man. Especially the black sword at his waist, which carried a subtle but dangerous sharpness. You are too kind. What brings you here? Cashin glanced around before focusing on Kuina. Nothing serious. I heard there was a talented swordsman here and wanted to see for myself. And I would also like to spar with you. At the mention of sparring, both Zoro and Kuina turned their attention toward him. Zoro immediately shouted, full of excitement. You want to challenge Master? Fight me first. Cashin smirked slightly and ruffled his hair. Try beating her first. I will. Zoro snapped back without hesitation. Kuina lowered her gaze slightly, gripping her sword tighter. The faint loneliness in her eyes deepened. Cashin noticed it. Perfect timing. He turned back to Kao's hero. Would you mind if I use your dojo for a moment? Kao's hero nodded, though his gaze remained thoughtful. Go ahead. Cashin drew his sword slightly, revealing a pitch-black blade before resting it back in its sheath. He then looked at Kuina. How about a spar? Kuina froze for a moment. Me? Yes. I've heard you're skilled. Let's exchange a few moves. Zoro immediately cheered. Kuina, beat him. Chaos Hero said nothing, simply watching. After a brief hesitation, Kuina stepped forward, gripping her wooden sword tightly. She bowed. Please guide me. Cashin returned the gesture lightly and raised his sheathed sword, pointing the scabbard toward her. Come. The dojo fell silent. Kuina steadied herself, her eyes locked onto Cashin. He gave off no visible pressure, yet something about him made her uneasy. Relax, Cashin said casually. Treat it like normal practice. Attack freely. I'll only use the scabbard. Zoro shouted again from the side. Show him. Kuina took a breath, then moved. Her feet shifted, and she shot forward with speed, her wooden sword thrusting straight toward Cashin's chest. Her technique was clean and direct, carrying sharp intent. Cashin did not move away. He simply flicked the scabbard. A light sound rang out. Kuina felt a strange force travel through her sword. Her attack was instantly redirected, her wrist going numb. Her eyes widened, but she reacted quickly, pulling back and swinging horizontally toward his waist. Cashin stepped lightly, almost leisurely. The scabbard struck again at a precise angle. The impact landed exactly where her balance centered. Her wooden sword flew from her hand, spinning through the air before hitting the ground. Silence filled the dojo. Zoro stood frozen, his mouth open. Kuina lost in one exchange. Even Chaos Hero showed clear surprise. Cashin had not relied on strength, only flawless control and precision. This level of mastery was far beyond ordinary skill. Kuina stared at her empty hands. Her face flushed red as frustration and humiliation surged. She bit her lip, her eyes trembling slightly. It was always like this. No matter how hard she trained, there was always something she could not overcome. Her father's doubts. Her own limits. And now this man, defeating her so effortlessly, as if everything she had worked for meant nothing. The weight in her chest grew heavier. Send your juicy power stone, if you want bonus chapters upside down face also, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon. Look it up, if interested in reading ahead. Patreon.com/F Content Source, Webnovel.com Chapter 38 to 38 Kuina's Sword Path 38, Kuina's Sword Path 38, Kuina's Sword Path Kuina suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. Why were you able to defeat me so easily? Is it because I'm a girl, so I can never truly excel at swordsmanship? Cashin looked at her reddened eyes and immediately understood the real issue. She lacked confidence in herself because of her gender, and worse, she was walking down a path that did not suit her. Cashin bent down, picked up the fallen wooden sword, and handed it back to her. His tone turned serious. I beat you because your sword is heading in the wrong direction, not because you're a girl. Kuina froze. The wrong direction. Exactly. Cashin nodded, then glanced at Chaos Hero. Your swordsmanship comes from Wano, right? Wano-style swordsmanship focuses on Iaido, fast draw strikes built for killing in a single move. It emphasizes power, foundation, and explosive strength. Chaos Hero did not deny it. He simply nodded. Cashin turned back to Kuina. You have a light frame, high speed, and natural flexibility. But you're forcing yourself to train a style that relies heavily on strength. That is like asking a swift bird to compete with an elephant in raw power. It does not make sense. Kuina's eyes widened as if something had struck her deeply. She had never thought about it like that. All her life, she had followed the dojo's teachings without question. Even when it felt off, she assumed she simply needed to work harder. Now everything started to make sense. No wonder her strikes sometimes felt forced. No wonder she struggled more against physically stronger opponents. Then, what kind of swordsmanship should I follow? Her voice carried urgency, her eyes fixed on Cashin. Use a Western-style sword. Cashin answered without hesitation. It focuses on speed, precision, and technique. It is built around exploiting openings rather than overpowering opponents. It fits your body perfectly. He picked up a scabbard and demonstrated a few thrusting motions. The movements were sharp and fluid, driven by the wrist rather than the arm. Each strike was direct and efficient, carrying both elegance and lethal intent. See that? It flows better, right? Use your wrist, not brute force. Aim for weak points and end the fight quickly. Kuina watched closely, then instinctively copied him. She adjusted her grip slightly and thrust forward. This time, it felt completely different. Smooth. Natural. Her eyes lit up. Cashin gave a small nod. That's it. There is no superior or inferior style. Only what suits you. And that nonsense about girls not being able to master the sword, forget it. If you choose the right path, you can surpass anyone. His words shattered the weight that had been pressing on her for so long. Kuina tightened her grip on the wooden sword, her gaze becoming clear and determined. Thank you. Cashin. Her voice carried genuine gratitude. Cashin waved it off. Don't overthink it. Practice first. If you get stuck, ask. He then turned to Cao's hero. Now, let's continue. Cao's hero studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. The two stepped into the center of the dojo. Cashin held his black blade at his side, its presence quiet but dangerous. Cao's hero drew the Wado Ikimonji. His demeanor shifted instantly, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Gentle on the surface, yet carrying depth. They bowed. Then Cao's hero moved. His speed was not overwhelming, but every step felt perfectly timed. His blade came forward in a simple thrust that sealed off all angles of escape. A clean killing move. Cashin's eyes sharpened. Impressive. He responded immediately. His blade moved like a streak of darkness, intercepting the attack. Steel met steel. The sound was crisp. Neither of them relied on brute strength. Their movements were refined, controlled to the extreme. Every clash landed with precision, every angle calculated. As the exchange continued, Cashin grew more focused. Koshiro's swordsmanship looked simple, but it carried deep mastery. He used minimal effort to neutralize attacks and constantly redirected force. Skill over power. However, Cashin could tell something else. Koshiro's haki was not particularly strong. At least compared to someone like Shanks, there was a clear gap. His strength came from technique and experience, not overwhelming power. Cashin made a quiet judgment. Vice Admiral level at best. At the same time, Cao's hero was equally shocked. Cashin's swordsmanship was unpredictable. It blended speed, precision, and unconventional angles. Some movements even felt completely unfamiliar. More importantly, his haki was powerful. Especially his Conqueror's haki, which subtly coated his blade and created a suffocating pressure. Without decades of mastery, Cao's hero knew he would have already been overwhelmed. The tempo increased. Their blades clashed repeatedly, faster and faster, filling the dojo with sharp metallic echoes. The watching children were completely stunned. Zoro stood frozen, his eyes wide. So this was his master's true strength. And Cashin, even stronger. A fire ignited in Zoro's heart. He wanted that strength. He needed it. In the middle of the exchange, Cashin suddenly shifted. Instead of pressing forward, he changed direction and lightly tapped Koshiro's wrist with the back of his blade. Cao's hero immediately withdrew and stepped back. A faint smile appeared on his face. I lost. He understood clearly. Cashin had held back. If that strike had been real, his wrist would have been broken. Cashin lowered his sword. Good match. He meant it. Koshiro's skill, especially his control and understanding of combat flow, was exceptional. Cao's hero let out a breath. You are too modest. Then he looked toward Kuina, who was deep in thought. What you said earlier was correct. She may not be suited for my path. He turned back to Cashin. If possible, could you stay for a few days and guide her? Cashin smiled slightly. Exactly what he wanted. I will. Hearing that, Kuina's eyes shone with excitement. Zoro immediately ran over. Hey! Teach me too. I want to get stronger. Cashin glanced at him and smirked. As long as you can keep up. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 39-39 39 Nezumi gets exposed 39, 39, Nezumi gets exposed 39, 39, Nezumi gets exposed. Over the next few days, the Shimatsuki dojo became unusually lively. Cashin taught Kuina everything he had learned from Saint Garling about Western swordsmanship. From basic thrusts, parries, and strikes to advanced footwork, breathing, and timing, his explanations were clear and precise. With his personal demonstrations, Kuina experienced a sudden breakthrough. In just a few days, her swordsmanship underwent a complete transformation. Her movements became faster and more fluid, and her gaze grew steadier, no longer carrying the confusion and isolation she once had. Cashin knew she had broken free from the limits that once held her back. As for Roronoa Zoro, Cashin introduced him to dual-wielding techniques. Although Zoro followed the three-sword style, there were shared principles between the two. With Zoro's natural talent and sharp understanding of the blade, his progress was just as rapid. During their free time, Cashin would sit with Koshiro, drinking and exchanging insights on swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock and Koala wandered through the village, interacting with the locals. Koala even joined the dojo children in practicing basic sword techniques, clearly enjoying herself. Gunko and Lillian remained like silent guards, watching over the area to ensure Cashin's safety. One evening, under the glow of the setting sun, Cashin watched Kuina train with her western sword. Her figure traced clean, elegant arcs through the light, like a young eagle preparing to take flight. Kuina. She stopped immediately and ran over. Mr. Cashin, is something wrong? Cashin met her eyes, his tone steady. Do you want to come with me? The world outside is vast. There are countless powerful swordsmen and styles you have never seen. You might even become the first woman to hold the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina froze. A mix of hesitation flickered in her eyes. Cashin gave a faint smile and rested a hand on her shoulder. You do not need to answer right away. Think it through. No matter what you decide, I will respect it. Kuina nodded firmly. I will think about it carefully. As she ran back to continue training, Cashin watched her with a slight smile. Whether she chose to follow him or not doesn't matter. He had already changed her path. The next morning, the sea breeze of Shimatsuki village carried a faint salt scent, fluttering the flags at the dojo entrance. Cashin stood outside, looking at Kuina, who now carried a small bundle on her back. Made your decision? Kuina nodded firmly, gripping the western sword he had chosen for her. Yes. I want to see the world with you, Mr. Cashin. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Beside her, Zoro puffed his cheeks in frustration. Humph. Once I get stronger, I will definitely beat you. Kuina glanced at him, a confident smile forming. I will be waiting. Ever since she began learning Western techniques, her pressure against Zoro had disappeared completely. Over the past few days, his losses had only gotten worse. Koshiro stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, pride clear in his eyes. Listen to Cashin when you are out there. Do not lose sight of your goal. I understand, father. Cashin nodded slightly. I will take care of her. Koshiro gave a calm nod. I am counting on you. After saying their goodbyes to Koshiro and a clearly unwilling Zoro, the group set off once again. Cashin's blade transformed into a massive black crane, carrying them into the sky as they headed toward the East Blue 16th Marine Branch. Leaning lightly against Cashin, Hancock looked down at the passing islands. Are we really going to investigate that marine named Nezumi? Cashin nodded. Of course. Since we are already out here, we might as well do something useful. Otherwise, the Gorosei might think I am wasting my position as a special envoy. Koala lay flat against the crane's back, gripping its feathers with excitement. So we are like those officials in stories who go around catching bad people. Cashin smirked slightly. Something like that, except we answer to no one. We deal with whoever we feel like. Kuina held her sword tightly, her expression filled with anticipation and tension. This was her first time leaving the village, and everything ahead felt unknown. Gunko and Lillian remained silent at the edges, watching everything without emotion. To them, as long as Cashin did not cross certain lines, everything else was irrelevant. Soon, they arrived at the East Blue 16th Marine Branch. Inside his office, Colonel Nezumi sat with his legs crossed, playing with a gold ring he had taken from a civilian. A greedy smile spread across his face. The East Blue really is the best. Easy money, no strong pirates. He was already planning his next round of extortion. Even without the presence of the Arlong pirates in this timeline, his methods were already well established. Heavy taxes, forced collections, and embezzlement. He had used every trick available. A sudden commotion outside interrupted his thoughts. What is going on? Annoyed, he stood and walked toward the door. Before he could step out, a massive shadow descended from the sky, crashing into the base courtyard. As the dust cleared, a giant black crane appeared, its wings spread wide. Several figures stepped down from its back. At the front stood Cashin, a faint smile on his face, his eyes sharp. Nezumi instinctively stepped back. Who are you? This is a marine base. Intruders will be executed. Cashin walked straight toward him and flashed his badge. World Government Special Envoy, Cashin. I am here for a routine inspection. Nezumi froze for a moment, then scoffed. Special Envoy? I have never heard of that. You must be a fraud. Arrest them. The surrounding marines hesitated, but still raised their weapons and surrounded Cashin's group. Cashin let out a quiet sigh. So it comes to this. He gave Lillian a glance. She moved instantly. With spear in hand, she rushed forward like lightning. Her movements were precise and swift, each strike clean and controlled. Within moments, every marine in the area was down, clutching their bodies in pain, none fatally injured. Nezumi's legs trembled as he stared in disbelief. Who exactly are you? Cashin stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him effortlessly. I already told you. Now, you are going to show me your office and your residence. Nezumi struggled. You cannot do this. I am a Marine Colonel. You need evidence. Cashin let out a short laugh. Then we will find it. Without another word, he dragged Nezumi inside. Hancock, Koala, and Kuina followed, while Gunko stayed behind to seal off the area. What followed was complete exposure. Inside the office, drawers filled with ledgers labeled tribute were uncovered. In his bedroom, multiple chests packed with gold, silver, and stolen funds were found. Even the warehouse held supplies meant for civilians, now marked as military stock. The scale of corruption was overwhelming. Even Cashin paused slightly at the sheer amount. He crouched down and patted Nezumi's face lightly. Impressive. You managed to steal this much in such a short time. Nezumi collapsed to the ground, his face pale, unable to respond. Send power stones for bonus chapters, Patreon _F content source, webnovel.com chapter 40 to 40 sweeping the East Blue 40, sweeping the East Blue 40, sweeping the East Blue. Cashin took out a specially modified Den Den Mushi and dialed Marine Ford. The call connected quickly, and a firm voice came through. This is Marine Ford. Identify yourself. Cashin did not waste time. I am the World Government Special Envoy Cashin. Colonel Nezumi of the East Blue 16th Branch is suspected of corruption, extortion, and embezzlement of military funds. The evidence is conclusive. Send personnel immediately to take him into custody. There was a brief silence before the voice on the other end responded with confusion. World Government Special Envoy? Investigating marine corruption? Are you sure you contacted the right place? I am. Cashin's tone remained flat. This authority comes directly from the Gorosei. If there are doubts, confirm it with them. Now dispatch a nearby branch to cooperate with me. He ended the call without waiting for a reply. At Marine Ford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku slowly set the Den Den Mushi down, his brows tightening. Did you hear that? Beside him, Tsuru nodded, her expression serious. A World Government Special Envoy, directly investigating marine officers. This goes against the usual structure. Since when does the world government interfere this directly in marine affairs? Sengoku exhaled slowly. That is exactly what concerns me. I will confirm it myself. He dialed the private line to the Gorosei. After hearing Sengoku's inquiry, the reply came without hesitation. It is accurate. Cashin has been granted a high level of authority to supervise the 4 seas. The Marines are to fully cooperate. The line went dead shortly after. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged looks, both seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. A figure with authority above standard command structures, specifically assigned to oversee the 4 seas. That was not a normal appointment. Tsuru let out a quiet breath. He is not someone we can treat lightly. Sengoku nodded. Notify the East Blue 17th Branch. Have them proceed to the 16th Branch immediately and assist Cashin. Nezumi is to be brought in. Even as he gave the order, doubt lingered in his mind. Who exactly was Cashin? Back at the 16th Branch, Cashin sat in Nezumi's office, casually drinking tea. Around him, Marines recorded the seized items one by one. Kuina stood nearby, staring at the piles of treasure with visible anger. These people are unbelievable, they are stealing from civilians. Cashin smiled faintly. That is why we deal with them. In this world, the ones worse than pirates are often those hiding behind the name of justice. Not long after, Marines from the 17th Branch arrived. After seeing the situation and recalling headquarters orders, they moved without hesitation. Colonel Nezumi and several implicated officers were immediately taken into custody. A major from the 17th Branch stepped forward respectfully. Special Envoy Cashin, we will take the prisoners and the confiscated funds. They will be judged under military law. Cashin waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Also, send me the records of every Marine branch in the East Blue. I plan to visit them one by one. The major froze for a moment. Understood. After they left, Cashin stood up and stretched. That is one down. Next, we move on. Boa Hancock glanced at him. You are actually planning to clean out the entire East Blue. Cashin raised an eyebrow. I am getting paid for this position, so I might as well use it. Besides, this is more entertaining than drifting around doing nothing. Koala raised her hand excitedly. This is way more fun than stories. Kuina tightened her grip on her sword. These people deserve it. Gunko and Lillian said nothing. Cashin nodded. Good. Then we move. Next target, the 15th branch. The black crane let out a sharp cry and took to the sky, carrying them toward their next destination. The marine branches of the East Blue had no idea what was coming. Within half a month, Cashin led his group across nearly 10 marine branches. Wherever they went, corruption was exposed. From officers to world government officials stationed locally, no one escaped once targeted. The special envoy is conducting an inspection under direct authority of the Gorosei. That statement became a nightmare across the East Blue. Whether it was an incompetent officer promoted through connections or someone backed by higher ranks, none could stand once Cashin arrived. Gunko's arrow markings ensured no escape. Those who tried to run were captured before they even understood what was happening. Lillian's spear handled direct resistance with precision, incapacitating targets without unnecessary force. Kuina struggled at first with this direct approach. But as she watched civilians regain what was stolen and low-ranking sailors express genuine relief, her perspective shifted. When needed, she stepped in, using the techniques Cashin taught her to subdue resistance cleanly. Her confidence continued to grow. Hancock mostly observed in silence, occasionally criticizing Cashin's methods, though her expression suggested she did not truly oppose him. Koala, on the other hand, found everything exciting, especially when hidden wealth was uncovered. Back at Marineford, Sengoku stared at the growing pile of reports on his desk. 12th branch, Colonel Mark, embezzlement confirmed, arrested by Special Envoy Cashin. 8th branch, Major Porter, smuggling arms with pirates, taken down, involvement of a headquarters rear admiral under investigation. G29 affiliated official, bribery and abuse of authority, execution request submitted by Cashin to the Gorosei. Sengoku pressed his fingers against his temple. What exactly is he trying to do? He is tearing through the entire East Blue command structure. He is even targeting headquarters personnel. The adjutant on the Den Den Mushi sounded helpless. Fleet Admiral, he is acting under direct authority. He stated clearly that any corruption will be investigated regardless of rank. And if cooperation is delayed, he will act first and report later. Sengoku's grip tightened. Act first and report later. For someone like him, that is not authority, that is unchecked power. Yet despite his anger, he had no way to stop it. The Gorosei had already made their position clear. After a long pause, Sengoku spoke through clenched teeth. Contact the implicated rear admiral. Tell him to report himself before Cashin reaches him. After ending the call, Sengoku stared out the window. He did not approve of the method. It was too aggressive, too disruptive. But at the same time, he could not deny the results. As corrupt officials fell, discipline improved. The morale of ordinary Marines rose. Public trust, even if slightly, began to recover. Sengoku exhaled slowly. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 41-41 41 Public Declaration 41, 41, Public Declaration 41, 41, Public Declaration Mary Gosa, the Gorosei's conference room. 5 figures sat around a round table, the atmosphere tense and unusual. He's still investigating. Saint Shepherd Jupiter set down the newspaper in his hand, disbelief clear in his voice. Saint Ethan Baron Venus Juro stroked his chin, his brows slightly raised. He's taking it very seriously. Many of those officials have been hiding for over a decade without being exposed. Saint Marcus Mars let out a cold snort. Humph, it's nothing but minor trouble. I expected him to go after the 4 emperors, or at least some notorious pirates. Instead, he's running around acting like some kind of pioneer of integrity. Saint J. Garcia Saturn leaned forward slightly. Perhaps, he actually changed. Saint Shepherd Jupiter scoffed. Changed? Have you all forgotten what he did in Mary Gosa? He forced his way into a celestial dragon's residence, beat one half to death, and even cooked Saint Charlos's pet dog. Someone like that suddenly turning good? I don't buy it. Saint Ethan Baron Venus Juro waved his hand dismissively. No matter what he's planning, as long as he doesn't cause a large-scale disaster, let him do as he pleases. At the very least, getting rid of these parasites benefits the world government. At that moment, the Den Den Mushi on the table rang. Cashin's lazy voice came through. Hello, is this the Gorosei? I've confirmed the corruption of those world government officials. Are you going to deal with it or not? If you won't, I will. Good chance to test how sharp my new sword is. The room fell silent. The same tone as always, casual, yet openly threatening. Saint Topman Warcury took a slow breath before speaking into the Den Den Mushi. We are aware. We will handle it. Continue your investigation. The call ended. Silence returned. After a long pause, Saint Marcus Mars finally spoke. That man is truly unpredictable. East Blue, outside Marine Branch 5 base. Several figures in plain clothes crouched in the bushes, their palms damp with sweat. At the front was a young man with round glasses and a camera slung around his neck, Jerry from the World News Agency. They're here. They're here. The cameraman beside him pointed at the sky. A massive black crane descended from the clouds and landed steadily at the base entrance. Cashin, Hancock and the others jumped down. Gunko and Lillian rushed inside first. Moments later, chaos erupted within the base. Shouts, screams, and the sounds of fighting echoed outward. Jerry tightened his grip on the camera, his eyes gleaming. This is it. We wait for him to come out. He had been scolded countless times by Morgans. Ever since Cashin began targeting corrupt officials, the World News Agency had been chasing the story relentlessly. But Cashin moved too quickly and traveled through the air, making him impossible to track. This time, they had received advance intel that the branch chief of Branch 5 was deeply corrupt. They had waited 3 days. It paid off. The base gates opened. Cashin walked out calmly. Behind him, a line of marine officers were tied together, dragged along by Gunko. At the front was the branch chief, an obese man with a greasy face, sobbing as he was dragged across the ground like a corpse. Now! Move! Jerry rushed forward with the cameraman. Special Envoy Cashin, please wait. Cashin stopped and turned, his gaze sharp. Several strangers were running toward him. Who are you? Trying to free them. Gunko instantly reacted, raising her bow as several specialized arrows formed in her hand, aimed directly at them. Don't misunderstand. Jerry quickly raised his hands and showed his press badge. We're reporters from the World News Agency. We're hoping for an exclusive interview, just a few minutes. Cashin paused, then smiled faintly. World News Agency, he almost found it amusing. Fine. You can have your interview. Jerry's face lit up. Thank you. Thank you. Cashin's expression shifted, turning serious. But I have one condition. Anything. Cashin looked straight at him. You report everything exactly as it is. The crimes of these corrupt officials, and the world government's determination to eliminate corruption. Tell the world the full truth. No problem. Jerry thumped his chest confidently. The World News Agency stands by factual reporting above all else. He turned to his cameraman. Tom, get the camera den mushy ready. We don't have time to waste. The recording began. Jerry raised his microphone. Special Envoy Cashin, why did you choose to focus on corrupt officials during your time in East Blue? Cashin cleared his throat, his posture straightening. That's a good question. I was sent to inspect the 4 Seas, and what I've witnessed has been disappointing. Those entrusted with power should protect the people. Instead, they exploit them for personal gain. They stain the very meaning of justice. His voice carried weight, his gaze intense. The world government will not tolerate this. Our resolve to eliminate corruption has never been stronger. No matter how deeply these people hide, or how powerful their backing is, we will drag them out and deal with them. Our goal is not fame or authority. It is to ensure that civilians across the seas are no longer crushed under corruption. That they can finally see what true justice looks like. He paused briefly before continuing. No matter how difficult the road ahead becomes, no matter how many powerful figures are offended, I, Cashin, will move forward without hesitation. I will restore order to the 4 Seas. Jerry was trembling with excitement, barely holding onto the microphone. This was perfect. A flawless declaration. Tom behind the camera was equally shaken, trying to capture every detail. Hancock frowned slightly from the side and leaned toward Kuina. What he's saying, doesn't it sound strange to you? Like he's putting on a show? Kuina remained silent. Koala, on the other hand, clapped happily. Brother Cashin is amazing. He talks even better than storytellers. Cashin ignored them completely. He continued answering questions, speaking smoothly and confidently. From uncovering corruption to outlining future plans. Every word polished, every sentence deliberate. By the time the interview ended, he had perfectly shaped the image of a righteous envoy, unwavering in his mission. If you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on patreon.com/f. Change at to a, content source, webnovel.com chapter 42 to 42 Kokoyasi Village 42, Kokoyasi Village 42, Kokoyasi Village. After the interview ended, Jerry eagerly shook Cashin's hand. Special Envoy Cashin, you are the greatest man of justice I've ever met. Your actions will spread across the entire world. It's just part of the job. Cashin smiled modestly, but inwardly he was amused. Let's see who still calls me a reckless brute now. A clean public image makes things easier. Jerry and his team left in high spirits. Hancock glanced at him, clearly puzzled. Do you really care that much about your reputation? Why go on and on about justice like that? Cashin shrugged. I don't care about it, but it's useful. With that justice label attached to me, a lot of things become easier. And besides, cleaning out corruption isn't a bad thing. Might as well gain something from it. He looked up at the sky. Branch 5 is done. Next is Branch 3. I heard the branch chief there even collects protection money from pirates. Bold move. The ink feather crane spread its wings and took off again, carrying them toward their next destination. The World News Agency moved quickly. By the next day, newspapers featuring Cashin's interview had already spread across the seas. Special Envoy Cashin sweeps corruption from the East Blue in the name of justice. World government declares zero tolerance. Exclusive interview reveals the envoy's anti-corruption campaign. As the reports spread across the 4 seas, the name Cashin became widely known. Some called him a savior. Others labeled him a troublemaker. Either way, his name was now impossible to ignore. At the Marine Elite Training Camp, a young Marine wearing goggles and chewing on a cigar slammed his fist into a training post, snapping it cleanly. He picked up a newspaper lying nearby. The headline stood out immediately. Special Envoy Cashin sweeps corruption in the East Blue. The photo showed Cashin with a steady gaze, radiating confidence. This Marine was Smoker. Only 24 years old, he had just graduated and had yet to receive an official posting. Despite that, his strength and sense of justice already set him apart from his peers. Smoker stared at the newspaper, his eyes burning. This is justice. Those people who sit around drinking tea and ignoring corruption have no right to speak about justice. He had always despised the corruption within the Marines, but his rank had never given him the power to change anything. Cashin's actions lit something inside him. I'm going to the East Blue. Smoker stood up abruptly, his voice firm. I'm going to find Cashin and deal with those pests myself. The sea needs proper order. Hina, standing nearby, frowned. Smoker, have you lost your mind? You're the top graduate here. Why throw that away to go to the East Blue? And Cashin works directly under the world government, not the Marines. How are you even planning to meet him? Smoker snorted. So what if he's not part of the same system? Justice doesn't belong to any system. As long as the goal is the same, cooperation is possible. That same afternoon, Smoker submitted a transfer request to Marine Ford. He insisted on being stationed in the East Blue, even if it meant starting at the lowest level. The officer reviewing the request looked confused. Has Smoker lost his mind? Giving up headquarters just to go there? But Smoker refused to back down. He even swore he would accept punishment if he failed to achieve results. In the end, Marine Ford approved the request. He was transferred to East Blue Branch 77 as a branch captain. The moment he received the order, Smoker clenched his fists. Cashin, wait for me. I'll catch up. Meanwhile, Kokoyasi village in the East Blue. Blue skies stretched over a calm sea, with white sand and neatly arranged houses spread across green fields. The ink feather crane landed quietly in the forest at the edge of the village, transforming back into a sword in Cashin's hand. Cashin led Hancock, Koala and Kuina forward, with Gunko and Lillian following silently behind. Hancock glanced around, impressed. So this is Kokoyasi village. It's peaceful. Not a bad place to rest. Cashin nodded, though his gaze moved carefully across the village. He wasn't here to relax. He was here for someone. Nami. At this point, she was still a child, living with Nojiko and their adoptive mother, Belmir. Before long, they reached a lush tangerine orchard. Beside it stood a modest house. A woman in an orange dress worked among the trees, picking fruit with practiced ease. Belmir. Anyone home? Cashin called out as he approached. Belmir turned, her expression shifting slightly when she saw him. You're Cashin from the newspaper. Even after retiring, she still kept up with the news. His recent actions had made a strong impression. Cashin gave a small nod. That's right. I heard a respected former Marine lived here, so I came to visit and stay for a few days. Belmir set down her basket and smiled warmly. You're too polite. Come in, all of you. I'll make some tea. At that moment, 2 young girls ran out of the house. One had short orange hair and bright, curious eyes, dressed in a blue vest and shorts. She held a piece of paper and a pen, as if she had been drawing. Nami. The other girl, slightly older, wore a pink dress and had light blue shoulder-length hair. Her demeanor was quieter. Nojiko. Nojiko looked at the visitors curiously. Belmir, who are they? Belmir smiled. This is Cashin. He's an important figure. Nami stared at him, her eyes drawn to the black sword at his side. So he's the one catching bad guys? He looks better than in the newspaper. Cashin chuckled. You've got a good eye, Nami. Nami froze for a second when he said her name, then quickly hid behind Belmir, peeking out cautiously. Belmir sighed lightly. She gets shy around strangers. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 43-43 Nami's Promise 43 Nami's Promise 43 Nami's Promise. Walking into the house, Belmir served fresh oranges and tea. As he enjoyed the sweet fruit, Cashin spoke with her about her time in the Marines. He occasionally praised her courage and sense of justice, making her feel slightly embarrassed. Her impression of him improved quickly. She had expected someone of his status to be arrogant, yet he turned out to be surprisingly easy to talk to. Outside, Koala quickly became friends with Nami and Nojiko. The three girls were close in age, and before long they were laughing, chasing each other, and playing noisily in the yard. Kuina, however, did not waste time. She picked up her wooden sword and continued practicing the Western-style swordsmanship Cashin had taught her. Her movements grew smoother with each repetition, drawing admiration from Nojiko and Koala. Nami stayed reserved at first, but as she watched Kuina train, she slowly moved closer. Her eyes were fixed on the sword, filled with curiosity and envy. Cashin noticed and smirked slightly as he spoke quietly to Hancock, "Look at Nami, she cannot take her eyes off it." Hancock rolled her eyes and lowered her voice, "What are you planning now? Do not mess with the kids." Cashin gave an innocent look, though his thoughts said otherwise. "I just want to secure a future top-tier navigator early. That is not bullying." Over the next few days, Cashin and his group remained in Kokoyasi village. His daily routine became simple, spending time with Nami. He used his sword to let her experience flying, told her fascinating stories, and even competed with her in arithmetic. A navigator needed strong calculation skills, and he made sure she practiced without realizing it. At first, Nami remained cautious around him. Gradually, however, she lowered her guard under his persistent attention. Everything changed when Cashin showed her a detailed world map. As he explained different islands and cultures, her eyes lit up with excitement and longing. "Brother Cashin, have you really been to all these places?" she asked, staring up at him. "Of course," he replied with a smile. "When you grow up, I can take you there." "Really? Really?" He extended his pinky finger. "We can make a promise." Nami did not hesitate. She hooked her finger around his. "Pinky promise. Whoever breaks it is a puppy." Nearby, Hancock watched and pinched Cashin lightly at the waist. "You really have no shame, tricking a child like that." Cashin kept his innocent expression. Koala clapped excitedly. "Brother Cashin is amazing. He even said he would take us to space." "Space?" Nami and Nojiko both looked at him in confusion. Cashin immediately leaned into the moment and began telling them stories about traveling through space and exploring unknown worlds. The girls listened with wide eyes, completely captivated. Belmir watched the lively scene from a distance, a gentle smile on her face. Cashin might seem cynical at times, but his kindness toward the children was genuine. More importantly, she sensed a rare kind of justice in him, purer than many Marines she had known. Kuina continued her daily training and even began guiding Nojiko, who had developed an interest in swordsmanship. Their bond steadily grew stronger. Gunko and Lillian remained quiet as always, spending most of their time patrolling the village to keep troublemakers away. The peaceful days passed quickly. After a few days, Cashin decided it was time to leave. He had rested enough and achieved what he wanted. Before departing, he called Nami over and handed her a small den mushi. "Nami, this is for you." She took it carefully, startled when it blinked. "What is this?" "It is a den mushi. You can use it to communicate over long distances," Cashin explained patiently. "If you ever run into trouble, or if you miss me, call me. No matter where I am, I will come." "Really?" She held it tightly, her expression serious. "Really?" Cashin gently ruffled her hair. "Remember our promise. When you grow up, you will become my navigator. I will take you out to sea and show you the entire world, and even space." Nami nodded firmly. "I will." Nojiko watched quietly, Her thoughts unreadable. Belmir escorted them to the village entrance. Thank you for everything these past few days, she said sincerely. Come visit again when you have time. I will, Cashin replied with a nod. Take care. The group boarded their flying vessel. As Nami, Nojiko, and Belmir waved them off, it rose into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Nami stood there long after they left, clutching the den mushi tightly. I will wait for you, brother Cashin, she whispered. Aboard the vessel, Koala looked at him curiously. Brother, are you really going to take Nami to space? Of course, Cashin answered with a smile, though his thoughts were different. Hook her first, the rest can come later. Hancock glanced at him with a faint, knowing smile. You are starting to look like someone with questionable intentions. Cashin shrugged confidently. This is called early investment. Nami has exceptional talent. She will become a top navigator. Securing her promise now is a smart move. He looked ahead, his expression sharpening. Rest time is over. It is time to get back to work. Our next destination is Marine Branch 27. I have heard it is not exactly clean. We will take a look. Kuina tightened her grip on her wooden sword. I will keep improving as well. The vessel picked up speed, heading straight toward its next target. __Patreon =F content source, webnovel.com chapter 44-44 Cashin recruits smoker 44, Cashin recruits smoker 44, Cashin recruits smoker. Cashin had just finished raiding another corrupt marine branch and seizing the assets of its colonel. As he prepared to move on, the den mushi in his arms suddenly rang. He answered it. The call came directly from Marineford. The message was simple. A marine captain named Smoker had requested to join the anti-corruption operation. He was already on his way to the East Blue, and they wanted Cashin's approval. Smoker was not just any marine. Many saw him as a future admiral candidate. Unfortunately, his presence had gradually faded over time due to shifting attention within the Marines. Cashin did not hesitate. Since the man had come to him on his own, refusing would be pointless. At the port of Marine Branch 77 in the East Blue, a slightly worn warship sat docked. A young marine wearing goggles, with a cigar clenched in his mouth, paced back and forth. His expression revealed both excitement and tension. This was Smoker, recently reassigned and holding the rank of captain. A few days earlier, he had learned that Special Envoy Cashin was operating nearby. Since then, he had been waiting at the port every day, afraid he might miss the chance to meet him. He's here! A nearby soldier shouted. Smoker immediately looked up. A massive black crane descended from the sky, its wingspan stretching over 10 meters. It landed steadily at the port. Several figures stepped down, led by the man Smoker had been waiting for. Cashin! Special Envoy Cashin! Smoker rushed forward and gave a sharp marine salute. His voice carried a hint of excitement. Captain Smoker, reporting for duty. Cashin studied him briefly, then smiled. So you're Smoker. I heard you volunteered to join this operation. Yes. Smoker replied without hesitation. I admire what you're doing. I want to help expose corruption and protect the people. His eyes burned with determination. Cashin nodded. Not bad. You've got initiative. He paused for a moment before continuing. I happen to need someone to coordinate with the Marines. From now on, you'll follow me. Yes, sir. I won't disappoint you. Smoker's excitement was obvious. Hancock, watching from the side, leaned slightly toward Cashin. So you picked up a follower? Something like that, Cashin replied casually. He then looked back at Smoker. Does your branch have any spare warships? My current ride is fast, but it cannot carry much. Smoker straightened immediately. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Not long after, a brand new medium-sized marine warship was brought forward. Cashin examined it and nodded in approval. This will do. From now on, this ship is under my command. He turned to Smoker. You'll handle navigation and coordination with marine personnel. I'll handle investigations up front, you take care of arrests and transfers in the rear. No problem. Smoker responded firmly. He was more than willing to take on the responsibility. Just like that, Cashin gained both a capable subordinate and a proper warship. The group no longer had to crowd onto the black crane. The ship offered plenty of space, including a dedicated training area for Kuina. With this upgrade, their efficiency improved significantly. Cashin continued sweeping through corruption across the East Blue, while Smoker handled communication and logistics with precision. Every time Cashin completed an investigation, Smoker would immediately coordinate with nearby marine forces to process arrests and transfers. Everything ran smoothly, saving Cashin considerable effort. Meanwhile, reporters from the World News Agency were thrilled. Previously, Cashin's movements were unpredictable due to his aerial travel. Now, with a warship, his routes could be tracked through standard marine navigation patterns. This made their reporting far easier. Two reporters, Jerry and Tom, became his regular followers. They not only reported his actions quickly but also supplied him with new leads gathered from various regions. They had effectively become his unofficial intelligence network. Special Envoy Cashin, we've received news that the commander of Branch 32 embezzled disaster relief funds. The locals are furious. Special Envoy, there are reports of a noble colluding with world government officials to monopolize mineral resources. Cashin accepted every solid lead. Whether the target was a marine or affiliated with the world government, as long as there was evidence, he took action without hesitation. As reports spread across the seas, the name Cashin became widely known. In the East Blue, people saw him as a savior. In other seas, people began calling out for him to investigate corruption in their regions. Even parts of the Grand Line had started to take notice. Time passed, and the sea calendar reached December 1509. It had been nearly 4 months since Cashin began his operation in the East Blue. With most of the corruption there already cleared, he decided it was time to move on. His next destination was the West Blue. There were 2 ways to travel between seas. The first was to enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain, then cross the Calm Belt. This method was dangerous and slow, mostly used by pirates or smugglers. The second option was to pass through Mary Gosa atop the Red Line. This route was safer and allowed direct access to any sea, but it came with restrictions. Only high-ranking marines, world government officials, and royalty were permitted to use it. Ships could not pass through and had to be redeployed separately. Cashin stood on the deck, looking toward the distant Red Line. It looks like I'll be heading back to Mary Gosa. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. I've been away long enough. Time to pay a visit to some old acquaintances. Hancock frowned slightly. Mary Gosa, the celestial dragons there won't be easy to deal with. A cold glint flashed in Cashin's eyes. They won't dare cause trouble. He let out a faint smile. This is a good chance to remind them that I haven't forgotten. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 45-45 Tributes from the Celestial Dragons 45 Tributes from the Celestial Dragons 45 Tributes from the Celestial Dragons. Leave 2 reviews to get the next chapter today. A few days later, the warship carrying Cashin arrived at the entrance of the exclusive passage leading to Mary Gosa. Without wasting time, Cashin led everyone onto the massive elevator that connected the lower world to the Holy Land. However, he had no intention of allowing Smoker and the other marines to step into the inner territories. Once they reached the top, Cashin turned to Smoker and gave a calm but firm order. I'm heading up to coordinate with the higher authorities and secure some operational funds. You and the others stay here and guard the perimeter. Smoker hesitated for a brief moment, curiosity flickering in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and saluted. Yes, Special Envoy. Even without being told directly, he could tell that Mary Gosa held secrets far beyond his clearance. Cashin proceeded inward with Hancock, Koala, Kuina, Gunko, and Lillian following behind him. Stepping onto this grand yet rotten land again after more than 3 months, Cashin's expression grew colder with each step. It did not take long before he saw something familiar. Several celestial dragons had surrounded a slave, kicking him to the ground while hurling insults. Useless trash, you can't even carry a cup properly. Hit him harder. The scene was ugly, predictable, and irritating. Clearly, the moment Cashin left, they began slipping back into their old habits. While they no longer killed openly, their cruelty had not changed in the slightest. Cashin let out a quiet scoff. It seems my earlier lesson did not sink in. He walked forward without hesitation. The moment the celestial dragons saw him, their expressions changed instantly. Their arrogance vanished, replaced with fear as their legs gave out beneath them. Lord Cashin, you are back. Cashin did not respond with words. Instead, he stepped forward and kicked the one leading them, sending him crashing across the ground. What, did you think I died out there? The others trembled violently. We wouldn't dare. We won't do it again. Cashin ignored their desperate cries and glanced at Gunko. Make sure they remember this. Gunko nodded without a word. The arrows in her hand shot forward, binding the celestial dragons tightly before dragging them aside like lifeless sacks. Moments later, their screams echoed through the area as she beat them without mercy. No one dared to interfere. The guards remained silent, and the slaves kept their heads lowered. Still, in the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of satisfaction. In this place, Cashin was the only one who could punish these monsters. When it was over, Cashin stepped closer and looked down at their battered faces. Listen carefully. I went out to handle business, I did not disappear. If I see this again, it will not end with a beating. Yes, we understand. They nodded frantically, tears and blood mixing across their faces. Cashin paused, then added casually, also, I have been short on funds lately. Show some sincerity and support my anti-corruption efforts. The celestial dragons froze. They had just been beaten, and now they were being asked to pay. Still, none of them dared refuse. Soon, several large boxes filled with berries were brought over and presented with shaking hands. Cashin opened one, weighed it slightly, then nodded in satisfaction. Now this looks better. Without sparing them another glance, he turned and left. Not long after, Cashin arrived at his residence in Mary Gosa. As soon as he entered, 6 tall and elegant maids stepped forward and bowed. Master, welcome back. They were Lily, Anna, Sophie, Stora, Winona, and Ginny. All of them showed visible relief and happiness upon seeing him again. Ginny stood slightly behind, her expression more complicated than the others. She had once been a commander in the East Army before being captured. Cashin had spared her life and taken her in, which was the only reason she still stood here today. Cashin glanced over them. No one gave you trouble while I was gone. Lily answered respectfully, no, master. With your orders in place, none of the celestial dragons dared approach us. Cashin felt a trace of helplessness at being called that. He had told them more than once to use his name, but none of them dared to. In this place, titles meant safety. He let it go. Good. Pack your things. We are leaving, this place is no longer our base. The 6 maids were surprised but did not question him. Yes. They moved quickly. Afterward, Cashin brought them back to Smoker's position and arranged for a warship replacement. Once everything was settled, Cashin headed alone to the empty palace. Inside, Imu sat upon the massive throne, her back facing him as always. You have returned. Her voice was as indifferent as ever. Cashin walked up behind her and casually placed his hands on her shoulders, beginning a steady massage. Yeah, I came back to handle a few things, and to check in on you. This was not new. Back when he trained under her, he had picked up this habit. Despite her age, her skin remained firm and smooth. If not for her constant cold demeanor, she would easily rival any beauty, even resembling Vivi in the future. The corruption in East Blue has mostly been dealt with, Cashin continued. I plan to move on to West Blue next. Imu gave a slight nod. You have done well. These parasites must be removed. Cashin smirked faintly. Of course. I do not disappoint. They spoke for a while longer, discussing the 4 Cs and his next steps. Cashin understood one thing clearly, as long as Imu stood behind him, he had complete freedom. Leaving the palace, Cashin returned to the outer area where everything was already prepared. The new warship was ready. He boarded along with everyone else. Set course for West Blue. The order was simple. The horn sounded as the ship slowly departed. On deck, Hancock watched him and shook her head. Every time you come here, you cause trouble. Cashin turned slightly, a faint grin on his face. They bring it on themselves. And honestly, putting celestial dragons in their place is entertaining. Nearby, Koala and Kuina had already started chatting with the maids, quickly getting familiar. Smoker stood at the front of the ship, staring out at the sea with determination. This was exactly the life he wanted. Not far away, a small boat followed at a distance. Jerry, the reporter, quickly pulled out a den mushi. President, big news. Special Envoy Cashin has left Mary Gosa and is heading to West Blue. We are following immediately. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 8100 chapters ahead on patreon.com/_f content source, webnovel.com chapter 46 to 46 46 card slots 46, 46, card slots 46, 46, card slots. The salty, damp breeze of the West Blue swept across the deck of the warship. Cashin leaned against the railing, watching Kuina spar with the newly joined maids. More precisely, Kuina was demonstrating the sword techniques Cashin had taught her, while Lily and the others observed with clear admiration. Not far away, Hancock sat beneath a parasol while Koala eagerly urged her to share stories about the Grand Line. Smoker, as always, was focused on directing the sailors with precision. The entire ship moved in an orderly rhythm. Then suddenly, a long-absent voice echoed in Cashin's mind, instantly sharpening his focus. Ding! The host's compatibility with the bound stand Immu has reached 30%. Conditions met, stand system card slots have been unlocked. Current card slots, 1/5 function, exclusive cards can be generated for the bound stand, allowing the host to borrow 30% of the stand's power through the card. The borrowing ratio matches the compatibility level. Notice, compatibility has reached 30%. Authority to bind a second stand has been unlocked. Cashin froze for a brief moment, then a surge of excitement spread across his face. 3 years. Immu's compatibility had been stuck for 3 entire years. Because of that, the card slot function had remained inaccessible for far too long. At first, Cashin checked it often, expecting steady progress. Later, he gave up, as it barely increased even after weeks. He never expected it to finally reach 30% today. Thinking back, he had spent a lot of time around Immu over the years. Sometimes discussing plans, other times causing trouble and dragging her into analyzing the world's situation. Even someone as cold as her would show some change after that much interaction. Or more realistically, she simply found him useful. After all, his anti-corruption actions had significantly improved the image of the world government. Not far away, Gunko quietly observed everything. She was the eyes placed beside Cashin, reporting his every move back to Immu. Immu's evaluation of him was simple. He looked reckless, but he produced results. That usefulness was likely the reason compatibility had increased. The system voice sounded again. The host may now select a second stand candidate for binding. Cashin immediately asked in his mind, what's the maximum number of stands I can bind, and how many card slots are there? A maximum of 5 stands can be bound. There are 5 card slots. When a stand's compatibility reaches 30% or higher, its corresponding card slot unlocks, and the next binding authority becomes available. Once all 5 card slots are unlocked, the stand ability fusion form will become available. In addition, top-tier devil fruits can generate ability cards. Ability cards share the same 5 card slots as stand cards. Stand cards allow the host to borrow all abilities of the target, including devil fruit powers, haki, and physical techniques. The strength depends on compatibility. Ability cards require the host to develop them personally, but devil fruit side effects are removed. Cashin's eyes lit up. 5 stands, 5 card slots, and even fusion. And devil fruits could also become cards. This system had far more potential than he expected. He imagined himself switching between different cards, combining abilities freely. The idea alone was enough to keep him interested. But that was for later. Right now, he needed to choose the second target. Logically, someone close to him would provide higher compatibility. Hancock, for example. If he bound her, the compatibility would likely start extremely high. But there was a problem. The stand had to bear damage and negative effects in his place. Cashin glanced at Hancock, who was casually chatting with Koala, her expression relaxed. He had no intention of letting her take damage for him, even in theory. The same applied to Kuna and Koala. They were off limits. Cashin rubbed his chin, his thoughts shifting. Then I should look for people with strong future potential. Bind them early, help them grow, solve their problems, and raise their trust. That way, compatibility will naturally increase. As for them taking damage on his behalf, Cashin simply dismissed the concern. If they never knew, then it would not matter. They would only see him as someone helpful, someone worth trusting. Their loyalty would rise, and the system would benefit him. Cashin's lips curled slightly. This arrangement worked perfectly in his favor. The first name that came to mind was Monkey D. Luffy. A future pirate king, with absurd endurance and a simple mindset. Easy to approach, easy to influence. Help him a little, feed him properly, and he would treat Cashin as a close ally without hesitation. As for any damage he might take, Luffy would likely recover after a meal and a nap. The second candidate followed quickly. Trafalgar D. Water Law. The user of the Op no Mi, a devil fruit with extreme potential, even capable of granting eternal youth through its ultimate ability. Law's personality was more reserved, but he valued debts and would remember any favor. Helping him at a critical moment would be enough to secure his trust. On top of that, the Op no Mi leaned toward spatial manipulation and medical abilities. It could create interesting combinations with other powers in the future. Cashin briefly considered others. Sabo and Porgas d'Ace both had talent, but their abilities did not stand out enough to him. The Maramara no Mi was not something he considered valuable. His decision was made. Luffy and Law are the best options. I will deal with the West Blue first, then head to the North Blue to find Law. Cashin straightened up from the railing, his mood noticeably better. With the card slot system active, everything ahead felt more interesting. Borrowing 30% of Imu's strength alone was already significant. Hancock approached him, curiosity in her eyes. Cashin, what has you smiling like that? Cashin reached out and lightly ran his fingers through her hair. Nothing serious, just thinking about our next target. He pulled out the latest intelligence report from Jerry and pointed at a specific entry. West Blue Marine Branch 19. The base commander is corrupt, working with local gangs, and exploiting the entire port. The civilians are fed up, but no one dares to speak. Hancock's eyes sharpened. Then there is nothing to wait for. No need to rush blindly. Cashin looked toward Smoker. Smoker, relay the order. Destination, West Blue Branch 19. Full speed. Yes, Special Envoy. Smoker moved immediately. The warship's horn echoed as it shifted course and cut through the sea toward its next destination. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 47-47 Hancock's Jealousy 47, Hancock's Jealousy 47, Hancock's Jealousy. The sunset over West Blue spread across the sky like spilled paint, turning half of it a deep orange-red. Cashin's warship moved steadily across the sea. The deck was brightly lit, and the faint, crisp sounds of cutlery echoed from within. Inside the dining hall, a long table was filled with an elaborate dinner. Koala and Kuina sat across from each other, competing over who could peel an orange faster. Smoker ate with careful precision, his posture straight. Every now and then, he glanced at Cashin, his expression firm with quiet admiration, as if convinced that everything Cashin did was justified. The most eye-catching presence, however, was the group of 6 maids who had recently joined them. Lily moved gracefully at Cashin's side, serving him with practiced elegance. Anna poured juice for Koala, her expression soft and composed. Sophie carefully wiped the table, making sure no spot was left untouched. Each of them worked efficiently, their roles clearly defined. Only Jewelry Ginny seemed out of place. She sat quietly in a corner, eating in small bites. From time to time, her gaze drifted toward Cashin, carrying a complicated mix of emotions. Going from a commander to a maid was not something she had fully accepted, even after all this time. Beside Cashin, Hancock watched everything unfold. Her eyes lingered on Lily and the others as they attended to him. Slowly, her smile faded. Her brows knit slightly, and her fingers tightened around her glass without her noticing. Back in Mary Gosa, she had been the only one by Cashin's side. When they first left, he had taken only her with him. That had meant something to her, something she held onto. It made her believe she was different. But now, things had changed. After the meal, the maids cleared the table and brought out fruit and tea. Lily stepped forward with a cup of flower tea and handed it to Cashin. Master, this was brewed with cloud mist grass. It helps settle the mind. Cashin accepted it and gave a small nod. Good, you're attentive. That simple exchange was enough to stir something in Hancock. She placed her cup down, her voice carrying a faint edge. Cashin, you went out of your way to bring them from Mary Gosa. Do you like them? Cashin paused mid-sip. He turned his head and looked at her. Seeing the slight pout on her lips and the irritation in her eyes, he understood immediately. A faint smile appeared on his face. He set the cup down and reached out, lightly pinching her cheek. What, you're jealous? Hancock's face flushed, but she refused to admit it. Who's jealous? I just think they're annoying to look at. Oh? Annoying. Lily and the others stiffened slightly at those words, lowering their heads. None of them dared to speak. They all understood Hancock's position. Ginny observed silently from the side, saying nothing. Cashin found Hancock's expression amusing. She looked like a small, irritated cat, trying to hide it. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and leaned close, lowering his voice so only she could hear. How can they compare to you? You're my bed-warming maid. That hasn't changed since Mary Gosa. The familiar nickname made Hancock's cheeks burn even more. Still, she huffed. Then why bring them along? Cashin answered without hesitation, his tone smooth and completely serious. They're here to help you. You take care of Koala and stay by my side every day. That's tiring. With them around, you can relax a bit. Hancock shot him a look. I'm not tired. Of course you're not. Cashin smiled, flicking her forehead lightly. Still, since you're jealous, I'll make it up to you tonight. He leaned closer, his voice dropping slightly. I'll make sure you're too distracted to think about anything else. Hancock immediately understood what he meant. Her face turned bright red, the color spreading all the way to her ears. She pushed him lightly. You always say things like that. Despite her words, the jealousy in her chest had already faded. In its place was something softer, something she couldn't quite hide. Cashin chuckled, clearly satisfied with her reaction. He reached up and gently ruffled her hair. All right, I'll stop. Then his tone softened slightly. No matter what happens, just remember this. No one compares to you. Hancock turned her head slightly, letting out a quiet hum, though the corners of her lips lifted. Nearby, Koala blinked in confusion. What happened to Sister Hancock? Why is her face so red? Kuina shook her head. She did not understand it either, but the atmosphere between Cashin and Hancock felt strange in a way she could not explain. Smoker, on the other hand, kept his head down and focused on his tea. He had no intention of getting involved. The maids, seeing Hancock's mood improve, quietly returned to their tasks. They all knew their place. None of them could compare to her. Ginny watched everything, her eyes thoughtful. Cashin's attitude toward Hancock was genuine. That much was clear. As night fell, the warship gradually grew quiet. A cool sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying the scent of salt. Cashin stood near the railing, looking out at the stars. Hancock stood beside him, leaning against his shoulder. We'll arrive at West Blue Branch 19 tomorrow, she said softly. I heard the base commander there is troublesome. Cashin's expression remained indifferent. Troublesome or not, he's nothing. Embezzling funds and working with pirates right under my nose? He's basically dead. Hancock tilted her head slightly. Should we send someone ahead to investigate? Cashin shook his head. No need. I'll handle it directly. Then he glanced down at her. What, you're worried about me? Hancock immediately looked away. Don't be ridiculous. I'm worried you'll cause unnecessary trouble. Cashin smirked. Right, my queen is always the sharpest one here. He leaned down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead. It's late. Let's head back. Hancock did not resist. She let him take her hand as they walked toward the cabin. On the deck, Gunko and Lillian remained in the shadows, standing guard in silence. Elsewhere, Smoker was still at work, giving orders to the Marines on duty. One by one, the lights in the ship dimmed. Inside the cabin, only faint starlight filtered through the window, outlining two figures close together. In the darkness, Hancock's voice came softly. Don't forget what you said. Cashin's reply carried a quiet confidence. I won't. Outside, the sea breeze moved gently across the water. Tomorrow would bring trouble at Branch 19. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, one bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 8100 chapters ahead on patreon.com/_f content source, webnovel.com chapter 48 to 48 48 branch 1948, 48, branch 1948, 48, branch 19 The warship cut through the waves of West Blue, heading straight toward the port where branch 19 was stationed. As they drew closer, Cashin sensed something off. The atmosphere in West Blue was far heavier than in East Blue. The port ahead carried a faint gloom that was hard to ignore. At Greystone Port, dockworkers moved slowly, their faces dull and lifeless. There were no smiles, only exhaustion and silent caution. Special Envoy, that's Greystone Port ahead. Branch 19 is located on the west side of the harbor. Smoker lowered his binoculars, his brows tightly furrowed. Something about this place feels wrong. Cashin took the binoculars and looked ahead. At a glance, the port seemed busy and prosperous. Goods were being moved in large quantities, ships were docked, and activity filled the area. But the details told a different story. The workers were thin and worn out, their movements sluggish. Standing over them were burly men in black suits and sunglasses, holding clubs, watching closely like overseers. Cashin lowered the binoculars, his voice cold. It's rotten. These gangs are acting openly under Marine protection. Hancock stood beside him, her gaze sharp with disgust as she watched a worker get struck for moving too slowly. Branch 19's commander is clearly working with them. Cashin gave a short nod. We'll confirm everything once we're inside. He turned to Smoker. Stop the warship outside the port. We go in ourselves. Soon after, Cashin disembarked with Hancock, Kuina, Gunko, Lillian, Smoker, and several Marine soldiers. The moment they stepped onto the dock, they were surrounded. Several men in black suits approached, led by a scarred man with a hostile expression. Who are you supposed to be? This is Capone family territory. No one enters without permission. Capone family. Cashin raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name immediately. Smoker stepped forward, flashing his marine badge. Official business. Move aside. We're heading to branch 19. Try stopping us. The scarred man hesitated for a split second at the sight of the badge, but his arrogance returned quickly. Marines? The officers at branch 19 work with our boss. What exactly are you planning to do? Cashin had no patience for the conversation. He glanced at Gunko. You clearly don't know who I am. Gunko, handle it. Gunko moved instantly. Her darts shot out with precision, wrapping around the wrists of several men before they could react. At the same time, Lillian rushed forward, striking their knees with the shaft of her spear. Cracking sounds followed. The men collapsed, screaming as they hit the ground. The surrounding workers froze. No one dared to move. Cashin swept his gaze across the area, his tone steady but suffocating. Anyone else? No one answered. Without another word, he walked toward branch 19. Smoker and the Marines followed closely, their respect for him deepening. The so-called Marine base looked more like a private estate. The guards at the entrance stood lazily, their uniforms sloppy. They barely reacted to Cashin's group. What do you want? One of them asked casually. Cashin showed his badge. World Government Special Envoy, Cashin. Call your commander. The guards immediately stiffened. Cashin's name had already spread across the seas. Even here, they had heard of him. Oh, of course, sir. Please wait. One of them rushed inside. Moments later, a fat middle-aged man hurried out, his face covered in a forced smile. Special Envoy Cashin, welcome. I didn't recognize you right away. I'm Harvey, the branch commander here. Cashin looked him up and down, his expression cold. Colonel Harvey, save the act. I'm here to investigate corruption. Harvey froze briefly, then laughed awkwardly. You must be mistaken. Branch 19 has always been clean. Someone must have spread false rumors. Cashin walked past him without stopping. We'll see. He stepped inside. Gunko, Lillian, search everything. They moved instantly, disappearing into different rooms. Harvey tried to interfere, but Smoker grabbed him firmly, holding him in place. Special Envoy Cashin, this is against procedure. You can't search like this. Cashin looked at him, his gaze sharp. Procedure. You cooperate with the Capone family, exploit civilians, and run illegal operations under Marine protection. You think you can talk about procedure? Keep resisting, and I'll add obstruction to your charges. Harvey's face turned pale. He realized Cashin already knew everything. It didn't take long. Gunko and Lillian returned with evidence. Boxes of gold and jewelry were stacked together. Account books detailed profit shares. Letters written by Harvey were also recovered. They were addressed to Capone Beg. Each letter outlined how to split profits and how Marines would protect the Capone family's operations. Cashin threw one of the account books in front of Harvey. Explain this. Harvey collapsed to his knees, unable to respond. Smoker clenched his fists, his entire body shaking with anger. You've disgraced the Marines. At that moment, shouting erupted outside. A group of armed gang members stormed into the base. At their front stood a Capone family officer. Colonel Harvey, we're here to get you out. He turned to his men. Take them down. Cashin didn't even look at him. He turned to Kuina. They're yours. Good practice. Kuina stepped forward without hesitation. She drew her wooden sword and vanished into motion. Her speed was sharp and controlled. In an instant, she struck multiple targets. Precise hits landed on wrists. Gunshots never came. Weapons fell to the ground as screams filled the air. Before the gang members could react, her blade was already at their throats. They froze. Kuina stood still, breathing evenly, her eyes steady. Her growth was obvious. The boss panicked and tried to run. Before he could take more than a few steps, Lillian struck the back of his head with her spear shaft. He dropped unconscious. Cashin spoke calmly. Smoker, bind them all. Include Harvey. Hand them over to the Marines arriving later. Yes, Special Envoy. Smoker immediately began issuing orders. With Branch 19 dealt with, Cashin did not leave right away. He stood near the port, looking out at the activity. Harvey was only one piece of a much larger problem. Capone family, Cashin narrowed his eyes slightly. Capone Beg is already acting like he owns this sea. The Capone family's influence clearly extended far beyond simple crime. They had control, connections, and protection. If West Blue was to be cleaned up, removing one corrupt officer would not be enough. Hancock walked up beside him. The situation here is far worse than East Blue. Officials and gangs are tied together. If we push too hard, it won't be simple. Cashin smiled slightly. I'm not here for simple. The messy it is, the better. He turned to Smoker. Compile a full list. Every marine branch and world government official in West Blue connected to gangs. Focus on anyone linked to the Capone family. Smoker straightened immediately. Yes, Special Envoy. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 49-49. 49 The Capone Stronghold. 49, 49, The Capone Stronghold. 49, 49, The Capone Stronghold. As soon as Cashin captured the men, Jerry and Tom from the World News Agency rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing the scene at Grey Rock Port, they spoke with excitement. Special Envoy, you've made another major contribution. The Capone family is a cancer in the West Blue. If you take them down, this will become huge news across the 4 seas. Facing the reporters, Cashin adjusted his expression and spoke in a firm, controlled tone. This cancer, the Capone family, will be completely eradicated. I have zero tolerance for this kind of filth. No matter who is backing them, I will investigate everything to the very end. I will return a clear and just world to the people. Jerry quickly wrote everything down, his eyes filled with anticipation. He could already tell that the West Blue was about to fall into chaos. The warship soon set sail again, heading toward its next destination. Cashin stood on the deck, staring at the seemingly steady sea, though he knew the waters beneath were anything but stable. A plan had already taken shape in his mind. His approach was simple. Go straight to the Capone family's base, eliminate everyone, then search for evidence. Even among the world government, clean hands were rare, so criminals like this would definitely have dirt on them. If nothing turned up, then evidence could always be arranged. Illegal weapons, attacking a world government special envoy, obstructing justice, there was always a charge that could be made to stick. As for resistance, it did not matter. Cashin's strength was already at admiral level. Gunko and Lillian were close behind, and Boa Hancock carried the power of a Shishibukai. With that lineup, even a Yonko crew would have to take them seriously. A gang in the West Blue stood no chance. On a remote island in the West Blue, the Capone family's core base was wrapped in a tense silence. Inside the mansion, dozens of armed gang members stood guard at every key point, their nerves stretched tight as if expecting disaster at any moment. Capone Beeg stood on the second-floor balcony, his fingers tapping against the railing. He had just received confirmation that their Grey Rock Port stronghold had been completely destroyed. Colonel Harvey had also been captured by Cashin. Unease crept into his mind. Anyone capable of defeating Harvey so easily was far from ordinary. Boss, a marine warship has entered the port. It's flying the special envoy's flag. A subordinate rushed over, panic clear in his voice. Beeg's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned toward the harbor. There it was, a familiar warship slowly docking. Several figures stood on deck, with Cashin at the front, the same man plastered across recent headlines. Damn it, how did he find this place? Beeg clenched his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone, listen carefully. Stop them. Even if it costs your lives, do not let them enter. This was his territory. He refused to believe that an outsider could crush everything he had built. But the moment Cashin and his group stepped onto the island, that belief began to collapse. Hundreds of gang members surrounded them, guns raised and aimed. One of the leaders shouted arrogantly, "Drop your weapons and surrender." Cashin did not even look at him. Noisy. An overwhelming force burst out from him in an instant. Conqueror's haki surged outward like a tidal wave. Thud after thud echoed across the area. The weaker gang members collapsed immediately, their consciousness wiped out as if struck by an invisible hammer. In seconds, most of the crowd was already down. Only a handful of stronger leaders remained standing, their bodies trembling, faces drained of all color. What is this power? One of them dropped his weapon, fear completely overtaking him. They had fought Marines before. They had dealt with officials. But this was different. This was absolute dominance. Cashin gave a faint, cold smile and gestured slightly. Gunko moved instantly, her arrows snapping forward like living creatures, binding the remaining leaders with precision. Lillian charged forward right after, her spear striking with controlled force. A series of dull impacts followed. Within moments, the last of them fell. The entire operation took less than a minute. Every elite member of the Capone family had been wiped out without putting up any real resistance. From the balcony, Beeg watched everything unfold. His legs shook uncontrollably. This was not a battle. This was annihilation. All his confidence vanished. There was only one thought left in his mind. Run. He turned and rushed toward the back exit. Where do you think you're going? The voice came from behind him. Beeg froze, then slowly turned. Cashin was already there, standing casually, a faint smile on his face. Stay back! Beeg pulled out a pistol, his hand shaking as he aimed it. I am the head of the Capone family. If you touch me, the entire West Blue underworld will come after you. Underworld! Cashin moved. In an instant, he was already in front of Beeg. Before the trigger could be pulled, the pistol was gone from Beeg's hand. A punch followed immediately. Beeg's body folded as the impact landed in his stomach. The air was forced out of him, and pain spread through his entire body. Sweat soaked his clothes instantly. Cashin kicked him down without a second glance. Pathetic. Smoker arrived shortly after. Tie him up. Search everything. Focus on the study and bedrooms. Yes, Special Envoy. Smoker moved quickly, leading his men through the mansion. It did not take long. Gold, jewels, antiques, and stacks of valuable items were discovered. More importantly, a thick ledger was found in Beeg's study. Cashin flipped through it, his expression growing colder with every page. The records detailed years of bribery. Marine officers and world government officials across the West Blue were listed one after another, along with massive sums of money. One name stood out. Rear Admiral Rello of the Marine 88th Branch. According to the ledger, Rello had taken over 3 billion berries from the Capone family. He was their strongest shield within the Marines. Because of him, the Capone family had thrived unchecked. Rear Admiral Rello. Cashin's eyes hardened. So the real rot is still hiding. He tossed the ledger to Smoker. Organize everything and send it to Marineford. Have them take custody of these criminals, especially Capone Beeg. Smoker scanned the records, his expression darkening with anger. This man is a disgrace to the Marines. I'll handle it immediately. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, one bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 8100 chapters ahead on patreon.com/_f content source, webnovel.com chapter 50 to 50 Rear Admiral Rello 50, Rear Admiral Rello 50, Rear Admiral Rello Marineford, Fleet Admiral's Office. Sengoku stared at the report and the copied ledger sent by Smoker, his expression turning darker with every line. His temples throbbed as he nearly crushed the den mushi in his hand. 3 billion berries? Rello, that bastard! His fist slammed onto the desk, sending documents scattering across the floor. Rello was the highest-ranking Marine officer stationed in the West Blue, someone Marineford had trusted for years. Yet behind that position, he had been taking massive bribes and shielding criminals. What made it worse was Cashin. This man had already stirred chaos in the East Blue, and now, not long after arriving in the West Blue, he had dismantled the Capone family and dragged a rear admiral into the mess. An adjutant spoke carefully from the side. Fleet Admiral, what are your orders? Should we dispatch forces to Branch 88? Of course we send them. Sengoku took a breath and steadied himself. Order the 3 neighboring branches to move together. Rello must be brought back to Marineford. Also, assemble a special investigation team. Everyone connected to the Capone family will be investigated thoroughly. At this point, Sengoku understood clearly. Cashin was tearing it out from the roots. The process was harsh, but it was effective. Oh, and send a reply to Cashin. Tell him to control himself. Sengoku rubbed his temples again, frustration evident in his voice. He knew exactly the kind of man Cashin was. If left unchecked, Rello might not even make it back alive. Meanwhile, Cashin's warship had already changed course, heading straight for West Blue Branch 88 at full speed. On deck, Capone Beeg was tied to a pillar, his face drained of color, fear obvious in his eyes. He had finally realized the scale of the mistake he made. Special Envoy, I was wrong, just let me go, his voice trembled as he begged. I can give you everything I own. I can expose other officials too. Cashin ignored him completely and looked toward Boa Hancock with a faint smirk. Looks like we are about to collect another anti-corruption fund. Hancock glanced at him, her tone steady. You are not worried about pushing Marineford too far? Cashin shrugged. If anything, they need to be pushed. Otherwise, they will keep pretending everything is fine while the rot spreads. Nearby, Kuina continued practicing her swordsmanship, her movements sharp and focused. After everything she had witnessed, her resolve had only grown stronger. Gunko and Lillian stood watch on both sides, their presence steady and alert. Lily and the others were busy sorting through the seized valuables, working efficiently. Smoker approached with a den mushi message in hand. Special Envoy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has responded. He told us to control our actions. Reinforcements are already on the way. Control myself. Cashin let out a quiet chuckle. Relax. I will handle Rear Admiral Rello very carefully. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Branch 88, a cold edge in his eyes. Rello's time was up. The warship surged forward, slicing through the sea with increasing speed, like a predator closing in on its prey. The storm in the west blue continued to grow. At the same time, Rear Admiral Rello stood inside his office at Branch 88, staring at a freshly delivered secret report. Capone Beeg has been captured. Cashin is heading toward Branch 88. His grip tightened. Cashin, a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. He had always known this day might come, but he never expected it to arrive so suddenly. For over a decade, he had controlled Branch 88, building a network that stretched across the West Blue. Officials, criminals, merchants, all tied together through his influence and money. He believed his position was unshakable. But the Capone family, which he relied on the most, had collapsed in an instant. A marine soldier rushed in. Rear Admiral, Cashin's warship has entered the port. Rello exhaled slowly and steadied himself. There was no escape now. He opened his safe and took out a finely crafted long saber, a weapon from his younger days, a reminder of when he still had some pride as a marine. Gather all forces. I want to see what this special envoy is capable of. His eyes hardened. He refused to be taken without resistance. But that resistance meant nothing. The moment Cashin and his group stepped into the base, they were met by rows of armed marine soldiers. To Cashin, they were no different from the gang members earlier. Smoker stepped forward and shouted. Rear Admiral Rello, come out and face justice. Rello walked out, gripping his saber, a sneer forming on his face. So you are Cashin. Quite the show of force. You think a ledger from criminals is enough to convict me? That is naive. Cashin showed no interest in arguing. We will see after the investigation. Gunko, Lillian, take him down. They moved instantly. Rello tried to react, but the difference in strength was obvious. Gunko's attack locked onto his arm, restricting his movement. Lillian struck with precision, knocking the saber out of his hand. The blade hit the ground with a sharp clang. Before he could recover, a heavy blow forced him to his knees. Sea prism stone handcuffs were secured onto his wrists. The surrounding soldiers reacted immediately, moving forward to intervene. Cashin raised a finger slightly. Conqueror's haki spread outward in an instant. Weapons fell from trembling hands. One after another, the soldiers collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Silence followed. Rello, now pinned to the ground, still tried to speak. You think this ends here? You cannot afford to provoke the people behind me. Cashin stepped forward and pressed him down with a kick. Then let them come. Anyone involved will be dealt with. With Rello subdued, the search began. Smoker led the operation, inspecting every corner of the base. What they found exceeded all expectations. Berries were stacked in massive quantities, filling entire storage areas. Jewels, antiques, and rare treasures were piled high. Documents detailing property ownership, luxury ships, and hidden assets were uncovered one after another. When the final count was made, the result shocked everyone present. The cash alone amounted to tens of billions of berries. The total value, including everything else, was beyond calculation. Smoker stared at the report, his hands tightening. This is madness. Even compared to the bounty of Gold Roger, the scale of Rello's illegal wealth was staggering. Cashin looked over the piles of seized wealth, his expression unchanged. The West Blue is far dirtier than it looks. Smoker, report everything to Marineford immediately. And bring in the World News Agency. I want full documentation. No one gets to bury this. Smoker nodded and moved at once. Before long, Jerry arrived. The moment he saw the mountain of wealth, his eyes widened in disbelief. The camera in his hands clicked continuously. Unbelievable, this is real big news. Rear Admiral Rello exposed. Tens of billions in illegal wealth seized. The West Blue is about to explode. Content source, webnovel.com